deliberation on all the activities that is ahead of us. We want to commit ourselves unto Thee, O Lord, that You may be with us, guide us and protect us, and even give us sober mind, so that whatever we shall deliberate on, even as we discuss about the monies that You have given us, this is just a portion of what You have given us, that You may even, we pray that You may even give us more, so that we can generate more, even to be more economically strong, more economically engaged in our activities as we wish us to be, even so that we can even get more, so that even as we go to Your house, we can be able to give more for the activities of our churches. We thank You, we honor You, and we glorify Your holy name for this humble prayer of faith in Jesus' name. Our Father, that in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thou be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not to temptations, but deliver us from evil. For Thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Amen.
Bwana asifiwe once again. I want us to read from the book of Matthew 25, from verse 14. Matthew 25:14, and I read, "At that time, the kingdom of heaven will be like this. Once there was a man who was about to leave home on a trip. He called his servants and put them in charge of his property. He gave to each one according to his ability. To one he gave 5,000 goats, to another he gave 2,000, and to another he gave 1,000. Then he left on his trip. The servant whom had received 5,000 coins went at once and invested in money and earned another 5,000. In the same way, the servant who had received 2,000 coins earned another 2,000. But the servant who had received 1,000 coins went off, dug a hole in the ground, and hid his master's money. After a long time, the master of those servants came back and settled account with them. The servant who had received 5,000 coins came in and handed over the other 5,000. 'You gave me 5,000 coins, sir?' He said, 'Look, here are another 5,000 that I have earned.' 'Well done, you good and faithful servant,' said his master. 'You have been faithful in managing small amounts, so I will put you in charge of large amounts. Come on in and share my happiness.' Then the servant who had been given 2,000 coins came in and said, 'You gave me 2,000 coins, sir. Look, here are another 2,000 and I have earned.' 'Well done, you good and faithful servant,' said his master. 'You have been faithful in managing small amounts, so I will put you in charge of large amounts. Come in and share my happiness.' Then the servant who had received 1,000 coins came in and said, 'Sir, I know you are a hard man. You reap harvests where you did not plant, and you gather crops where you did not scatter seed. I was afraid, so I went off and hid your money in the ground. Look, here is what belongs to you.'" Tunaweza fikisha hapa. As we mark our 8th AGM, and I was thinking of what God would want to tell us this morning, I thought about this parable of the talents. Mainly because we have come in as investors who have been entrusted some talents or some capital by our master. And today we are gathering just as this master came in and gathered his people, his 3 servants, so that they can review their performance for the period he has been away, and for us for the period, the last 1 year or the past 2025 year, so that we can review on how it has been. And if you make a reference to this Matthew 25:14 to 30, there are key principles that address both the masters, the servants, who could be us all as members, and some other issues for the same that could be talking to who we could call master in this aspect. And to me, I would be referring to those who are in the board, those who are in the supervisory committee, those who are in the cell leadership, and all. And if you look at this issue on the talents and the issue on investments, there are like 4 principles or 4 issues that you can make a reference of what is being addressed in this particular parable. Because one, just as we have heard, it was a question of the investments. One has been given what they are calling 5 denaries or 5,000 coins, another 2, and another 1. And when we think about investment, it's based on the amounts that we are able to invest. And the master knew this well. Like, people invest based on their capabilities. And he knew, even when he was entrusting his servants with the investments, he did distribute the amounts because he knew the investments will vary. So one crucial thing about this parable is talking to us on the issue of investment. And as we would count at the end of the day, whoever was entrusted with much, that is the 5 denaries, was able to multiply by 2 to get 10 or to get 5 additional. And whoever had 2 was able to multiply by another 2 to get 4. And this is the same math that applies in the cooperative movement or in the Sacco, that we come for investment based on the capability or the ability that we have. So the issue of investment is crucial. And the same, on the flip of this, is the issue of the returns. The person who invested 5 was able to harvest or to get an additional 5. So when you think about this parable, it explains well on the issue of investment versus the returns. Could be the more you, of course, actually the more you invest, the more is the returns. And this will be talking to us, especially when we are getting the reports from the accounts of last year, 2025. The question of the returns that we've been able to get. Then, of course, there is the aspect of the people, that we are all different in the way we do the investments and the attitudes that we have in life in regard to the investments. See the person who got 1 denarii. Actually, for him, he didn't see that 1 denarii as anything worth the investment. And that's why he's telling the master that I went and hid it because of various reasons. Could we be there? Could we be here, even as members, that we have been apprehensive, even in the investment, as it is contained in this parable? That I have 1 denarii, but my 1 denarii, because either of the attitude or the feeling that I have, I decide the best thing I can do is to hide it, to keep it somewhere where it is making no return. And it is a challenge to us even today that the 1 denarii that I have, the 1 denarii that you have, of course the master, even yourself, you will not be happy in due time when it will be like you never invested in that 1 denarii. And of course, there is the whole outcome that comes with the investment and the business of the day. So, as members who are gathered here, God is talking to us even today. And this is a very good parable for a time like now when we can think of the investments. Because to some of us we have the 5 denaries, to others we have 2, to others we have 1. The question is, how have you been able to invest in your denarii? The good thing is that the return is proportional. You plant 5, you get 5. You plant 2, you get 2. But if you plant 1, or you don't plant the one that you have, you'll not get the return. And this also parable talks very much to the board and those who are in leadership, that everything that we have has been entrusted to us, and we are not the owners. And even for us as members, whatever we have, it's God who has placed us on earth a time like this, because whatever we have will be accountable for whatever we do. And growth is expected in our faith, in our investments, in whatever we do, even within the movement. Growth is expected of us. And more often than not, fear is an enemy of progress. The servant who took 1 denarii and decided not to invest actually did it out of fear or even arrogance, if you'd want, and decided not to invest at all. Could we have been hit by fear at any given time, and we were not able to invest? And that's what the results will be showing us when we are getting the feedback on our performance for the year 2025. And to the leadership, just as the master was calling on the servants on accountability, we can say that even for those who are in leadership, we are coming today so that we can take stock on the accountability, on the funds or the money that has been entrusted to us. And that is what the master expected from the servants. On the issue of accountability, the 5, the 2, the 1 that I gave you, what have you done with it? And will be put on the weighing scale, even for the leadership, so that we can account for what we have been entrusted with for the past year. And of course, faithfulness leads to increase. If we are able to be faithful in whatever we are working on, all of us together as members of Pcea, Kinoo Parish, Sacco, the faithfulness, the attitude we have in regard to investment, of course, it has an effect on what we reap. And so, when we make reference, or when Jesus was talking about the parable, it was just to encourage people on the aspect of investment, and there are so many lessons that we can learn from it. And may this parable speak to us today, even as we interrogate the reports that we are getting in our meeting today. I'm very sure we'll be able to ask ourselves, was I given 5? Did I manage to multiply the 5 to get 10? Or did I get 1 and I decided to hide it so that I got nothing? So whatever results we get today, it's out of your individual investment and the investment of those who have entrusted the monies so that they can multiply it on our behalf. So may God help us even as we move on, and may this parable speak to us more even as we progress. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Elder George, because of that insight that we really need to ask ourselves questions, particularly on a day like this one, because here it's more about money and about money, nothing else. So whatever we do, whatever steps you take, will either lead you to the one with 1 denarii, the other one with 3, or the other one with 5. At this juncture, I think I'm going to invite our honorary secretary to take us through and particularly read for us the AGM notice 2026. And she can also tell us exactly what we are going to do after. Thank you very much. I thought I knew everybody, but I've been told that I don't know everybody, and you don't know everybody. And at this time, I want to introduce the Pcea Kinoo Parish Board of Management and the invited guests and officials from the government. I want to start with our able chairman, Elder George Kinyajui. He's the one. Again, I go to our honorary secretary. Maybe later she will tell you why she's called honorary and everybody else is called Mr. and those others. Honorary Flores Wabui. Wabui, wave to the crowd. And then we will go to the vice chair of Pcea Kinoo Sacco, Mr. Charles Kangara. He's the one. Then we are going to go to we go to a member of the board who is also a member, also a secretary to the, almost like a deputy secretary. In case Florence is not there, the one who acts as the secretary. And he's Elder Felix Magata Cairo is there. Then we go to another member of the board. We have Catherine Kumba, she's there. And then we have Esther Mwangi, Wajiro Mwangi, she's a member of the board. And then we have Humphrey Jiriri, a member of the board. And we have Joseph Wawero, also a member of the board. And just before I leave there, my name is Geoffrey Gatia, the treasurer of the Sacco. I will now go to the supervisory committee. I'll go to the chair of the supervisory committee, Elder Benson Thiongo. Then I will also go to the next one, who is Yvonne. That is Yvonne. Then we go to Yvonne Wahito. That is Yvonne Wahito. And I think we conclude the I can as well introduce the other layer of readers in our groups, and I want them to rise up. The cell group leaders. The cell group leaders, please stand up wherever you are, so that as well we can recognize you. These people are very, very, very critical in our Sacco, because they are the people who are on the grassroots. They are the people who know you better, and we thought it would be good to add that layer so that the board continued doing their policy issues, and those policy issues are cascaded down to the people by the cell group leaders for ease of work of the Sacco and for the visibility of the leadership of the Sacco. Here we have Mr. Jama. This is Paul Jama. He is the leader of group number 2. Thank you, Mr. Jama. We have Mercy. Group 13. We have Tabitha Mwangi. Which group? Group number 1. And then we have our sister there, Catherine Kongo, group number 3. We have Elizabeth, group number 7. And we would also want maybe to, I want to ask this question right now. Jiriri, are we on air? Are we on air? We are on air. So I don't know whether I can request those people who are not here, they are virtually watching this program live. They can raise their hand so that we can also tell whether they are watching us from wherever they are, because some of the issues that we are going to discuss here will touch on them so much. So they can you can raise your hands wherever you are, and so that we can recognize you through our digital platform. So far so good. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Honorary Secretary, please come.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that. I'm going to read you the AGM notice for today. This is the 8th annual general meeting for Pcea Kinoo Sacco. Can you hear me? We shall start with the reading of notice and adoption of the agenda. Then number 2 will be reading and confirmation of the previous AGM minutes, matters arising from the minutes. Number 4, management report and reactions. After that, we will have supervisory report and reactions. Then after that, we'll have presentations of the year 2025 audited accounts. Number 7, approved 2027 budget and revised 2026 budget. Number 8, approved distribution of surplus. Number 9, approval of borrowing powers. Number 10, bylaws review and amendment. 11, pass resolutions proposed by the board. Number 12, nomination of auditor. 13, speeches. And then after that, we shall be followed by the visitors that we have today. That is the Sub-County Cooperative Officer, Mrs. Nancy. She's here with us at the end. Nancy, maybe you can wave. Then we have a member of CIC Insurance who will speak to us. Number 14, we'll have the elections, and thereafter we'll end with any other business.
Thank you. Thank you. The order paper or the agenda has presented to us as per the notice, and we want to adopt it for a discussion. So we need a proposer and a seconder. Proposer, and as you do that, also tell us your member number if you have it. Proposer, we need a proposer. Do we discuss this? Do we need addition? Do we need to subtract anything? A Livingstone, we want to remove something. Huh? Or you propose? Seconder? Okay, Paul Jama. Okay, then we have that. Then we can go to the reading and confirmation of the previous minutes.
You want to project the minutes? Ready? Okay, let me continue. This Pcea Kinoo Parish Sacco 7th Annual General Meeting held on 12th April 2025 at Pcea Milele South C. It commenced at 9:45 a.m. Members present as listed. Maybe we can share the copies we have before the man-made. We had attendance of 121 members. We also had apology from our chairman, Mr. George Kinyanjui. We had invited guests from CIC Insurance, Mr. Matthew Rotich, Kenneth Mutudo from Standard Investment, and Susan Joroge, Kikuyu Sub-County Cooperative Officer. Minute 2 was devotion from Tabitha Mwangi, from Proverbs chapter 8 from verses 10 to 12, and Genesis chapter 1 from verse 1 to 2. She encouraged members to invest with faith and seek divine guidance, set clear goals to build a lasting legacy, step out of comfort zones and take risks for growth, follow your unique path instead of copying others, utilize Sacco funds as a valuable resource, create boldly without fear of failure, build systems that lead to stability and rest, invest in key areas like security, education, and family trust. Minute 3, reading of notice, agenda, and previous minutes. The Treasurer, Mr. Ngatia, on behalf of the Chairman, welcomed members and appreciated their attendance. The Secretary read the AGM notice and an agenda which were proposed by Nancy Karanja, seconded by Livingstone Kinyanjui. Previous AGM minutes were read and proposed by Susan Kamau and seconded by Catherine Kongo. Minute 4, matters arising. This was about the nominee forms. All members are required to fill out these forms. These forms designate the individuals who will manage your estate when you are no longer able to do so. Members should note that the next of kin is the designated contact person. It was also about digital loans. Improvement on current system is going. Steps that have been taken to recover members' funds are restructuring their loans, engaging an independent debt collector, recover funds from grants. Members inquired whether financial reports are prepared quarterly. The board confirmed that these reports are generated on a quarterly basis and shared with all committees. The board is in the process of introducing a mobile app, and once it is operational, members will be able to access their statements directly through the platform. On the ERP system, the Sacco plans to improve the system to address the current need. Members were informed that the Sacco's website is currently active on platforms such as Facebook and YouTube, where members can access updates. Minute 5, management report by the chairman, George Njoroge. The chairman's report was read and highlighted the following key points. The Sacco has grown into a strong and reputable financial institution. Loan disbursements increased to Kenya shillings 28,891,294 in 2024 compared to Kenya shillings 24,680,752 in 2023. The loan portfolio stood at Kenya shillings 31,066,385 by December 31st, 2024 compared to Kenya shillings 26,081,863 the previous year, reflecting a growth of 19%. The Sacco's revenue grew from Kenya shillings 3,311,672 in 2023 to Kenya shillings 5,599,758 in 2024. Active membership at the end of the year reached 357 members, up from 311 in 2023. This represents a growth of 46% or an increase of 15%. Members' share capital rose from Kenya shillings 1,063,500 on December 31st, 2023 to Kenya shillings 1,567,369 in December 2024, marking a growth of Kenya shillings 503,869 or 47%. Members' deposits increased from Kenya shillings 27,000,000 059,315 in 2023 to Kenya shillings 38,554,766 in 2024, showing a growth of Kenya shillings 11,495,451 or 42%. Achievements. Formation of cell groups. Cell groups meet monthly and help members to familiarize with each other, monitor loans, and guarantee each other. Enhanced loan recovery process. Governance improvements, including increased transparency, accountability, and compliance with regulatory requirements. Corporate membership has also expanded, including groups like Pcea, Kinoo, Parish, and various church and community groups. Office operations now run throughout the week, with desks placed at both SGM and Imani churches for direct member engagement. Challenges: a poor saving culture among members, the need to adapt to technology advancement, which can be costly and complex, need for continuous member education and awareness initiatives. Minute 6 was on a supervisory report presented by Mr. Francis Mwai. Appreciated the board for its exemplary leadership in guiding the Sacco to remarkable performance in the year 2024. Commendations: loan book growth, a remarkable increase of over 70%, reflecting increased member trust and improved access to credit facilities. Savings growth, a commendable increase of 60%, demonstrating enhanced member confidence in financial stability. Profitability, achieved double-digit financial growth, reinforcing the Sacco's ability to generate sustainable returns for its members. They commended the board for its prompt and decisive action in withdrawing all Sacco funds from Cusco. Recommendations: acquire and deploy new Sacco software, implement aggressive marketing strategies for membership growth, enhance debt collection and credit management practices, strengthen internal controls on lending and investment, retention of contingency fund. Proposed by James Karugi and seconded by Anthony Kariuki. Minute 7, presentation of the audited report. Mr. Kariuki from Kariuki Dua and Company provided an independent opinion about the Sacco's book of accounts. Commendations from the audited report. The growth of the Sacco stands at 42%. The board was commended for withdrawing Sacco funds from Cusco. An increase in member deposits was noted as commendable. There was a significant rise in loans issued, which strengthens the Sacco's position. Proposals: the Sacco should invest in various ventures to generate interest. Some funds should be retained within the Sacco to prepare for unseen circumstances. This was proposed by Samuel Keneya and seconded by Jane Mureithi. Minute 8, approved 2026 budget and revised 2025 budget. The Sacco Treasurer, Mr. Ngatia, presented the budget, income and expenditure for year 2026, along with the revised figures for 2025. Commendations: within the cell groups, a position titled Business Cell Group Leader has been established to support the Sacco as well as members in making informed investment decisions. Proposals: marketing efforts to be conducted through our WhatsApp groups and other online platforms. All members should ensure they have a copy of the Sacco bylaws upon joining to gain a clear understanding of how the Sacco operates. Members inquired whether the Kenya shillings 500 they received during the AGM could be increased to Kenya shillings 2,000. This matter would be discussed during upcoming board meetings. The budget was proposed by Anne Juguna and seconded by James Gidenji. Minute 9, Cooperative Officer. The District Cooperative Officer, Susan Joroge, was in attendance and highlighted the following. She commended the board on the positive growth the Sacco is experiencing. She educated members on the bylaws, explaining that they serve as a constitution of the Sacco and governs its operations. She clarified that amendments to the bylaws occurred during the annual general meeting. A member wishing to increase their share capital must submit a written request. If a member wants to exit the Sacco, they are entitled to receive all their money back, excluding their share capital. They also have an option to sell their share capital to an interested party. She informed the members that there is a new Sacco bill and encouraged them to go online to search for the bill. Advised members to always verify the amount someone is applying for and check for any gaps in the application, as this may allow the borrower to add a digit, increasing the requested amount. Right of borrower. Members have the right to restructure their loans when facing financial constraints. For larger loan amounts, a standing order is required. Members should be diligent in participating in any training offered by the Sacco, such as education days and capacity building sessions. Members should be actively involved in decisions regarding where the Sacco should invest its funds. The Sacco's default rate is at 0.4%, which still is in good standing. Minute 10, resolution proposals to amend and additions to the bylaws. We added clause 8/3, corporate membership. Pcea Kinoo Sacco is open to registered cooperative membership and chairmans. Clause 10(1), we were to amend admission into membership. An applicant shall be admitted to membership on application upon payment of entrance fee of Kenya shillings 1,000 and purchase of minimum shares as shall be fixed by general meetings from time to time. Add 10.5, corporate and chairmans. Applicants shall be admitted to membership upon payment of an entrance fee of Kenya shillings 5,000 and purchase of minimum shares as shall be fixed by general meetings from time to time. Add 15, retermination of membership. Resolution, insolvency, disbursement. This pertains to corporates and chairmans. Add 20.4, nominee. The nominee for corporates and chairmans shall be registered office holder as at the time of registration and until minutes of change of office bearers, dissolution, disbandment, or insolvency has been received by the Sacco. 23.2, amend capital adequacy. The Sacco society shall at all times maintain, remove core capital of not less than 10 million. Amend 20.1, every member shall hold at least 50 shares of Kenya shillings 100 each and minimum monthly deposit of Kenya shillings 500 shall be fixed by the general meeting. However, no member shall hold more than 1/5 of the total shares of the Sacco society. 25.2, all transfer of shares be registered with the Sacco society and the transfer shall not be valid unless so registered. A fee of Kenya shillings 500 shall be payable by the transferee to each such transfer. This was proposed by Ann Gatei and seconded by Elizabeth Mutua. Minute 11, approval of borrowing powers. The board was given approval to borrow up to Kenya shillings 5 million, proposed by David Jega, seconded by Leah. Minute 12, retain auditor. Kariuki Thua and Company were retained. This was proposed by Nancy Karanja, seconded by David Njenga. Minute 13, elections. 3 vacancies available, 2 board positions and 1 supervisory position. 9 applicants expressed interest in board position. 4 applicants were disqualified. Board membership disqualification criteria: must be off the board for at least 1 year before re-election. Required documents not submitted. Must have at least 1 year Sacco membership. Must not have defaulted on loans. Must not hold a political position. Must not be a board member in another Sacco. Must not have defaulted on their deposits and loan repayment for 1 year. Not to have been declared bankrupt. Should be of sound mind. Should not have criminal history. Must have a minimum of Kenya shillings 15,000 share capital and 150 share deposit. Must not have been listed with CRB as a defaulter. Must be readily available for meetings. Must be consistent in attending cell groups. Election method agreed was show of hands. The third rotation board members were George Kinyanjui, Jeffrey Ngatia, and James Keo. Board election results: Jeffrey Ngatia got 97 votes. George Njoroge 62 votes. Joseph Wawero Wambogo 61 votes. Caroline Kivugi 28 votes. Eda Maina 12 votes. Board outcome. George Kinyanjui was re-elected and Jeffrey Ngatia too was re-elected. Newly elected was Joseph Wawero Wambogo. For the supervisory committee, third rotation was Mr. Francis Mwai. Supervisory election results, Yvonne Waheto 53 votes, Francis Mwai 50 votes. Supervisory outcome elected was Yvonne Waheto. Minute 14, members awards. Most consistent saver was Mr. Francis Mwai. Best consistent loan repair was Ann Dinda. Most active group was group 2. Big saver was Mrs. Sarah Kanyi. Mrs. Sarah Kanyi, who was the best saver, noted that it was her first time attending the meeting. She expressed her appreciation to the board members for their dedication and remarkable achievements, encouraging them to continue their good work to elevate the Sacco to higher levels. Minute 15 updates. The children's account is in progress. There was also presentations from CAC Insurance and Standard Investments. Appreciation, Mr. Paul Njama appreciated members for their good attendance, commended the board members for their dedicated work, welcomed new members to the Sacco. A or B, the Sacco should look for new rent of premises. Dividend was approved at 10% on share capital and 7% on members' deposits. Group 14 to be dissolved and its members reassigned to other groups. The meeting ended at 3:47 p.m. with prayers by Pastor Michael Muhoro Kamau.
Thank you, Aboy, for this. Those are the minutes of the previous AGM. We want to check if there are any omissions, any corrections to the minutes. Any correction on attendance, correction minute by minute, anything that needs to be corrected before we adopt the minutes. I hope we are following. We have followed. Any correction? I have one on minute 5. Minute 5. That is on management report. Active membership at the end of the year reached 357. Up from that, this represents a growth of not 46%, but of 46%, or an increase of 15%. Any other? It's not 56%, but 46. Growth of 46 members. Any other correction to the minutes? Looks like none. If none, then we can accept this as our deliberations of the last meeting. We need a proposer and a seconder for this. Someone to propose? Wenye walikuwa tukubaliane hii ndio ilikuwa yetu. Proposed seconder. Anton kule nyuma. Okay, thank you. Now we can discuss the minutes. Maybe on matters arising from the minutes. Jiriri, you can take us through minute by minute We can start with minute 2 was on devotion. I think nothing on that. We go to minute 3. That was generally on the notice. Then we go to minute 4. I hope I'm not too quick for you. Minute 4 on matters arising. One is on nominee forms. We agree that all members are required to fill out these forms. Maybe we need a confirmation that this has been done, because it was an action that was needed from this. I'm informed, yes, this was a decision. It's coming up as the matters arising. Not everyone has complied. Not everyone has complied on that one, so we can take note of that. Anything on that one? Minute 4. You are free to raise your hand and pick on any matter that is arising from that. The other one that I've picked is on the mobile app. Once in operational, members will be able to access their statements directly through the platform. We want to confirm that it's fully operational and members are able to do that. Okay, I know that one will be coming up in the treasurer's report. Please take note of that as a matters arising, because there is something that has been, members app is operational, but mobile app is not. And I think we'll get an elaborate report on the same. Anything? Anyone who has noted on 4? Then we can go to minute 5. That is on management report. I think that is generally about updates that were given from the management report. The achievements and the challenges. So it was generally a report, maybe no matter arising from that. Then we have minute 6 on the supervisory report. Recommendations were given. One recommendation was acquire and deploy new Sacco software. What we can say is that we have not acquired a new Sacco software, but rather we are upgrading the software that we have so that it can integrate with the other things that we need, including the mobile app and the membership and the member app. So in as much as it was that, what we have done based on the cost-benefit analysis in the upgrade on the software. Then those others are the recommendations that are there. Debt correction, internal controls, contingency fund. Then we can go to minute 7:12. This was the presentation of the audited report. We had the recommendations. Then Sacco should invest in various ventures to generate interest. Then retain some funds within Sacco for unforeseen circumstances. We have done that, and you'll see it when we are presenting the audited accounts of what we have done on the same. The other one, minute 8, was the budget, a revised 2025 budget, and approve the 2026 budget. We have the accommodations, then marketing efforts through WhatsApp group and other online platforms. And this is also happening within the cell groups. Then members to ensure that they have a copy of the bylaws upon joining. And I think that is already happening. That is what being provided by the office. Then members inquired whether the 500 they received during AGM could be increased to 2,000. This matter would be discussed in the upcoming board meeting. Now, as a matter arising from this, of course, this issue was discussed in the board meeting, and what the board felt is that this was not tenable for a simple reason. Why we get surplus, or why we get what we call dividend, is when we are able to get the surplus, then minus the expenditure. So the more the expenditure, the less the dividend. So we realized it's true we could increase it to 2,000, but that will have a direct bearing on your dividend. Because you can bet, if we multiply that, we'll have lunch here, the AGM costs, the transportation and everything. It means that the cost would go up. So we felt maybe 2,000, if it can go to your, based on what you have invested, I think would be better. But that is what you recommended, that the board discuss that, and that is our feeling. Any reaction? I'm inviting reaction. Yes. Do we have a mic that's circulating? There's a hand at the back. Okay, wakiendelea kutengeneza. Any other hand? Any other reaction after that? Then after that we come to, oh, we have one there, several hearts, yeah? So the mic can, maybe you can take this, differ. Okay, you can start there, then the other hearts on the other side.
Good morning. My name is Paul Njama from cell number 2. I want to react to the board because we were suggesting that not all members will come to the AGM. If all members, let's say 400 come, and you give all of them 500, you know how much it will be. But last time, the secretary said we are just only 110, something like that. Hiyo pesa ingine ilibaki ile mngepea wale hawakukuja. Ilienda wapi? Hiyo pesa ndio tulikuwa tunasema ile pesa ingewekwa ya kupewa wale watakuja wote leo, ipewe hiyo pesa ipewe wale wako leo. Sio ati tupewe 500 ingine irudi. Kama ya watu 10 kwa group. Sasa group yetu kama ulikuwa unatupea tuko watu 40, umehesabu sisi wote tutakuja, utupee 500 ya watu 40. Kama tumekuja 10 tuende tukawane. Hivyo ndio tulikuwa tunataka. Sio ati tupewe hivyo. Kuna group itakuja watu 3, iko na watu 10, imewekewa allowance ya 5,000, wapewe ngiri moja, waende wakienda. Hiyo ingine inarudi wapi? Tupewe hiyo pesa yote. Kama sisi tuko na watu 50 kwa group yetu ama 40, leo tukitoka hapa mtupee pesa 500 ya watu hao 40. Si ndio hivyo? Hivyo.
Okay, can circulate. No more hearts there. We need then at the back.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My reaction is on the same, and I concur with Jama somehow, but I was also saying, since we started going for AGM meetings, we've been given 500 every time we go. Can it even be increased to 1,000 shillings?
Okay, another hand at the back. Uko kona.
Just to find out what's the final decision of the board concerning the matter.
Okay, any other? Any other?
Hello, my name is Lucas. I think I support the board in that position because if I look at the numbers, we have 269 active members. If you give each member 500 shillings, that is 134,500. If you look at the financial statement, this Sacco is making a surplus. This year you have done well, yes? It's 695,000. Last year it's only 217. So if you give members 200 and how much thousand is this? These are the active people. You assume all of them come for the AGM. That is 134. If we use 2024 numbers, that means you're only left with 100,000 in the Sacco. How does that now fare well for the Sacco? I support the board. Do not give that money. Thank you.
Okay, of course we have varied opinion. Starting with the second last question was what was the start of the board. The board had felt not to increase, but this is our money. This is your money. So whatever decision we make, that is our decision. All it will be is that we have because we'll go there, we have an AGM budget of what's the budget? 400. We have an AGM budget of 400,000. So if we say we give more money to transport, what will mean is that we'll increase the AGM budget from 400 to Kitu 550. Then when we get, when we do business at the end of the year, it means that the income we get will be less 150 from the money we get from here. So, as it was just an opinion, but if you are okay, then we can vote and we would agree to it. Only that we looked at it on the effect. What is the effect of that? The effect of that is that it will reduce on your dividend, which if is okay, because if we increase the AGM budget, it means that that year or this year what will happen that from the AGM budget, the surplus you get, you have to reduce because it will still eat on the dividends. That's the bottom line. So, but if we are okay, board has no authority over that. It's only a guidance that we wanted to offer. But if we feel that is the way to go, then we have no problem. Do we go to voting?
As we prepare to decide if to vote or not, good morning, my name is Nancy, the cooperative officer. And if we were paid to 2,000 last year, maybe because numbers never lie, and numbers is what we can maybe be able to use to make decision. It would mean that the money that we were paid, the budget for what was paid as transport would be 3 times higher. We agree? Because it is 500, now we add 3, yeah? It would mean that the interest, whatever you'd be given as dividend would move from 8% to 7.24. Are we okay? Ingekuwa 8, ingekuwa 7.24. Kwa hivyo that is the direct translation itakuwa come next year if we touch on that. Kwa hivyo now we wait. Do you want to be paid for transport ama do we want ibaki pale kwa interest on deposit? Kwa sababu it has direct relationship on whatever we will get as members. Thank you.
And maybe still, I want just, it's AGM is also part of education. If we decided to go to AGM to Mombasa, these are hypothetical thinking. Do you know the effect of that? It means that the AGM budget will be high and the dividend will be?
Okay, just to add to what, to add to this discussion, we have, and we had implored you to read the bylaws well, so that at the end of the day, when we are making some of the decisions, this issue of giving members money had come from an era when members were not coming for AGM. So it was a tip to make people start realizing the importance of AGM. The other thing is when you said you want to increase it to 2,000, from 500 to 2,000. From a practical point of view, because you are going to hear it from here, there are people who will be earning more than they invested. There are members who will be earning more than they invested. Because we have members who do not have 2,000 shillings as their earnings. So if we continue this trend, it will be counterproductive because it will look like there are people who are earning money they did not deserve. It will almost look like it is an equalization fund where we are equalizing people according to maybe they attend the AGM. But you know, our equalization comes in from the money we have invested individually in the Sacco. And one of the things that we did was to transfer this money to the cell group levels. Previously, cell groups were not being refreshed, or they were not being given something to bite when they come for their meetings. But today we incorporated that into those meetings because we knew that whatever they were discussing more of like a board. And therefore we have been facilitating it, and you also hear it from the expenses that we have. And that is the reason why we thought it would be good if we can take that money to the cell groups instead of coming to give it and then we do it in kind instead of doing it in cash. So we would, from my end as a treasurer of the Sacco, I would prefer, unless you think otherwise, we retire that program for AGM and we go for it with the cell groups, because as well we do not want to increase our expenses so much to the extent that anybody from outside can as well be able to look at it and see as if we don't have the prudency in the way we use our money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It's just guidance, not that we have the answer as the board. We are just trying to guide you. Actually, like this year, there are people who will get like 200 in dividends. 200, because that's the much they can get. So when you give them 2,000, it means that they are eating to your 25,000. Because them they have not gotten to that level to earn 2,000, even in dividends. So you will increase their dividend and reduce on yours. Anyway, it's just for information. Where are we now? Where are we at? Have we confused you? Have we convinced you? Differ?
What you are saying to us, because you are there to give us advices and to foresee, because we didn't see that. But I didn't know that there is somebody who is earning less than 200 shillings in dividends. So I don't see why somebody should come and bite on my side. So I think the 500 is good enough. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Sacco. My name is Tabitha Mwangi, member number 107. I wanted to add to the education that the treasurer is giving. One of the benefits and the advantages of having dividends increasing at an increasing rate is that when a member is not able to pay their loans on time, we recover them from their dividends. So that we do not come to the shares of the members. Because remember, Sacco operates on members' guarantorship. So ideally, when I sign for you a loan, I am saying, if you are not able to pay this loan, I'll be able to pay with my money, my savings. Thankfully, I am not aware of any case where we have recovered money from members because there are defaults. It doesn't mean that there are no defaults. The defaults are still there. The supervisory committee can attest to that. But what we do, when we are paying dividends and when we caution on the expenses of the Sacco, if you are on default, we don't disburse your dividends. We will recover them and use them to clear some of the loans that are in arrears. But if we pay that money as transport, and it is good because most of us make it to come for the Sacco, but when we pay it as transport, it means we reduce now on the common good or the greater good of the dividends that can help us cushion the Sacco from losses. I went to another Sacco as a proxy of my auntie, I will not mention, and they don't even give members lunch, and they don't even give members transport. And they are paying interest rate on members' savings at a lesser rate than this Sacco. Why? Because the defaults of the Sacco are so high, and even the dividends cannot be able to recover, and members' savings are not able to cover. So, according to me, I would advise us as members that we listen to the people we have appointed and put in place to be giving us and to be overseers of the Sacco, because it is a huge responsibility, and I believe in good faith they do it for the better good of the Sacco. Thank you.
Any contrary opinion now, as at now? Ama tumeokoka? Are we okay? Do we accept we go that way? You'll definitely get 2,000 differently. Hata kama wewe hutapata, mwingine atapata ikiwa not 2,000, ataipata ikiwa 5,000. Mwingine ataipata ikiwa 50 shillings. Do you get the math? Do you get the math? The 2,000 mwingine ataipata ikiwa 50, mwingine ataipata ikiwa 10,000 based on the calculations on one's deposits. Is that okay? Do we do it for now? It's subject to review in the future, but based on the advice we are giving you, we accept that we do. Are we in agreement? Members, tuonyeshe, tuko sawa, ndio tuendele. I think that's okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And it's a healthy discussion so that we are here so that we can inform one another and we know how best to handle it. Then we go to minute 9, which was on cooperative officers' remarks. And I think those were advices that were given, an interpretation of the bylaws. You can see all that. Then we have the resolutions that were made, which were those ones. Of course, we made the resolutions, and that is okay, because it was just, it's us who made those resolutions. So, and I don't think there is any corrections that was being done on that. Then minute 11 was on the borrowing power, which is 5 million. Then on the auditor, retaining the auditor, minute 12. Then we had the elections, the disqualification or the qualification criteria was shown. Then the elections were conducted, that is the entire minute 13. Then we had the members' awards, all that. Then we had minute 15, which was stated like children account in progress. Children account in progress. If there is any matter arising from that, it's just that it is in progress for a reason, and I think we will hear it from the reports being given. Many members have not come out to open accounts for their children, so it's just an issue in progress, and we'll keep on encouraging members to do the same. Then, of course, we had the presentation from CIC and standard investment, then appreciation. Then on AOB, new rental premise. That one will come up because we agreed we need to be visible as a Sacco, and especially for some sales, even the space that we have in our Sacco office is not sufficient. So we've been looking for this, and I know we'll get a highlight on the same. Then the dividend was agreed on. Then we have group 14 to be dissolved and members reassigned to other groups. Do we still have members who are in cell 14? All were members of group 14 absorbed in others? Yes, I don't think there is anyone who is hanging anywhere, because it was done. For a reason, the cell group was dissolved and they have been absorbed in other areas. Unless otherwise, I think we've been able to address the matters arising from the minutes, and I'm sure we are good. That's okay? I think silence means we are good, and we can proceed, and now we can sign off the minutes. Then from there, I think the next item is the management report, that after which we get the reactions. So I'm sure if we have it, if we don't, we can still display it where we have the management report. And I beg to start so that I can read it. This is the management report. Honorable Sacco members, distinguished guests, the joint board, Sacco staff, stakeholders present, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you all and welcome you to this gathering. As a board, we are here to give an account as custodians of the Sacco management in the year 2025. Honorable members, today we present to you the report and financial statements for the period ended 31st December 2025. Thank you for creating time to be part of the history we are making today. Before we table the numbers, allow me on behalf of the Board of Directors to bring it up to speed on global and national trends that influenced our existence. As you are aware, the year 2025 was a period of economic resilience and gradual recovery for Kenya, despite global uncertainties and domestic fiscal pressures. Positively, members increasingly turned to Sacco due to the low interest rates compared to banks, flexible repayment terms, and community-based trust. This enabled us to address the member interests. On leadership and operations, we are aware as your leaders that leadership is not ownership. Public office is a trust. Leaders are caretakers of the people's resources and must govern with honesty, respect for law, and service to all who put them in office. In 2026, there will be rotational elections for 3 board of director members and 1 supervisory committee member, a demonstration that we are only ones among equals in this movement. During the reporting period, we ensured strengthening of sales through constant education and healthy deliberations during the monthly meetings and addressing each member interests. Through the increased workload, we engaged our 2 officers in daily Sacco management, as well as attending to member issues including debt recovery. On membership, during the reporting period, our membership grew from 416 in 2025 to 491. However, as you will realize in the auditor's report, active membership reduced from 357 to 269, while dormant membership grew from 59 to 222. This, however, should not worry you, as it is attributed to our thorough tracking system that reports the monthly saving pattern and member inactiveness. On loans to members and portfolio growth, the Sacco recorded strong growth in loan portfolio, indicating increased member access to affordable credit. Loans and advances grew from 31,066,385 in 2024 to 54,299 in 2025. This represents a 75% increase, showing aggressive lending and improving uptake of Sacco loan products. Total assets also increased from 45,397,680 to 62,799,515, largely driven by loan expansion. This growth reflects the Sacco's success in mobilizing deposits and converting them into productive loans, which is a core function of the Sacco. Profitability performance. Profitability improved significantly in 2025. Net surplus increased from 21,773,000 increased from 217,773 to 695,416 in 2025. This is a growth of over 200%, indicating stronger financial performance. Total revenue grew from 5,599,758 to 8,197,485, driven mainly by higher interest income from loans. On loan repayment performance, loan repayment remains relatively strong, though with increased lending pressure. Loan repayments during this year grew to 16,612,681 compared to loans issued of 39,953,484, indicating rapid portfolio expansion. Important observations. There is no significant increase in loan impairment provisions, which remains barely 93,000. This suggests low default levels and good credit control. However, rapid loan growth may require tighter monitoring to avoid future delinquency risks. Member deposits and funds growth. Member deposits grew from 38,554,766 to 53,098,050, which is a 38% growth. This shows strong member confidence and savings mobilizations which support loan issuance. On overall financial position, total asset increased by 38%. Core capital improved but remains below the recommended 10 million threshold. Liquidity ratio dropped from 30 to 12, which is below the recommended 15, indicating pressure due to heavy red. Some strategic challenges that are there within the Sacco at the moment. The increases in dormant or inactive membership, which will require cross monitoring and constant member education. Liquidity pressure, the liquidity pressure that we have seen dropped to 12% due to the high volume of lending. Capital adequacy, core capital remains below the 10 million. Risk monitoring, the rapid pace of loan issuance compared to the repayment necessitates higher monitoring to mitigate future delinquency risks. On the future focus, we want to increase in membership through focused strategies and the reduction of inactive and dormant membership that we have today. In 2026, we shall invest in mobile banking platform, integrated core banking systems, and automated loan processing tools. And this will ensure our members access services conveniently while reducing operational inefficiencies. On the strengthening of the sales system, we hope to build sales operationalization and allow reorganization to allow inclusivity and ownership beyond being a vehicle for loan guarantorship. On visibility and accessibility, by this we hope to make our Sacco visible within and outside the parish and accessible for services required by all members. We want to have prompt response to member needs and queries and focus on liquidity management, strengthening capital, and closely monitoring credit risk to sustain growth. In summary, what we are saying, the Pcea Kinoo Sacco experiences strong overall financial growth in 2025, driven primarily by significant expansion in the loan portfolio, to members increasing by 25%, which boosted total assets and reflects improved access to affordable credit and effective deposit mobilization. While profitability improved market rate, with net surplus going by over 200%, supported by higher income and better cost efficiency. We also say that loan repayment performance remains stable, with the low default level indicated by unchanged impairment provisions, although the rapid pace of lending compared to repayments signals the need for closer monitoring. Member deposit grew by 35%, this demonstrating strong confidence and providing a solid funding base for lending activities. Finally, members, we extend our deepest gratitude to you for your loyalty to Pcea, Kinoo, finally, members, we extend our deepest gratitude to you for your loyalty to Pcea, Kinoo, Sacco as a brand. As your chairman and team member, I hereby renew my commitment and that of the board to ensure the safety of all your investments. We shall always begin with the end in mind and take better steps in the right direction. Challenges shall not bring us down. Even as I seek retirement as your chair this year, I'm confident that the Sacco is moving in the right direction and growing stronger as we forge forward. So members, travel back safely, continue to preach the good financial gospel according to Pcea, Kinoo, Parish, Sacco. Thank you, George, on behalf of the Board of Management. Thank you. Sorry, sasa nakaa chini tena naendelea kuwa nimekalia kiti. We want reactions to the report, after which we will break for tea. So after this we'll break for tea, but in the meantime we can get reactions from the report that the management has given. Reaction? Questions, clarifications?
Thank you, Chairman. Kenyajui, from cell number 2. This issue of dormant members, I think is growing very fast. What is the management doing about it? About assets, do you have assets you're buying because you have that 8% on assets growth? Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, any other? I'll do a bit, then I will request the treasurer to explain on the same. In our report, what we are saying is that in as much as the dormant membership is increasing, is because of the threshold that we have raised. When you see a member who has not deposited anything for the last like 3 months, our system may track that member as a dormant. And that's why I said it's not necessarily that they are purely dormant, like they are not our members for like a year. But as a system is very thorough, so that we can flag any member who is sleeping, any member who has gone asleep. So the dormancy may not mean that completely, even we could be, even among us, there could be somebody who has been flagged as dormant. Not because of anything, but because our system is trying to ensure that members save regularly, both on deposits and also on their own repayment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Just to elaborate on what the Chair has said, the dormancy in our Sacco, it is not as it was before. If you do your data, if we draw our data today, you will find these figures have changed because there are people who have come back. The way we were doing it before is totally different from the way we are doing it today. The minute you hit the 3 months without saving, you are termed as a dormant member. If you do 3 months without paying your loan, you are termed by the system as a defaulter. Then if you do not save consistently for 6 months, even if you save 4 out of 6, the system still calls you a dormant because the threshold has been raised from the total number to a percentage number. Once you hit that one, you are called, you are termed either as a dormant or as a defaulter. So we have raised the bar to make sure that we observe the pendulum of loans and deposits in a way that we can be able to tell at any one given time, we are here. This is the position that we are here. We are. The other question that Mr. Kenyajui has asked about the asset growth. As we do not have what the fixed, we don't have really the fixed assets. What we pride ourselves with is the current assets. And I tend to believe that's what drives the Sacco. So our assets that we are talking about cash and cash equivalent. Yes, we have some assets, including the equipment that we use in the office and the office itself. I'm not saying this so that the landlord can say that we own it. No, but we have our fixtures there that we have put. That is the only thing that we talk about, and that is part of what we are talking about. So we haven't started acquiring assets, and when we will do, this AGM will be the first stop to sanction it. Thank you very much.
Any other reaction? Lenny, we have one there. Another one? This side differ?
Good morning. My name is Nasur William. My issue, my very issue ya communication. The communication, the channel, the way it's channeled to us. I don't get any communication. I don't know my cell group. I have to follow up. I have to. Thank you.
Mine is to say the report is very nice. The chairman and the board has done a very nice report, and we can testify that the board is doing very well. But there is this issue that has been going on for a very long time, future focus. In 2026, we shall invest in mobile banking. This is, I think, something that comes up always in all the AGMs. I don't understand what this thing is talking about. Mobile banking platforms. Ni Fuliza ama ni Mshwari. I don't understand. And the chairman, as you say, you want to retire. We want to give you another chance to steer this Sacco further, because we see your leadership is very nice. Thank you.
Okay. Nasul, allow me, members, to be very specific to Nasul. But I just want to, first of all, talk about communication. When you talk about communication, it's two ways. We have been disseminating information through our SMS platform. And actually, that is what has made very many of you aware. Or I think by yesterday. The last one came in yesterday or the day before yesterday night. That's an area we have tried so much because that's the easiest way, because every time you pick your phone, the first thing to do is to go to your SMSs. The other one, which we have deliberately done so that nobody is left behind, is on the cell groups. If you miss on cell groups, you miss a lot. If you don't go for cell group meetings, you miss a lot, because that is where most of the information about the performance, about the challenges, and actually even what the chairman is leading as a management report, most of it has been drawn from the cell group meetings. But maybe because of one thing or the other, one has blocked the star 456 hatch. Maybe because you don't want to be troubled by anybody who wants to pitch their marketing issues there. So very many people have, if you have not been receiving, either you gave us a long number, you have deactivated the star 456 hatch. Number 3, you have not been attending the cell group meetings. And actually even the other thing that we said, we have moved some money to the cell group so that they can also co-share in some of the things that we also do. When they meet, like a group number 2, they have their meeting even for around 3 hours. 3 hours. Group number 2, group number 7, group number 5, group number 7, there are groups that have been meeting regularly. And if probably we are to ask, we'll find very many of these members here belong to those groups that are very active. The other thing, we have been writing letters, sending them to your emails. If we have an issue with you, we have been writing letters to you, asking you to come to the Sacco office through the email that you gave. Sometimes we are even reaching you through your next of kin. If we find you are not picking our calls, we go to your next of kin. So if you have been missing on that, and you have not been coming to check on the information in the office, then there is something, either we are not doing well, which we can actually be told today so that we can improve on it, but as well from your end, we would wage a situation where you come to us. Lastly, each one of you is in the mobile portal. You are in a Sacco portal. You are able to deposit your money. You are able to view your statements. So if you have not been doing it, then you have not been coming to the office. You have not been going to the cell group, because that's where people are facilitated to upload the app, so that every time you are able to tell, so that if there is any problem with your account, that time now you get back to us, because you will see it real time. That one you will see it real time. So if you are not on our portal, then you have not been, there is something you have not been doing, which you would wish that you do it. The third one, the fifth one is that we have some communication going on in our respective churches. For those who don't belong to SGM and the Imani, the SMS would serve you right. But any other method, we would adopt it, so that we can be able to communicate fully in a way that each member is aware of what is happening on a daily basis. When we launch the app, like one of the members, what Jama has asked, we are going to move now our SMS platform from the SMS platform to that app so that all the communication now will be coming from there. Including, we have talked about our website is very live. Our Facebook is very live. So we have, our Instagram is also very live. So in all those channels, you can pitch your issue there and we are able to see it from the office or from the person in charge who is Humphrey Giriri. We have promised one of the items quite for some time now, the mobile money. That is the mobile loans. And that one, you will allow me to discuss it later on some of the areas that the challenges we have faced so that we can enumerate the measures that we are doing to see to it that when we launch it, it will not be, because we can't launch that one and go back like the way we have done with the others. And we're also going to tell you the challenge that we have had so that at the end of the day, you can be with us in what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Yes, yes, yes.
The issue was on the cell group classification and everything. I was told you're on cell 7. From there, I haven't get any other information. I'm not on WhatsApp or on that cell group or nothing.
Let me share. Nasul, you have a loan,
Yes.
isn't it? Yes. So who signed for you?
From my savings, self-guarantee.
Who signed for the self-guaranteeing?
Myself.
No, you have a cell group leader who is supposed to sign your loan. Now, what we can do, Nasul, is this, that we have our 2 ladies outside there. And actually, we even have the list of people who do not have cell groups today. Here, they are outside. Please, as you are going out, get all the necessary information from Maureen and from Anne, so that from here, we can start on a good footing without any more problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And it is not addressing just him, it's all of us. And we believe from the board, from the cells, and all of us together, anything that can improve on communication is very welcome to us. Because we need to communicate to one another, we need to get feedback, we need to give you information. So anything that we can improve on, even before we leave this place today, is welcome, and we'll be able to highlight it. Thank you. It seems as if we can add there on reactions to the chairman's report. Then it's 10:35. We want to break, to have a short break of how many minutes? How many minutes? 15 minutes. We share a cup of tea, and then we see how best we can manage our time, because we had promised that we want to add early, but exhaustively we address all the issues we have. So someone can pray, can bless the cup of tea that we are about to take, then we proceed. Catherine.
Let us give thanks for the cup of tea. Father, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ, this morning we come before thee. We thank you, we honor you, we exalt your name, Jehovah God. We thank you, Lord, for this chance that you have given us, oh Jehovah, for us to see a new day. We don't take it for granted, King of all glory. I want to thank you even for this moment, Jehovah, that we have gathered here as a Sacco, oh God. Indeed, King of all glory, you have been faithful. For the last 1 year, you have been with us, oh Jehovah. You have been our provider, you have been our protector, and all we can say is that you are Ebenezer, this far King of all glory. I want to thank you even for the cup of tea that is before us, oh God, and even as a snack to take, oh God. We cover them with your blood, we commit it unto thee, oh God. May you bless them as we partake of it, O Jehovah God. King of all glory, we want to remember so many who are starving this morning, everlasting Father. So many who are not even able to eat for various challenges they are going through, Jehovah. King of all glory, we pray that you may meet them at the point of their needs, everlasting Father. We pray even as we go on, O God, that you may reign in this meeting, that your glory may be upon us, O God. We thank you and we honor you, Father, for we pray this, believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen.
I don't know, is there any order of taking tea? Ama ni kutoka tu? Haya. session. We want to get to the next session. Those who are outside. Okay, we can settle now so that we can proceed. So that we can proceed. So that we can proceed. Okay. In our order paper, in our agenda, the next item is a supervisory committee report. And I now want to invite the supervisory committee to present their report. Karibu Benson.
Good morning, members. Good morning. Yeah, so Thiongo Benson, Chairman Supervisory Committee, and we're going to read our report for the financial year ending December 2025. And we would like to start by commending the board for their continued work to steer the Sacco in the right direction, especially the growth of the loan book, which you've seen that it has grown by over 75%. The growth of the members' deposit that you've seen has grown by 35%, and also the growth in the profitability of the Sacco. So that's a commendable work that the board is undertaking. However, we note also the growth of the membership, which is also pertinent to us as members, because it's also an indication of whether we are doing referrals to other members, which is right, growth in membership. but also an increasing number in dormants. However, we advise, because we queried that, is a question of system, but we would want to ensure that we have a clear visibility of the members that are active endowments. So, something else that we note is on the liquidity of the Sacco capital. Clearly, we've seen an appetite in the borrowing from members. You can see loans book growth by 75%, vis-a-vis deposit by 35%. That is putting immense pressure into the Sacco liquidity, and therefore we challenged the board to drive or to come up with strategies that would help increase the liquidity of the Sacco so that we can continue to serve our member effectively and honor their financial needs. Credit policy and loan management. Whereas we acknowledge that there have been a great effort that is being done to correct the issued loans, but we also note with quite some concern about those loans that are not being honored in terms of timely correction, in terms of ensuring that we reduce our non-performing loan book. And this is an ongoing commitment, and we want to challenge the board and also the members, because we are the borrowers and represent part of these members that are borrowing, to see that we are honoring our loans. In terms of credit policy, we've also noted some irregularities in how groups, especially cell groups, are applying these policies. When members want to borrow money, we want to make the system quite seamless, because you've put your money there, and you as a member, you don't want to be taken through very lengthy, rigorous, and unnecessary processes, especially if you have done your part of bargain of saving consistently, repaying your previous loans. So your experience with our interaction with the Sacco should be seamless. The other point that is very, very critical is the importance of the board of management, and especially those who are in leadership, and also the cell group leaders, to ensure that we lead with our commitment to not just serve the Sacco, but honoring the regulations and the policy of the Sacco when it comes to loans repayment, when it comes to savings, and when it comes to ensuring that you are observing every rule that have been set by the Sacco. So anything that would put jeopardy into our integrity as a leaders of the Sacco, we would want it to be addressed immediately and swiftly, so that we can continue building confidence on our members on the trust they have bestowed upon us. On financial oversight, so the Sacco also would, the supervisory board would also want to commend the board for the work that they've been doing to ensure that the expenditure and the budgetary allocation is observed. But in areas where we see maybe lack of foresight in following the budget, we would want to encourage and challenge the board to ensure that they're able to follow the budget, because the budget is approved by you members, and therefore the board do not have any autonomous on spending maybe way above the budget. But so far so good. We have tried to live within the confine of our budget. So key recommendation is strengthening liquidity through enhanced saving and mobilization and alternative financing strategy, because you've seen we are lending over, our own book is over 50 million, but what we are correcting is about 16 million. And what we lended in the year 2025 was 39 million. It's there in your report. So when you are correcting 16 million and you are lending 39 million per year, you can see it's just a matter of time. It's a positive challenge which encourages us to grow. Because if you are lending more, we should also be able to correct more and mobilize more in terms of deposit, so that we can continue growing our Sacco in different fronts, from lending to deposit mobilization, share capital, and everything. So also enforcing stricter rule on loan repayment and monitoring and implementation of penalties on default loans. Yeah, because these are money that should come and help other members, but when members are not paying, they should not go scot-free. Establishing clear structure for managing non-performing loans so that we are able to address them as due, not when time is already gone and they have become bad loans. Also enhancing a strong internal control to ensure budgetary discipline as part of also ensuring our liquidity is taken care of, and efficiency in our report and transparency in our reporting. How we report to members, that should be very transparent. But I don't mean that has not been reported, but is an action that should be a going concern. Reviewing and also streamlining loan policy to improve efficiency on members, I've just mentioned that, so that members can have a good experience with our Sacco, because we are competing against other financial institutions that are doing similar business as us. So we don't want our members feeling like they have to go through a not very good experience to get maybe that loan. They should be able to get good experience so that they're also paying us in a happy way. When they're happy. So that's part that we should encourage the board to continue ensuring. Also standardization of policy among even cell group so that we not vary, because you are one institution. These groups are just part and parcels of the Sacco, and they should have standard and clear lending policy and conditions that need to be fulfilled, because we've seen others where we have very strenuous condition being impeded by the cell group. But of course, the spirit is to ensure proper internal control, but should also be aligned with members' interests. In conclusion, the Sacco definitely has made clear progress, and we are happy as a supervisory committee, and we want to continue assuring the members that we're doing our part of the bargain, ensuring that your investments and your trust that have been bestowed upon this management and us all is being taken care of. And at no time should we wake up one morning and you realize your wealth is no longer there. So we are making every effort to ensuring we are not just protecting, but there is also growth in value in the investment that you have put in our Sacco. The supervisory want to affirm that commitment, and also we encourage the board to continue strengthening this internal control to reduce non-performing loans, ensuring compliance with sustainable lending policies, and addressing issues urgently as they come, and overall safeguarding the wealth of our members. Thank you very much. This report has been approved and compiled by our supervisory committee member, our secretary Yvonne Minor, member Yvonne Wahetu, and myself, Chairman Benson Thiongo. God bless you. Maybe we'll take question. If there are some question, can respond maybe before I resume my seat.
Okay. We adopt the report first. We own it. So we need a proposer and a seconder. We own it, then we react to it. We chukue iwe yetu by proposing and seconding. A proposer and a seconder. Wale nyuma. Name please. Oh, ni Gideon. Na hapa bele. Okay, William. Okay. Then reaction to the report.
Thank you so much for your report. For me, it's just a clarification. I've noticed on your loan portfolio and credit management, you captured the part where you say the committee underscores the importance of full compliance with Sacco regulations by all board members, instances of non-compliance and potential conflict of interest undermine the integrity and credibility of the Sacco. So this is your recommendation to the board, right? I also noticed that you said the same exact thing on governance and compliance, and my query is, why the double recommendation? Was there something that maybe you saw needed the double emphasis, or why? Because when you emphasize on a point twice, that means maybe there's something that was amiss, or maybe there's something that was really of concern. Maybe on just small clarification on the same.
I think I must start by saying this. Any institution to grow or to succeed is not a question of resources, but the question of the people leading that institution. And I think the question of our emphasis is not just because there is a problem, which of course we don't highlight any problem here, but is a question that we need to keep on putting the board on the pedestal to ensure that as a board and as the leaders, we stand at the point of integrity whereby whatever we are doing when it comes to whether the decision we are making in lending, in the decisions that's pertaining to the Sacco, they are well aligned in the interests of the member, and like our integrity is not in question. It's a good question, but it's a question of emphasis that we who have been trusted with these huge resources, is a huge responsibility that have been trusted on this particular team. And it's not easy. We want to understand that. But then we have to ensure that we ourselves are the one that is reading. For example, maybe if I come to Florence, and because she is my friend, and she might be in good books, but if she approves my loan based on that without looking at other fundamentals, then we have a problem in that integrity. I don't want to say that is a problem, but are the things that would easily compromise the integrity of our leadership. And anything that we see about that will not hesitate as a supervisory committee to call it out, and even rally these members to auction that leader out of the office, because that is our core mandate when we are the watchdog of the Sacco. Yeah.
Yes, I have heard you read about good things about loans, and I have just come to realize when you talk of 16 million against 39 million, that there is the saving of 16 million and the people are borrowing 39 million. I have heard you talk of that, that you are experiencing some pressure on issues of loaning. You have given a figure of 16 million against 39 million. Now, my core question here is, what is this that you are doing to give out a loan of 39 when you are receiving saving of 6 million? Yet, we know when you borrow a loan, based on what does it that make sense? Because when you talk of 16 million versus 39, it means there are some people who are getting money who have not even saved there.
Good.
Or how do you explain that?
Good.
Okay, on pressure, and you have talked on pressure on loans on the Sacco. Somebody wants a loan, and here you have some pressure. What are these measures that you are taking to ensure that this person gets the right money he had requested? Because everybody I know, whenever you go to look for a loan, you have done your mathematics. You want a certain figure so that you can take a certain activity. Is it that you are discouraging people to borrow loans because you are experiencing pressure? Because I have an experience of that. Where do you sign a loan? You are sometimes told to go and look for other members from other groups. And when you are calculating your figure, You imagine the people you are in the group are able to make you get that money. But there is this thing that you are calling the guaranteed amount. The guaranteed amount now comes a very big issue because it makes you then walk to the whole group looking for that amount to fit that figure. Somebody with the 200,000 is giving somebody 7,000. Now, where do you get that money if you ask 1 million? And that person you expected to have given you a lot of good money. He is giving you 7,000. And another one there, you expect him to give you good money. Office computation. Talk of 5,000. Surely, somebody who even wants some little money. Atafikisha pesa wakati gani? Even if you consider that of his. I feel there is poor management here. I think you need to look into this issue seriously. It is actually a very big problem to owners. Am I sure? Am I saying something? Am I saying something, members? Yes. So when we keep here, sometimes we hide some things. But we'll come out now knowing what is happening. Tell us what is all this about. 16 against 39, these pressures that you are talking of, the measures you are taking to discourage people from taking loans, like that.
Good. Allow me to, and it's a very fundamental and critical question that the investor is asking. But I want you to understand the fundamental of the Sacco. Because what I've started is, what you are having is a very, very positive pressure. Because it's all about growth. First, you know fundamentally how a Sacco operates. You save 1 shilling, you get how many shillings? 3 times, sindio? Actually, last year we made it even 4 times, sindio? So meaning, if I have 1,000 shilling, I can borrow 3,000, is it? So when you talk about 16 million, that was the amount that was corrected in terms of loan repayment, vis-a-vis that was rated, which was 39. It doesn't mean like we're not having prudence, because it means someone who had 1 million came for 3 million, sindio? And we can't deny this person 3 million. And the Sacco have money. What we are just saying here is, as also member borrow, we also have to rally ourselves to continue saving. Because one trend that you have seen in our Sacco, and it's upon us member to address this, is when a member borrows, for example, you've borrowed 500,000 and you are saving 2,000. You still continue to save 2,000. You see now, by the end of the day, you've borrowed so much, but what you are saving is so little, even if what you are paying is still adequate for your monthly repayment. So what we are encouraging the board to do is to ensure we are also building our war chest in terms of deposit, because you have done very, very well in terms of lending, which is commendable for members and for the board. So what we are also encouraging the board to do is to come up with strategy that we ensure that we are building our financial war chest, so that even if you come and borrow 39 million, we still have like 20 million. Although we don't want to stay with money. The Sacco doesn't make money by staying with money. It makes money by lending, but we want to ensure that we have adequate money to lend to our members through mobilizing the deposit, mobilizing the share deposit, which is the asset of the Sacco. You said also a very important question. You want 200,000. Then you have to walk to 40 members. What? Yes. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about loan repayment. I'm talking about saving, and this is something that I think the management has taken. You've received, for example, communication. If you take certain amount of money, you have to increase your saving. Have you received that? It's happening. So. What I'm saying here. let me clarify that. For example, if you borrow a loan, you've been, you know, our minimum saving is 500, sendio? That is our Sacco at the moment, monthly saving. So if you borrow a loan, for example, of 500,000, you can't continue saving at the minimum of 500. You have to come up with threshold that you have to push that person to save at least like 2,000 or 500. No, this is not loan repayment. Loan repayment he'll pay according to his schedule, which is if you have taken for 3 years, probably you pay 30,000. So what we are encouraging members is, like you've borrowed, but you still want to save the minimum. You can't continue saving the minimum so that we continue. So, okay, I'll allow the board to respond because that is a problem of the board. Mine is an observation that I'm making. Kindly let me answer the last question so that I can allow the treasurer to respond maybe to that question. That's a question of the board. It is not even my question to try and answer. But it's an observation that we are making and encouraging members to ensure that we ensure the growth. The second thing that you have answered is on how you borrow and how you get guarantorship. And this is how we are saying we have to make sure the experience that you members have. Because me, I'm speaking on the point of members, not on the point of the board. It is good so that you don't have to go the entire of Kinoo village looking for guarantors. The board should come with a way that ensure the experience of the member is so easy. If you want that 200,000, he can just have like 10 people granting him or 5 people and not to move to 20 people so that he can get the amount to be guaranteed. And this can be solved at the cell group level, where even the cell group that you are in, if for example you are in a cell group where you have 1 million and you have 2 or 3 members who are 50,000, you'll have a problem in getting your guarantorship, is it? And those are the things that we are encouraging the board to ensure they are streamlined so that our members can have a good experience, even when borrowing and when repaying the loan. Yeah. Maybe I'll allow to answer, to clarify that question, unless maybe I wanted to take my last question so that I can sit down in case there is any other from Supervisory. Then you can clarify that point so that our member can be.
Hello, Benson.
Okay.
How are you?
Yes.
My name is Lucas Mwangi. I have a question. Why, if there is something on core capital on here, in your report there's nothing on core capital. So I'm asking, why is there nothing on core capital? Why don't you say something on increasing of members' share capital?
That's a very good question. And I think what you have noticed, our report from the previous report, there is slight different. And someone may argue, have we focused only on maybe the negative part? Because the board has focused on the positive part that are going well. But also we are focusing on areas that require improvement. But even though we have not mentioned that, it's one of the recommendations that we have given to the board. And to see part of way of building the asset and the liquidity of the Sacco is to ensure the core capital is adequate. Because you've seen we have a deficit. Our core capital by now should be 10 million, but we still have a deficit. That means if any one of us who is seated here, because we passed a resolution, I think last year, but 2023, that everyone should ensure that your share capital should be above 5,000. So it means the board, what you need to do, you're failing on your job if at all the people that are seated here, their core capital, their share capital is not above 5,000. Otherwise, this member should ask, should we then take some money from your deposit and ensure that everyone is at par? But also is a question of us all to be incentivized to make sure that we are building because there are two investments in the Sacco. There is a deposit you make and there is the share capital. And one thing you realize, even when it comes to dividend, what you get as your interest on deposit is very different from what you get as dividend on your share capital. So maybe we should raise that interest rate, maybe it's like 15%, so that members can naturally gear themselves to save more in the Sacco and eventually build our core capital to 10 million and above. But I think that is a conversation that the board should have with those members that are not complying, but more so is our individual motivation to ensure that we are not just remaining at 5,000, we are remaining at 10,000, 50,000, because it's to our benefit. Because if I'm getting more return on share capital, I would rather put my money there. So I would encourage us members. This is our Sacco. And the best way we can do is to support it, not by deposit and borrowing alone, but also building the share capital, which is the core capital of the Sacco, and help the Sacco on its liquidity concern. So, but it's a very pertinent question, an encouragement to all of us, but also a challenge to the board to ensure that every member seated here, they have met their minimum capital threshold, which is 5,000 as per our last resolution. Good. I should take last as the last question, maybe Livingstone, in the interest of time, please.
Thank you, Mr. Diongo. Kuna hii issue ya conflict of interest. Sijui kama kuna shida kama hiyo kuna sababu mmeinota hapa mambo ya governance.
I think this is a very fundamental aspect of everything that we do in the interest of what we're doing for our Sacco. Because our Sacco have grown to an extent that when you see all these investors gathered here, everyone would have an interest maybe to serve in the board, in the supervisory committee, to become a supplier in the Kinoo Pcea Sacco, all these things. And what we are trying to say when we say conflict of interest, and I think this was addressed also in the previous year, is to ensure that there is clear policies, even when it comes to joining the board. The board has come up with clear policies so that anyone who finds himself in the board or in the supervisory committee is following the laid down policies that are there, and I cannot find myself as in the board because I'm the chairman friend or I'm a supplier to the Sacco because I know someone in the board. So that's why we are emphasizing and critically encouraging that we have adequate policy that safeguard our Sacco, because you know any institution, that even those are big institutions, one thing that has been their biggest challenge is the issue of conflict of interest, issues of not following clearly down policy, and therefore we're just calling for a strong institutional internal control that will ensure my investment and your investment is safeguarded from any one of us who would have ulterior motive that would not be in the best interest of our members. So it's an ongoing concern that we would ensure, and we want to commend the board because through the cell group and the different committee, they have been able to come up with those policies, and now is a challenge or encouragement, make sure that those policies are being implemented so that the issue of internal control is well taken care of. Good. Thank you. I hope I've not missed any other person, but I want to commend our members for also the support that you're giving to our Sacco. This is our institution and our investment, and therefore let's continue supporting it. And we want to assure you as a supervisory committee, when we are there, is to make sure that our interest is safeguarded and our Sacco is growing, and which you have seen. And the small issue that you see, like maybe non-performing loans, issues of liquidity, those issues, some of them are positive. In the way, we have like a Sacco that I know where you get that lending, people are not borrowing. And therefore, when it comes to declare the dividend, they declare dividend at 3%. You know, that's a problem. Because they have so much money sitting in their account, members are not borrowing. But the beauty with our Sacco here, and which I want to commend you for, you're borrowing and also repaying, and let's continue building our Sacco in that way, but also investing also in the share capital to build the core investment of our Sacco. That was my final question, but because you are former board supervisory member, maybe allow me to Mwai to ask his question. Yeah. Maybe you can speak from there, Mwai. We can hear you.
approved budget versus revised budget against the actual budget. Because I've noted some figures here, like we have an approved budget of what is this? 120 for office land. Revised budget is 200,000. Actual budget is 72,000. There are several figures as members can note. Well, what do you have to say about that?
Good. I think I'll allow also the board to respond to that. But one thing that I should commend from the supervisory aspect, from the year like we've been there, like 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025, we have seen quite improvement in our discipline, the board discipline, ensuring that they are following the budget. Even though maybe there would be some discrepancies here and there, but there is significant improvement in terms of ensuring the budgetary discipline, which is important to ensure that we are not spending outside our budget. However, we have also noted that even as we grow, we should also ensure that our budget is growing alongside our revenue, so that we don't have a bolted budget vis-a-vis maybe our revenue that is not growing. So the budget should grow in tandem with our revenue, because if you have a very bolted budget, it means it reduces the members' earning, and it's a conversation that we've had with the board, so that they ensure that the budget is aligned with the Sacco growth and that there is that financial discipline. So, Mwai, to answer your question, there is good adherence to the budgetary controls, but more so is upon the board to ensure that our budget speaks to the revenue that the Sacco is generating, so that we do not deny the members their earning, because probably we are either expanding too fast and maybe spending too much before maybe the need. So, and those are some of the things. And because you could have noticed, like last year, there was a suggestion of an expansion of an office. And one of the things that we saw in terms of the revenue that we are getting, probably that could have waited maybe 1 or 2 years, and so that we can save that cost that is there. But there is a need, we know there is a need, but that need should be in line also with the growth of the Sacco. So we are trying to help the board ensure that their adherence to those budgetary constraints in line with the revenue that the Sacco is generating, so that we build value and create value for members. Otherwise, God bless you, and let's continue working and ensuring that we have a successful Sacco, and also congratulations to the board for the work that you're doing. Thank you. I'm allowing that question to be clarified from the treasurer's perspective.
Thank you very much, members. That question, I will answer it later, because there is a time for that. But just want to come to our brother here. I believe very many of you, you have page 2 of the audited account. And one of the things that I would mention here is that one of the main characteristics of money is scarcity. Is a scarce resource. Every institution that is dealing with money is working under that principle. However, if you look at page 2, it is telling you we have loans of 54,313,000, and we have members' deposits of 53,098,000. So if you look at it even from any other way, you can see there is a shortfall of 1 million. So the question comes in, where did we get that 1 million? So the pressure, when the supervisory committee talks about repaying 16 million against 39. The reason is only one, that all loans are not premised on one term, like 1 year, 2 years. Mimi nakuja nachukua loan for 3 years, another one for 1 year, another one for 2 years. The question should be, is the money, are the loans expected to be paid within that year paid? And from my perspective and from the information from me, yes. What has not been paid is what now we are calling the defaulted amount of money. And that is what the supervisory committee is telling the board, to come up with measures to make sure that those loans that are not being paid on time, which have already been mentioned by the auditor, to be paid on time, so that there is no single day that the Sacco is going to fail to honor its obligation. This far, nobody has ever applied for a loan and came out and saying, I was told wait because there is no money. We have money, and actually we have been told, we have been telling members, like what the last year's audit, the auditor complained that we have more money than, why are you holding so much money, yet the business of the Sacco is to give money. We want to find ourselves in a situation where you come and we don't have money, so that the board doesn't go to sleep. But in a minute now, we keep on telling you, come for money, come for money, come for money. Hakuna pleasure pade hii hakuna pleasure. Pesa iko, ni nyinyi mumekataa kujia pesa. Lakini wakati umesikia kuna pesa, unajua ATM kuna kuwaka na pesa hapo ndani. Lazima uweke pin yako hapo. Sasa pin yako kama ni the wrong one, ya kuwa huja kuwa ukitimiza masharti ya Sacco, usiende hapo karibu na hiyo ATM ya Sacco. Wewe ukae kado, uote washe watu wengine na ukiwa yako ni shilingi 200 iko kwa ATM. Wewe enda chukua shilingi yako 200 kwa ATM, wachana na hizo zingine ziko hapo, ziko na wenyewe. And there I'll be answering this question. What we are trying to streamline is you come as a member, you let's say take for instance the 2,000. By the time you are taking 500,000, it means you have been in the Sacco for quite some time and you have around 171,000 Kenya shillings, so that you get the 500,000. The 500,000. So you are qualified. You are qualified for that money. But remember, the money for Sacco from members is not just given like that. You go and talk to your members for you to get that money, so that they guarantee you the excess money from yours. Because you have been guaranteeing other people's money, loans. So the minute you go to them and they value you, they realize you. You know, the leader, you have a leader of the Sacco who signs your loan before it appears on the desk of credit committee. If your leader tells us that huyu tumemwonea namba 8, hii pesa asipewe, because these are the guaranteeing people. If you come to me and you borrow me, we are in the same group, but I know you come and I have 1 million, I give you 7,000. You should be contented with that and improve your whatever is you are falling short of in that group. But again, you cannot be a member in a group. Let me clarify here. Every time you hit a particular threshold, and I'll give you only this example. The minute you hit a threshold of 1 million, you are moved out of that group whether you want it or not. Because you will be a problem. You will be a problem to these other people. The minute you will come, you will wipe out all their savings. So you go to another group. We tell you, this is a group of enda pale. Na hapo unaweza kufika hapo,
ukue mtu mdogo sana. Ufika hapo na milioni yako ukue mtu mdogo sana. Sasa henda chezea hiyo ligi. Cheza hiyo ligi wewe ndio ulijipeleka hapo. Ndio wewe uchukue hizo milioni zako unataka kuchukua. We keep on graduating people, and that's why we are encouraging. The minute you hit a million, let me clarify also. Like, let me give one example. We have a member here who has taken us 6 million Kenyan shillings as a loan. That member minimum contribution per month is 15,000, not less. You have taken a lot of money from members, and you are going to stay with their money for 4 years, and you come and give us 2,000. No. So the minute you start arriving there, you know their conditionalities. Si ulisikia inchi ile ambayo iko kwa level ingine mafuta yake iko juu zaidi kuchida ya wale wengine. How true it is, I don't know. But what we are saying is this. You keep on graduating and being conditioned to that group where now you have entered. So that the other can continue the competition. There is a dumb thing you are seeing somewhere here. The minute it will be opened, you will see now where the difference is. So all these things that we are doing, including, you can only get the money that you have been guaranteed by the members. That's why we have put you at 30. So that at any one given time, no member will. Ukipewa 7,000 na watu, hiyo itakuwa around 210,000 na pesa zako. Have a million, you already have it with you. So what we are saying is this. All these measures we are putting, and I know there are some frustrations that have come in between. But they are only meant to safeguard the interest of the other members' savings. The other thing is this. When that pressure will come, when that pressure ya pesa itakuja, ndio kuna swali tutawauliza hapa na tutawaomba mtusaidie na hiyo. Hiyo tutawaambia mtusaidie na hiyo, ndio hiyo pressure itakuja sisi. Unajua hamtuletei pressure ndio tumalizike. Hapana, tunaleta pressure alafu na nyinyi mtusaidie hiyo kubeba hiyo pressure. The issue of whether there are cartels in the board. Actually, after here, officer, there is a code of conduct for all Sacco board members that they are going to sign, which is telling them what they can do, what they cannot do. And this code of conduct is coming in, and allow me, members, to say this. You need money. You need money, my brother. And when you have been told by the office, you are all over looking for Gatia. Gatia comes and tells you, go back to the office. You go and look for Felix, because you know he is also your elder. Elder comes and say, my member is suffering. And we tell him no. Then you go to the other person. What we are saying is, some of the conduct that we could be exhibiting, they are coming from pressure from you. And from here, as we are finishing, we are also going to agree on one thing. Once you have been denied the loan in the office, go back and check why you have not. Do not keep on calling us. Because a member cannot call the board member. A member is only allowed to go back to the office. Because once an issue has been brought to the office, the board addresses it and deposits it again in the office. Once you have been told, go and improve. If you go to school and you are told you are number 10, do you keep on going back and asking the teacher why you are number 10? You are told these are your marks. So what we are saying is this: there is no cartels in the board under the chairmanship of Nani. There is also no conflict of interest. Actually, even the people who supply us with goods, they are from outside. Some of them we even don't know them. We don't know. We have allowed that office to operate without any interference from the member of the board. Poor management. I cannot be able to say this because you cannot blow your own trumpet. But I tend to believe in one way or another. These board members, even when we read all these documents that are here, you realize tubenyinyima sana. Hata sisi actually hata sisi tungetaka leo Mtufikirie. Mtufikirie. So this board imejifinya sana, na kuna wakati hata wao wananilaumu ati mimi nimio na wafinyanga. Naambia si mimi. So what we are saying is this: poor management. If you look at the characteristic of poor management, you go to loans. We have said nobody has ever been told you cannot get those loans unless there is one or two other things. You have never heard of any scandal hapa kwa hii, kwa sababu auditor yule yuko hata si wa Kinoo hata mimi sijui kwa nasikiaga kwao ni Ruiru. Poor management you will always be able to see. Even this money we are giving today as dividends, you will not be seeing it if there was poor management. When you come to the office, you would also see disorganization. That one, I don't think Pcea Kinoo Sacco has that disorganization. So maybe you tamper your language so that you give us some score, because we also attend those nini. But what we are saying is this in short: the kind of compliance that we are looking for and what we are being urged by the supervisory committee is to make sure that members' money, do not touch members' money. And when members' money, we don't find it here, we'll blow the trumpet and tell members, your money is not available. So from where I sit, be content, give more, pay your loan, come for the results. You will get them. And some of it, you will get it today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Tukimalizia, just one emphasis that I'll make on the importance of a cell. The way the cell started, if for those who are here who can remember, tulichukua watu tukiwaweka kwa cell groups. Over time, as I said in my report, the cells are becoming natural. So, if you are not growing within your cell members can deny to guarantee you money. True or false? If you are not part of them. And even what Gatia has said, over time, you may outgrow your cell. Because if you require a loan of 5 million, na members wa cell yako, they don't have such deposits, it means that hutapata guarantors from that cell. So, over time, cells zitakuwa natural. Such that you are in a cell where actually you are working with, if you are a bird, you walk with the birds. If you are an elephant, you walk with elephants. I'm only saying this so that at least when it comes to guarantorship, you are easily, because you can imagine you are looking for a loan of 5 million. Na wale watu wako kwa selo yako, the deposits ni 2,000, 3,000. Uta exhaust wote na uende kwa selo hiyo ingine kutafuta. So that's naturally the importance of the cell, and that's why we are encouraging the meetings within the cells so that we can all work together. Members are confident with you. They know you. You are agreeing on so many things. That's why the importance of the cells. And I'll still encourage all of us, at least cells are where we can grow and we can become what we want. Sio kutaka ati mtu azunguke kwa akitafuta hii form, alafu hata unatafuta karatasi page 2 ndio uweze kujaza ile loan yenye unatafuta. Is because of maybe the nature of the cells you are in, na wenye mko nao, na confidence yenye members wako nayo kwako. Maybe they can decline not to guarantee you based on the previous experiences. But that will be addressed as we move on. Thank you. I think we are through with the reaction to the supervisory committee report. And we move on to the next item in the agenda, which is the presentation of the audited report, accounts of and statement of financial position for the year 2025. I want to invite the treasurer to introduce the auditor, then we can move on.
Thank you very much. It's a question I want to ask. Is there any representative of the auditor here? Because I have not seen him.
Members, thank you. Let me see what we have. Appointment of auditors, approved budget, fix the borrowing power. Are we really able to go without audit? No. Okay, Kibegini anakunywa chai. So let's establish that so that we can move forward, because for almost all other things, they are based on that. Disposal of surplus is only whether the auditor who can tell us whether we have surplus. Appointment of auditor, we can only appoint based on whether the current one performs. Approved the budget, the borrowing power, all that. Could be for a minute, then get the response. Lakini in the meantime, just I can take one more question or reaction. Tukigojea hiyo simu. Did we close on someone? Okay, kuna swali niliulizwa tukikunywa chai. Nikaulizwa we had budgeted for 500 times 200 is how much? 500 shillings times 200 people? 10,000? 100,000? We had budgeted for 100,000 for travel, but only 100 people turn up. So we use 50. Where does the 50 go? Where does it go? Yeah? Ati? I tell you. Okay. And we had planned for 200 people for lunch and everything. Only 100 come. We are charged for the 100. So we save on the 100 people. Actually, sio ati tulikuwa tumetoa hiyo pesa tuko nayo hivi. Even if we had done it, that money goes back to the Sacco account. So it means that it's still building on our money. So what happens, what we would say is that it's only that the expense will go down. It's only that instead of 200,000, we'll spend 100, but it's still the Sacco money. So when we are talking of the surplus or what we have made in the year, it means that if all the people had come, we'll be less 100,000. But if fewer people came, we'll be more by 100. So ni kutoa hapa unaweka hapa, lakini the money is safe and is still for the people. And as we said, it's only that now we are building on the surplus, that the total surplus that we get, which is distributed among people. So watu wakikuja, vile I think the cooperative officer alisema, instead of the 8%, itarudi 7%. So not that we are encouraging people not to come, so that we can move from 7.2 to 8, the better if they come. Because it's more than the money, it's also about the information. And I'm sure out of this meeting, yenye tutaongea, we will all be wiser than we came in. So hiyo pesa bado inarudi kwa Sacco. Not that it's shared by the board or otherwise or spent in another line. It's only that that particular line item, it has paid kidogo kushida vile ilikuwa imetarajiwa. Okay? Any other? I'm waiting for a confirmation because we want to hear from the auditor. Yes? Sorry? Mm-hmm. Sorry. Repeat the comment, the question.
Amesema, nimesikia akisema Mr. Gatia, tusiwe na ama victim. Siongei ati kwa sababu ni mtu mwingine nimeona. Ni mimi. I have a characteristic nikikosa kutosheka na vile secretary ameniambia. Natakaga that other office. Ndio nitosheke. Na ndio muko hapo, you give us the right information. Sasa whenever I ask a question I don't get an answer from that person called secretary. Where else do you want me to go?
Okay.
And when I go to the office, I'm misbehaving. And you know, nitaenda nyumbani bila kutosheka. Will I appreciate that, Sacco? Surely.
Okay.
I have an example of people I know who are currently not in this meeting because they were discouraged. They wanted some loans. When they got that shallow information, they disappear. Where else do you, surely, where you have committed your own money and you went satisfaction, and somebody saying, your conduct, you go to this person, you come to us, we shall observe you. Where you want us to put us fear so that you don't get near the right office to get the answers. Mr. Gatia, the secretary has said that. Honestly, I didn't. Kuna mtu alisema kwa siasa, we respect you, but we don't fear you. Hatumuogopi. Na ni lazima tuulize maswali. You have committed your own. Ama namna gani members? I have committed my own. I'm a victim of what Mr. Gatia. I borrowed a road that was very little and I wanted to do some testing, water testing. I got even less. And I said, give me that money you can afford. Because I was discouraged by what I found. Now, all along, I have also, like I have observed, it's my good observation or bad observation. When these new people are coming to ask for a road, there's a kind of a barrier. You new people, you are coming with a lot of force. You are coming with a lot of questions. We shall look at you in another eye. Sasa, those members who are not here, Doris hako hapa? Is Doris here? Shemu hako hapa? These are some of the members I share with in the same group. And they were like that. They went that way. Where they could get the right information like me. Where I went to Mr. Gati and consulted him widely. Tell me, what am I going to do? They ran away. Do you want us to put us fear that you don't come to the office when you don't get satisfaction?
Okay, may I answer? Okay. Sorry? Okay, yes.
Hello, as I said, my name is Simon Chege. Vile kitu mimi ningetaka kusema na niambie mzee mwenzangu. Mimi ni wa cell 2. Na sasa ile niliingia kwa hiyo cell nilianza na 40,000. Na members guaranteed me. I remember Mr. Kariuki alikuwa ananiuliza na umechukua pesa kidogo. Nikamwambia wacha nianze wapi? Nikaenda kwa 80,000. Cell yangu ikaniapprovia. Nikaenda kwa 100 and something. It was approved by the group. Kulingana na my behavior. And I believe that is the correct thing to do. Now I have gone to 400,000. Wamenipatia. through ile discipline. And that's what Mr. Gatia is always telling us. Without formation ya cell discipline, utatangatanga sana ukikosa pesa. Utapata. Even if you go to the bank, wanaangalianga account yako wanakuambia, hey, wewe labda tupatie 20,000 na wewe unataka 100,000. Na kuna mtu anaenda for millions na anapewa. Sasa tusichukue ati ukienda kwa Sacco. Kuna ile pesa tunasemanga ni risk money unapeana. Tukienda hivi, mimi was in one Sacco in Udhiru. Ilikuwa inaitwa Nest Sacco na ili collapse. Kwa sababu hizo maneno mtu anaenda angemepewa hana haja qualify hajafanya nini. Kwa Sacco ni discipline. Mimi wakati Sacco ya Kinoo ili collapse, nilikuwa nimesema sitawaingia Sacco. And tulikuwa na Mama Dhuo mkono. Mama Dhuo. Inua. Hata elder. Tulikuwa na hiyo Sacco na ili collapse. Sasa let us be serious on this issue. Tujuane. Kwetu ukiingia cell 2, we were voted the best cell last year. Wacha tuende hiyo mtindo. Lakini isikuwe ni individual. Sisi wote hatuwezi fikia Mr. Gatia kwa sababu kuna ile wale wako ofisi. Wakiangalia kwa system yako waone, na ndio unaona wewe unaenda kuomba pesa 200,000. Unapelekea mtu anakupatia 7,000. Na akona saving ya 70. Kwa nini anakupatia 7? Kwa sababu akutrust. Unaona? Sasa we are kwa AGM, these are tunakujanga once a year. It's a very serious forum we have today. Na hatuwezi kwenda kila mtu akileta yake tuanze pale tutachukua hapa 1 month. Wacha to deal na Sacco. Wewe kama uko na issue enda kwa cell. Enda kwa cell. Na tumeambiwa mimi kwanza nataka kuhama hiyo niende hiyo 1 million. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just an addition to that. We want to ensure you. I said in our report, we are just equal to you. It's only that we are in the board. Lakini sisi ni member kama any other member. And we want to satisfy you as much as possible. If you don't get enough information from your cell, you are at liberty to come and talk to us. Because we don't want a dissatisfied member. Member moja kutoka kwa Sacco is an effect on us. Kwa sababu we value that one member. One, moja tu ni wa muhimu kwetu, and we have had discussions with members. We invite them to the board meeting, those who have had issues, so that we can address them. And we try to satisfy them as much as possible. Even after this, did you know you have a right to come and examine our books in the office? Do we know that? Yeah? Ukitaka kuona the audited accounts, even after today's AGM, you have a right. Actually, that is our office. So tusione like it's them versus us. We are all equal. We are all the same. It's only that we have been placed in this position. Lakini we need to address each and every issue. If you go through a loan application and it's not successful, it's your right to know why it was not successful, and it's our duty to tell you that why you did not make it. So that all of us, from cell to the board to the office, we are able to be together as a team. Is that okay? Lakini we want to move together.
Thank you very much again. I just want to touch that little bit of what my brother is saying here. And baada ya hapa, cha tuonane pale kwa neti. Uniambie hizo shida. Na siku moja, next year, tunakutaka hapa kwa hii board. Ndio ukuje hapa tukurane vichwa. Unajua huko. Kuna maneno inaendeleaga, hata nafikiria hata kwa wazee wa kanisa kuna maneno inaendelea, tukiwaona wanacheka, lakini unajuaga kuna maybe maneno inatendeka because hakuna good decisions inatokaga from nowhere. But what we are saying is that we are ready to give people money.
That's why we have disbursed this 52, 53 million, 54 million. Hakuna mtu tunataka akose pesa. Lakini ukikuja, nimesema tena kuna utaratibu wa kuchukua pesa. Try to improve yourself as much as possible. Ndio ukifika unajipata hauna hizo changamoto. Learn more from the cell groups, because that's where the point is. If you come and probably you are asking, there's a member here who came na alikuwa anataka 1.3 million. That was the first loan. Na nikakuja nikamwambia nataka tupatane. Sasa hii loan nimeiona, nataka tupatane kabla haijaenda kwa credit committee. Na akakuja na nikamwambia hii loan utapewa. Hii loan yako ya kwanza, hatujui kama ni kuwekelea unawekelea. Na for the first time to reveal it to you, we had to register his logbook under us. Ndio tumpe pesa, logbook yake inakuanga kwa Sacco. Na he is a good man, he is a good member, he has been paying. Tukikuja tuone kwa account yako, pesa inangogaga January 2nd, ingine inangoga March 28, ingine inangoga. Nikugoga zinangoga because zinakuja zikiwa nyingi. Alafu zinatoka, immediately zinatoka. Na unataka 1 million, unajua hivyo tu ndivyo zitatoka na hivyo ndivyo utatoka. Ndio utapata hiyo kashagamoto kakubwa kidogo, kwa sababu kuna kahistoria yako ambayo haiendagi na vile inakaa. Unaona Gen Z, unaona vile mchipi yangu pale imefungiwa. Wakiangalia Gen Z mifuko yao hainini, na hata sana sana wavaagi belt, kwa sababu wao wako kwa hiyo level. Mkiniona mimi suruali yangu ikiwa inasag, mjue niko kwa masaa ya wenyewe. So kila mtu akae kwa masaa yake. Now, coming back to the area that we are in, on the issue of the audited account, I've just talked to the auditor by, I don't know what, he's also, hata yeye ajui nini ataniambia. He's in a conference with KRA in Nyeri, so he is not here with us. And I just want to request you members, if you can allow us, we allow the cooperative officer to do this work of the auditor today, so that we do not leave here without all this, and then let alone we get a proper and an official explanation why an auditor would avoid this kind of would fail to appear this kind of. But he is saying it was an oversight, he didn't remember. So as a human being, what else do I have to tell him? He has been a good man all through, because all the other times he has been here with us. And I don't know whether you members, you can allow the cooperative officer to do this work of the auditor, and then we move ahead. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that the cooperative officer take over the responsibility or the work of reading these, because the responsibility still falls with him, with them, but he take us through the books so that we can fulfill one part of the law, that this AGM did not skip the audited accounts, and that we have been allowed by law to move into the next work, because this is the one that is telling us, because if this is not done today, I mean, it's not a warning, but if the books are not ready today, we have to call for another AGM when now the dividends will be paid out, because they cannot be paid without this work. So that's why I'm requesting if you can allow the cooperative officer to do this work on behalf of the auditor, so that we can proceed with the official work that we came here to do and to finish. Do we continue? The members agreeing, raise up your hand. Okay, thank you very much. You are allowed to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Yeah, so I think number one is to to acknowledge that we didn't see that coming, and I think that is why he was not even called prior to check if the auditor is here. Number two, I am not the person who is supposed to do that, but when duty calls, I think we take it up, because if we talk about postponing this agenda, then it may do us more harm than good. So in that, having said that, then I'll take up the role. Now, I believe I'll do it to the best of my knowledge. I believe we have the audit, we have the accounts with us. We start with page number 1. We go to page number 1. Page number 1 of the accounts, whereby it is majorly the introduction of this audit, and to read the heading, it says it is Pcea Kinoo, page number 1. Pcea Kinoo Parish Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited. Your registration number is 19402, and the audit is for the year ended 31st December 2025. The first item is the management team. They have been introduced there as at last year. The supervisory committee members, they are also introduced there. There's no point reading them. Then there is the registered office details, the independent auditor details there, and also the principal banker, who is Equity Bank. Do we have copies? Ama, are we? Oh, I think it's being projected. We use the projector. Sorry for that. We thought we have copies. So I think we have covered that. That is majorly the introduction. Then we go to page number 2. Page number 2. So you can maximize it a bit. Watu ionekane. You have it. Ala, hebu waambie iko wapi basi. Oh, you have number 2. Aya, kila mtu wako hapo. Aya, basi tuendelee. From the data there, the first item is membership. And the data there is comparison between year 2025 and year 2024. The active members are stated there, 229. The dormant member for this year is 222, as it was highlighted in the chairman's report. You compare that with the other year. We may not talk much because it was already highlighted. So the total members registered in Kinoo Sacco is 491 as at closure of the year 2025. Then we go to financials, whereby our total assets was 62,799,515. This we compare to the other year, which was 45,397,680. Members deposit, it closed at 53,098,050 shillings. You compare that with the other year, which was 38,554,766. Loan and advances to members. 2025, it closed at 54,313,299. We compare that with the other year, which was 31,066,385. Then we have core capital. We will get to know what core capital is later on, which closed at 4.7 against 3.4 in the year 2024. Our share capital closed at 2.3 million against 1.5 in the previous year. Institution capital, we will get to know what that comprises of, closed at 499,765 against 362,682,000. Total revenue closed at 8,197,485 against 5,599,758. Total interest income was closed at 5,612,391 against 3,871,310 in year 2024. Total expenses for the year closed at 3,102,805 against 2,474,918 in 2024. The other detail is on your employees in the Sacco, which has remained to be 1 employee. Then important ratios I would like us to look at ni number 1, it is core capital. Core capital. Now, the recommended core capital is it should be greater than or equal to 10 million. That is the minimum ratio. We are currently at 4,738,158. We are way below the required ratio. However, we can note that there is growth from year 2024, which was 3,406,044 shillings. Then we have core capital to total assets, and the recommended ratio is greater than or equal to 10%. We are currently at 8%, same with year 2024, and therefore that is something we really need to work on. And core capital consists of share capital forms part of the core capital. Kwa hivyo if our share capital grows, then it will mean that it will have direct impact with our core capital. We go to core capital against the total deposit. The recommended ratio by the regulator is greater than or equal to 8%. We are currently at 9%, same with year 2024, and therefore we are doing fairly good on that. We come to institutional capital against total assets. The recommended ratio is greater than or equal to 10%. We are currently at 1%, same with year 2024, and therefore that is a matter that needs to be well checked by the management. We can get a way forward on how we will gradually grow that ratio. Another ratio there is external borrowing ratio, whereby we are encouraged to retain it at less than or equal to 25%. Currently, we do not have any external borrowing, therefore it is at 0%. Liquidity ratio, a matter that came up in the two reports, we are required to have liquidity asset to total deposits and long-term liabilities. It should be greater than or equal to 15%. We are currently at 12%, and it is a movement from 30% in the year 2024, and therefore it is a matter we need to check at so that we grow it to at least the minimum 15%. This means that if the deposit that is coming in from the members is not growing, then it has direct relationship with liquidity, because the Sacco receive money directly from the members' savings. We go to operating efficiency ratio. Ratio number 1 is total expenses to total revenue. Currently, we were at 38% against 44%. The less the ratio, the better for the Sacco, because this means this is the cost of it means that for every 100 shillings we use 38 shillings. Kwa hivyo it is a better ratio. We are encouraged not to go beyond 50%, so I would say we are not doing very bad in that. Interest on members' deposit against total revenue, we are at 52% from 48%, which is an improvement. Then we go to interest rate on members' deposits, which is provided at 8%, against 7% last year, which is a growth of 1%. Dividend rate on members' share capital, it is proposed at 12%, against 10%, which was there last year, which is also growth on the same matter. I would wish us to go to page number 7, Go to page number 7. Page number 7, we will come back to the pages that we have left later on. Page number 7 is the statement of comprehensive income for the year ended 31st December 2025. Here, this is where we'll get to see how we got our income and how this money was spent. Item number 1. Item number 1 is interest from revenue. There is interest on loans and advances. And year 2025, we made 5,612,391. This is against 3,871,310 in the year 2024. I don't know if we can go to the notes. Would we, if we go to page number, ndio tuende pamoja, tuishike kitabu namna hii. Tukue na page number 7 na page number 13 so that we refer to the note tukimalizana nayo. You have it. Ushike hivi namna hii. Usifunge yote. We have the notes. Okay. So ukiangalia unaona note number, ama tufunguliwe notes. Tubaki kitabu page number 7 alafu tufungulie page number 13 so that we refer to the notes directly. Page number 13 to be projected, sisi tubaki kwa page number 7. There's a column for notes. Kuna column for notes. Kwa hivyo, when we go to the page number 7, kuna hiyo interest income. Kwa hivyo, this is interest charged on members loan. Ndiyo hii ya kwanza, na iko namna hiyo. Hiyo tufungie hapo. Then after that, kuna ile wamesema less interest expense. Interest expense inasema ni 4,247,844. Hii ni ile pesa the member that is being declared to be given back to the members as interest on deposit. Sawa sawa? Yes, ile pesa itadeclareiwa kama, you call it dividend, but kwa vitabu inaitangwa interest on members deposit. Alright, it is declared at 4.2. This is against 2,698,834 the other year. Alright, tukitoanisha hiyo yote, inabaki net interest income, and it reads at 1,364,547. Against the year 2024, ilikuwa 1,172,476. Okay, we go to other operating income. Other operating income. The total of other operating income ilikuwa 2,585,094 against 1.7 in the year 2024. You can take note that other operating income has a note. It has a note, note 5. If we go to the projected data, other operating income ni hizo vitu zote. Number 1, kulikuwa na entrance fee. We had 84,000. There was insurance, the one you are charged on loan. It was 1.4 million. Loan processing fee ilikuwa 571,000. Kuna withdraw and reactivation fee 13,000. Interest on investment 38,000. Then interest on income 504,734. Kwa hivyo ukitoto hii yote ndio inakuja whatever is on page 7, 2.5 million. All right. From there we get now the total income. Hii ni ile ilikuwa imebaki pale juu, the 1.3. If you want the other operating income, we are getting 3,949,641. Then we go to expenses. Expenses number 1 ni administrative expenses. As a block ilikuwa 1,534,319. acha tuone iko note namba ngapi, tuwafungulie so that you can see what those expenses are. Appendix 1, it's there. Iko. Appendix 1 kwa kitabu. Chini uko chini. Panda juu kidogo ndio hiyo. When we go to administrative expenses, if you want to get the details of what that is, it is well distributed here. Number 1, kuna salaries and wages, 651,958. Then we have staff welfare, 23,465. If you add that total, inakuja hiyo 675. Other administrative expenses, kuna telephone, interest and postage, inakuja 52,000. Printing and stationaries, 24,000. Office expenses, 27,000. AGM expenses, 352,000. Marketing, 102,000. Debt recovery expenses, 87. Is it one? Let me see. 8730. Kuna online web hosting 19,000. Kuna audit fee, naweza panda kidogo. Yes, hapo ni sawa. Kuna audit fee, I think it is 30,000. Kuna supervision fee 10, consultancy fee 47,000. Legal fee 34,000 na bank charges 41,000. If you add all these, ndio inaitwa administrative expenses na inakuja 1.5 million. Then we go to governance expenses. Governance expenses, the same page, utapanda kidogo. Governance expenses includes board member allowances 520,000. Board sitting expenses 166,000. Board travel expenses 26,000. Training and seminar expenses 182,000. If you sum all of it, inakuja 894,934. The other expense, expense number 3 ni establishment expense. Iko juu, it is listed there. Kuna office rent, kuna repairs and maintenance 72,000. Office ni 72,000, repairs and maintenance 3,600, licenses and permits 421,000, amortization 20,000. Iko sawa? That is insurance for 21,000. Thank you. Ni ngumu kuona vizuri mtu akiwa hapa. Then kuna depreciation on property, plant and equipment 121,000. The total becomes 673,000. Kindly let us go back to page number 7. If you add all those, inakuja total expenses inakuja 3,102,805. Tukitoanisha na ile ilikuwa imebaki as the total revenue pale juu, it becomes 846,836 shillings. Then note number 6, kuna tax expenses. Wakati munabakisha, whenever there is an income yenye imebaki after declaring dividend to the members, that money is charged tax to the government. Na the total for this year ilikuwa 151,420. Tukitoa ile income, tukitoa the tax expenses, the balance, which is the net surplus for the year, is 695,416. Let alone kuna the proposed dividend for the year, and dividend is given on share capital. The proposed ikipitishwa is 283,296 shillings. All right, then I would like us to go to page number 8. page number 8 ambayo ni balance sheet ama statement of financial position. Page number 8. Page number 8 na tunaanza na kitu inaitwa assets, and we are reading statement of financial position for Kinoo Sacco as at 31st December 2025. Assets, the first asset is cash and cash equivalent, na tulifunga na 7,573,853. If you would want us to know what is comprised of that, please tufungulie page number 13 so that we can go together. Cash and cash equivalent of the 7 million, page number 13. Okay, thank you. So if we want to know the distribution of the 7.5 million, we can see it here. Tulikuwa na cash at bank. You have a current account number 1, ilikuwa na 1.6. Cash at bank, current account number 2, we had 698,000. Cash at bank, which is fixed deposit, you had 4 million. You had 1.2 in your pay bill account. Your M-Pesa had 5,000 and petty cash had 36,808 as at closure of the year. The other item is loans and advances to members. Loans and advances to members. Now this is the movement. Mukifungua mwaka, you had 31,066,385. The loans that were issued during the year were 39,953,484. The loans that were repaid back by members was 16,612,681. Hesabu ikifanywa, the closing balance was 54,407,188. The other item is other financial assets. Other financial assets. Tukitaka kujua hiyo ni nini, we go to note number 9. Note number 9, mulikuwa mmenunua Cusco Limited shares ya 10 million. Cusco Limited savings, you had 10,000. Cusco Limited shares, I come again, was 10,000. Cusco Limited savings was 3,000. Cusco Housing Cooperative savings was 57,270. If you add all that, inakuja 70,270. The other item is property, plant and equipment. We will see this at note 10, note number 10. The properties that you have as a Sacco, kuna computer and accessories, and you have equipment, furnitures and fittings. Mkifungua mwaka, mulikuwa na 191, alafu ikatolewa depreciation. Kwa hivyo hiyo hesabu yote ikifanywa, ndio toto inakuja ya 762,073. Maybe it's good to note that your computers, the value as at closure of the year was 156,199. Furnitures, fittings, equipment, furnitures and fittings, 213. Am I getting this? And total inakuja? No, it's here. Panda kidogo. This is as at the year 2024. The total is 762,093 shillings at closure of the year. Okay, the other item is intangible assets, and it is note number 11 if you want to know what actually this is. And it stood at 80,000. And it is amortization. Amortization lazima ikuwe ni ya system. The value, the remaining balance for your system as at closure of the year was at 80,000. Okay, and therefore that is how we got the total of your assets. Total assets at 62,799,515. Key to note, there was somebody who had asked about the assets. The biggest asset of a Sacco is the Sacco loans, the money that they have led out to the members, which is at 54 million. Then we go to the liabilities. And the first item is payables. Payables, we would want to know what payables are. The first item was audit fee, because audit was paid this year, although the audit was for last year, which reads at 50,600. Accrued reimbursable fee, 5,000. The other item is software, accrued salaries and stationaries. Maybe this money you had not paid as at the end of the last date of last year, 12,537. And then there is the software value at 50,000. This is money that should have been paid but was not paid as at the closure of the year. That comes to 118,137. Interest due to members. This is the money that is going to be declared to be paid to the members, which is at 4,693,750, and it is the biggest figure for the liabilities. The other item is tax payable, ile tuliona kwa income statement, 151,420 payable to KRA. Members' deposit stood at 53,098,050 shillings. It is also good to note that the biggest liability in a Sacco is the members' deposit. Okay, then we come to shareholders' equity. The first item is share capital, the share capital from members, which stood at 2,360,804 shillings. Then we have statutory reserves, which stood at 499,765. Appropriation reserve, which stood at 1,594,293. Then we have proposed dividend, which stood at 283,296. Maybe we can go to note number 15. Note number 15, iko juu. Share capital, this is the movement of the share capital. As you were opening the year, you had 1,567,369. The contribution during the year was 793,435, and that is how you closed the year at 2.3 million in share capital. Then we go to reserve, statutory reserve. This is note number 16. Statutory reserve, it is a legal requirement. It is a requirement by the government. At every income you generate, there must be a percentage that is saved. And in Chinese, we call it modhido, okay? Ndio hiyo. As at start of the year, mulikuwa na 360. Then the money that was transferred from your income for the year 2025, ilikuwa 139,083, and you closed the year at 499,765. All right. So if we look at our assets, then we compare it with liabilities and equity in a balance. It should balance. Hii ni kumaanisha pesa yetu ni ngapi na imetoka wapi. So your balance sheet ama financial position stood at 62,799,515. That said and done, kuna statement iko page number 10 ni cash flow. Cash flow basically shows the movement of money. Most of the times we really don't have to focus much on that. Inaonyesha ni pesa gani iliingia. It shows the changes in ile pesa iliingia inaitwa inflow. Ile pesa ilitoka kama ni loan ilitoka inaitwa cash flow. Page number 10. Maybe that one will be assignment. Kila mtu aende study aone the movement. We may not dwell much on that. Then I would want us to go to page number 6 kwa sababu page number 5 and 6, we go back to page number 5 and 6. Inaonyesha the opinion of the auditor. Auditor amesema nini? page number 5 and 6. And basically, without reading that whole story, the auditor is giving information. When he came to do the audit, was he given all the books that he required to do the audit? And after he was given the books, what did he find in the books? Good. Now, I think I would like to read what he wrote because it is in his opinion. Just a minute. From page number 6, the auditor's responsibilities imeandikwa hapo juu, and according to the auditor na amesign, as you can see, report on other legal requirements. It's good to know what legal requirement did the auditor operate on. This is page number 6. Pale chini, shuke sana, shuka kidogo. Hapo. Report on other legal requirement. Inasema at the auditor, as required by the Sacco Societies Act 14/2008, we report to you, now that is the auditor, based on our auditor that, number 1, we have obtained all the information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge, this is Kariuki Due and Company, and believe were necessary for the purposes of our audit, number 1. Number 2, in our opinion, proper books of account have been kept by the society so far as appears from our examination of these books, and the society's statement of financial position and statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income are in agreement with the books of account. The engagement partner na amesign. This is the book yenye ilienda kwa commissioner. I think hiyo iliprintiwa ama it was prepared before. It's a soft copy, but this is the final copy na imesainiwa na auditor. Good. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, I believe we are somewhere, na hiyo ndio hesabu yenu. We have the copy that has a seal. This is the copy that has a seal ya commissioner. Because once they are done, they take the books to the commissioner for certification. And it is the only way now we can certify it is the final copy. Thank you so much. Any question, I will answer. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nancy, for that. Thank you. We appreciate. Members, let us accept mahesabu, alafu tuulize maswali. A proposer and a seconder. Someone to propose? Hannah, seconder. Kehuha, seconder. Okay. Full name? Okay. Reaction? Questions to the report? Yes. Differ, now you can circulate the mic. Nancy will take over the questions. Na zingine tutajibu zukiwa zote.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also, Madam. Thank you so much, Madam Nancy, I believe, who's read the report very well for us. But before we even ask questions, I have a concern. This report, although you've done a very good job, basically you are not the auditor. The facts. 2, the office cannot audit itself, hence why it's imperative that we have an external auditor, as has happened in this case. Bearing in mind that now the auditor is not here, who are we going to ask questions to? Because they can't ask the office, they can't audit themselves. We can't ask Madam Nancy here because she was just holding in place for the auditor. Because if you look at this report, we are given some pages are missing. If you look at those notes there, it is very difficult to compare what you're saying and what we have here. So you even at a loss, where do you start asking questions? Even looking at what this paper is saying and what the notes were there, there's a lot of discrepancies. I don't know whether the other members notice that the figures are very different from this and the other one. So my question is, although the chairman said that this is a way for us maybe to get our dividends, I think we are at a loss at how to start asking questions. Who am I going to ask? There's no auditor here. There's no representation of that auditor. The office can't answer that question because it's the office that is being audited. So I'm at a loss as where do I start? My concerns.
Thank you very much, sister, for that question. And I believe I will strictly keep to my line, and the auditor keeps to his line. This work, the reason why the officer has shown you the seal of the Commissioner for Cooperatives is one, to qualify that these books came from somewhere and they went somewhere and they were verified and they were given the official authorization to be led to an AGM. When we come to for this kind of work, the auditor has expressed himself and now in a connecting capacity herself in the way the books were done according to the practice of audit. The notes have been led and they have qualified that whatever was given followed the international standards of auditing. On the other area of comparison, that paper you have, that's a budget. This is the audit, but there is those three papers that we gave you. We gave you so that you can be able to see the figures as they are. If they are not very much understandable, we have done them here so that we can see is what we are reading here, is it what is in this book? The questions now you are going to ask, because the work of the auditor is not really actually to explain a lot, because the auditor has already explained himself on exactly the areas he or she has found to be wanting and all other things. It is now this board to answer the questions that would now come from the members pertaining to this. Whatever has been read, if there are any question that pertains to that, the board should answer, because the auditor has already expressed himself on his work and pertaining to the information he was given by the board. So if there is anything in this audit work that is not tallying, then it would be that the auditor did not do his rightful duty. And then Commissioner for Cooperatives as well did not scrutinize this document accordingly. And therefore, since they have raised kuna questions, that's why we are in AGM, where now you raise questions on this document, which has already sealed. You can now, when you ask those questions, we as the board, we are the people now to answer the questions here. And now she is here. If there is any other issue that pertains to this audit that can antagonize the members, then she can be able to answer, because she is part of the commissioner's office. That is what I would really be able to clarify, so that at the end of the day, it is not seen to be a document. What was read here, that this is the dividend is going to be paid. That is what is going to be paid. What was said was spent. If there is money that was said it was spent on salaries, it's already explained here how the salaries were done, and then we have a bigger document in the office which shows very clearly how was this person being paid. Because these are just the extracts. So any question that would arise from this, from our end we answer, from the end of the auditor, then we get it. But the reactions are going to come from you, because you have to qualify it or disqualify it. Thank you. Maybe what we can, maybe we can look at. We don't mind. Since this thing is projected here, we don't mind going page by page until we finish it. If members, you agree with that, we go page by page so that nobody leaves this place unsatisfied. Even if it's only one person, she has the light to know what is in this book. She has the right to know what is in this book. So if the pages we gave you are not satisfactory, then we go directly here. We move from page 1 to the last page so that everybody is aware. Number 2, let me say here. Number 2, if even after this, that's why the chairman said the book is domiciled in the office. Anybody who is not, and this document, as much as it has the seal, does not exonerate us as a board from any other outcome that would be discovered later. So there's a document that is going to be put in the office. You can come and check. Wow, those 3 pages, are they a true representation of this? And the extracts, are they the true representative of this? And am I satisfied? Those are some of the areas that we can be able to follow. The 2 of them. We go through it. We go through it, the whole of it. We are satisfied, or we are not satisfied. We keep it in the office. Anybody who is not interested, who is interested in coming and going through the document, it will be domiciled here, just like the previous ones are still there for anybody who would have any question to come and ask. That would be my take on that end. And because we have nothing to hide, in as far as this document is concerned. The figures that have been added here have been added correctly. But that's what I've said. Not satisfactory. We have our projector here. We go through it one by one. Or maybe, Mary, whatever area you feel is not answered, because it cannot be maybe the whole thing. The extracted areas that you would want to see. I think we can go through it. I don't think there is any harm in making her. You got? You have a soft copy now. Okay. 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 Humphrey, you can share it to the cell group leaders, and then it's already shared. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Question? Yes. The mic here.
Thank you for the report. I think it's the way the treasurer, I think it's just a representation of the mathematics. It's fine. I also think that most SACCOs should be sending the reports, because the report was there before. So they should be sending them before the AGMs. So, and it's not just this SACCO actually. There are so many SACCOs out there, but people do not send these reports well in time, and nobody can ask the questions that are needed in time. So I think that should be a practice going forward for most SACCOs, that they should be, once you give out the SACCO notice of the AGM, you also give out the report, because I think they're usually with SASRA. So, but for me, I have some few questions. Maybe Mr. Ngatia can address them, because I know he knows these things. Number 1 is on the issue when we look at the statement of financial position and the statement of comprehensive income. Of course, we see that the loans have grown from 31 million to 54 million. That is, as you say, 75% growth of the loan book. It's true. So, but when you look at the interest, it has grown from 3.8 million to 5.6 million. That is an interest rate income growth of 40%. Why is there such a big mismatch? On one end, there is 75% growth. This other end, there is 40% growth. So this means that there is a lag somewhere. And why? There is also this issue of I've looked at all these statements. Why there is no issue? Why are we not talking about the non-performing loans? Because this means there is NPLs in the loan book. Because there is a lag between the 75 and the 40% in interest income, either in the past loans or in these current loans. So there is a lag between interest income and number of loans. So you have to, I think there is something to explain there on what are the quality of loans, what is the NPL ratio, how many loans are not performing well, or if you are not addressing it today, you can now think in the as you go forward. Also, there is also, I think I saw the issue of, I think it was mentioned by the supervisory committee on the issue of liquidity. Yes, it's true, since we can see that cash and cash equivalent has dropped from 13 million to 7 million. Maybe it's because of that one loan you said of 6 million. That can explain you gave out one loan of 6 million, the cash drastically crashed. But there needs to be an explanation, I think, on how you're going to handle these liquidity pressures, because this is a huge liquidity drop. This is by half of the cash and cash equivalents. So you have to know how you're going to handle. We think it's good to know how you're going to handle that and how you're going to manage the cash in the Sacco, because you can see that there is a huge liquidity problem. Their statutory reserves are only growing by 100,000. So I think those are things you need to address. Also, on the issue of the loans, yes, I think all these issues add up to one another, because you can see the loans are at 54 million and our deposits are at 53 million. So the loan book is 102% of the deposits. And yet, when you go to the cash and cash equivalents, when you go, the statement of comprehensive income, for 2025, there are no provision for loan impairments. Why are there no provisions for loan? You get the issue of provisions. Here, for 2024, you are at 93,889. Yet when the loan book has grown to 1 or 2% of the deposit, there are no provisions. So I think there is also something that needs to be explained. Why are there no provisions on this year? Yes, the loan book has grown by such a big percentage. So we need to check on the issue of provisions, because I think that's also a SASRA requirement. There needs to be some provisions. So, and then we go to the statement of comprehensive income. This audit says there is one employee. In the chairman's report, there were 2 employees. So I don't understand. What is the figure? Is it 1 employee, 2 employees? And then also that issue of 1 employee has to be explained. How 1 employee under a statement, a portfolio of 54 million, you have to explain, I think, to member satisfaction, how is that employee, or is this now? But I can see the logic now why you're pushing it to we push it to the cell groups to do the verification. But also the issue of the 1 employee and the administrative expenses has to be explained. 1 employee or 2, and how 1 employee for a 54 million loan book. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. Let me handle that one, Chair, because there are too many questions. Na hii kichwa yangu saa zingine I will first of all talk about the employee, because sometimes they are under me. When the chairman was writing his report, is as it is today in terms of you say the operations that we have. We have 2 employees, but as at 2025, we had 1 employee. As at end of 2025, we had 1 employee. 2026, up to where we are now, we have 2
employees. And even if you look at the figures for the salary, you realize that money could only fit one employee, not two, unless we are employing casual laborers in our office, which is not the case. There is something that you have talked about. That one, particularly that one of sending the documents before the AGM, is a practice that I believe we had adopted last year. And this year, there is something we were waiting for, which did not arrive on time, which we wanted it to be incorporated. And that's why if today you look at the book, the papers, you have papers against the booklet that you had last year. So there is a document that needs to be embedded in that booklet that did not come on time, which again we are going to discuss it here. That's why we don't bring out a booklet, because there is a booklet now again that will come later, incorporating that and incorporating the audit work for year 2025. There is this other question about the loan portfolio and the interest again. The loan portfolio takes care of January to December. Even 31st of December, the loan portfolio takes care of that. But any loan taken in December does not earn any interest at all. Because when we are doing the interest, we use the pro rata basis. January earns 12 months. February earns 11 months. March earns. So and I want to answer this question together with another one. If right now you find you have 200,000, and your interest you are paid 5,000, and you find your friend has 200,000 and was paid 10,000 shillings, all I want you to do is to go to your statement and see how you saved your money. Because if you saved your money at the end of the rainy season, chances of you earning any or harvesting anything will be zero. So when it comes to the interest rate, as I said again, will be prorated for a whole 1 year. The loans given count on each and every day within that 1 year, even those that did not earn anything. Number two, when we are giving out loans, we take it as a bunch at the end of the year. We take it as a whole unit at the end of the year. But remember, this loan, there are loans for 2 years, there is a loan for 3 years, and it may be in 2025, maybe there were retiring loans that were finalizing their journey. So the interest was too small as much as we were talking about that loan in a different way. So the difference between the percentage between the loan portfolio and the interest portfolio will never work hand in hand, because the formula is totally different on how the calculations are done. Quality of loans. In the audited accounts, it is not that we do not have loans that have been mentioned by the auditor. They are there. They are there. In his report, he has mentioned. In his report, he wanted us to provision for 1,103,613. 1,103,613, because those are the loans that were looking like they are not working. But we replied when we were given this report. We said this: do not provision it, because the loans that we are talking about here are all in service and they are all being paid. The only thing is that the agreed amount is not being, in some of the loans are not being paid fully. Because even in this loan, a member who pays 111,000 shillings against 115, we have been told to provision it. So we were cautious. Number two, we refused to provision it because these members still have their deposits with us. So it is not that we had exhausted all the loan we impaired last year of 93. The person did not pay a single cent, and then after that akaelekea kwa baba. So hakulipa chochote, na sasa hata tukituma message hazirudi because kule alienda ni kama hakunanga replies. So we lost one member who had this loan, and that's why we had to provision it last year. So this year, all the loans that are there, we have taken, their savings have taken care of them. So if this year they do not, because you will find if you come to our current status, you will find people with zero savings but a loan. That means we have already removed all their savings. We are now remaining with. So if this year this loan is not done, the provision will be done. So it has not reached the period of that provisioning because the loan is still inside. Or you find somebody has not paid for 3 months, only the member to come and pay for 2 months once. The member is still in this group. But from our end, we felt these people are not yet there. Maybe 2026, if they don't do it, they will be in this list of the provisioning for bad debts. So currently, as we speak, there is no loan which we can fully categorize as bad loan in our books. And that is the reason why, even when we have these members with this money which is in the auditor's report, we surpassed our targets for last year in interest from 3.871 to 5,612,000. And it happened that the bulk of the loans that now we have are not the small loans. We have big loans. And the owners of big loans are paying very well. We have no quarrel. So you find that even when these small loans, because we even have a loan of 4,777 remaining. So as far as we are concerned, the issue of provisioning for that is not yet. But I'm saying this year, if a lot of work is not done, and we are going to tell you the measures that we are going to take to make sure that these loans are paid. One of the things, members, I want to make it known to you is that our members, and maybe even the officer will do, and if you go even to other previous documents, you will realize we have never had issues with the payments of loans in Pcea, Kinoo, Sacco. And the cell group structure has helped us because we are able to catch people very early. The person we would have provisioned for bad debt, when we realized, and somebody came and told me, Gatia, you are the one who gave this loan. I didn't even know it. I went and looked for one other person, and I told the person, now, huyu mtu lazima tumchike. Tulienda huko saa 6 usiku. Hata tulipewa chakula na neighbor wetu, huko ndio tulikula. From there, the members started paying their loans, his loans. So that is the only loan we could have impaired. But now, it was around October or December. The member came and even signed a standing order in the bank. So that's what I'm saying. Nyinyi si wagumu sana. Si wagumu sana. Mnapaswa tu kutolewa tu kusafishwa na sabuni, msafishwe na ile mawe. Kuicha. That is one of the good things I have found with you people. Even those who are very much down, they are doing a lot of effort to make sure that, and I tend to believe that's one of the things I like about this Sacco, that is premised on the principles of faith that is taught in our church. So huwa hatudilo na wale watu tunaona saa zingine wakitusubu hata kwa hizi loans hawajatoka kwa hii kanisa yetu. Hiyo sasa ndio tunataka kujua. The liquidity. when we have, as we have said, people, and the chair, and the supervisory committee chair said here, the reason why we are coming up with a method that every time you come for a loan, the first thing you need to check is how much you will be depositing per month. It's because, one, we had not effected that, and then we opened the loans from 3 years to 4 years. So even the period of recovery of these loans is long. So if this member is not able to pay this loan accordingly, we have a bigger problem with liquidity. The other thing is, which we are going to request after this, our share capital portfolio is still below. So there is a question that we want to ask you. But mind you, there is a member in this Sacco who has a share capital of 100,000 in the Sacco. So we are not saying it's a journey we cannot be able to make, but we can be able to do, because these are arithmetics. You play this side, ukifikiria mpira itaingia pande hii inaingia na huko, lakini lazima ukuwe na mtu pande hii wa kuokota hiyo mpira irudi kwa kiwanja. So these are some of the things that we are doing, and as much as we have this issue from 30 to 12% is an issue that we saw, and we are addressing it, and it will be done in 3 ways. One, shoring up our savings, our monthly deposits. Number 2, paying our loans on time. And number three, increasing our share capital minimum from the level it is today to another level that we can agree today. I think from my end, I don't think I have any other way I can explain it, but practically that is what. So what we are saying, from what my brother had asked, if you come for 500,000, you must be covered to the tune of 500,000 to get that money. It is no longer the way it was. Because if I look at our guaranteed amount against the loans, I'm seeing the guaranteed amount is slightly higher than the loans owed. But if we are not careful, we are going to break that barrier, and that's where our problem will start. So if you apply for a loan of 500,000 and it comes to the credit committee and you have only been guaranteed up to 350, you get 350. There's no more money. There's no more money. And that is what we are saying. The biggest problem that we even have here, if I would have led this list, these are people who don't come for cell group meetings. It's another conclusion that we have made. People who come for cell group meetings rarely do they default on their loans. Because they are, remember, even as a board, we stopped forcing you to do things, and we gave you a platform, the cell groups, to discuss the issues amongst yourself. There are cell groups who have said, closing 2025, if you don't up your game to 2,000 shillings in that, you leave. They are telling you to pull up your socks. If you, and I say it again, the minute you hit 1 million, you don't even go for cell group meetings, because wewe kuwa nini, hakuna haja ya kuchida ukisukumwa na mtu, wewe jisukume sasa kutoka hapo. Hawa watu they are shelved from those kind of business. So if you find your business in the cell group and things may not be working, realize that there is something which is happening and comply with the policy. We have a cell group policy which is there and which is going to be harmonized. We have requested the officer to give us an officer who is well versed with the policies to come and harmonize all of them, because you will be having them in your heart, in your phones, everywhere. You will never come back to ask us why you denied us this loan. It will be in those policies. That is the work of the cell group. Strengthen the cell groups. Pay your loans. If these loans were being paid well, probably today we would have worked with a bigger money than this. From my end, I think I should stop there in as far as this line is concerned, Chair.
Okay. Any further? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gatia, for an elaborate explanation of the issues that the members had raised. For me, I would want to see a report on this audited report for members who have left the Sacco, because there was an allegation by one of the Sacco members. We would want to see whether it is true or not. If we have members who are leaving the Sacco, that should be forming part of our report. The other thing I would want to recommend, if you're saying that we've provided for this loan for bad debt of 93,000, this year and last year, it should now be reported as bad debt written off, so that it reduces our income and we stop seeing it on our books as a provision. This is because if a person is deceased, there is a zero possibility that we will receive that money from them, isn't it, members? And so it cannot continue to be carried as a provision year in, year out, and yet it is irrecoverable. Let the provision remain for members who are still active and working on their loans. Thank you.
We came here so that we can enlighten ourselves, we sharpen ourselves more and more. The issue of members leaving the Sacco, we have had threats, but they were seasonal. You know, when you are told you are not going to get the money, the only thing you can tell us is you want to leave the Sacco. But we never answer that question, whether you go or you stay, because we hope, and we normally hope, you have read the bylaws on how people enter and leave. The member who left in 2024, and in 2025 he came looking for us and telling us he wants to deposit big and huge money. So I asked him, why are you coming back? I even called Jama. I asked him, you member alikuwa wako, kwa nini amerudi? Because unajua mtu akienda arudi, sasa unaanza kusema ai kuna kitu huyu mtu ako naye. Alikuja akasema he thought by withdrawing his money na putting it in the money market atamaliza nyumba yake alikuwa anamaliza at the end of the year. Akaenda akakuta ati sijui portfolio yake ili lose pesa. So alitoa hizo pesa kutoka hapo, sasa ndizo hizi analeta huku kwetu tena. Others who had, you know, there is a way in which, and we have talked with the office, we know members carry different emotional degrees. Kuna ule atakuja akatalie huko. Sasa tukimwangalia tunasema maybe huyu ni jaa. Kwanza apewe chai. Akikunywa chai tunaendelea. As we finish, the person now anajitoa. Zile vitu zilikuwa kwake. So tunaelewa, shida haikuwa hapa. So from there now we start addressing. It's not that we don't have those conflict management areas. And if you have gone to the office when you are annoyed, you have realized our two ladies will keep quiet. The reason is they are not supposed to handle that because they are not part and parcel of that issue. But when that issue comes, and I want to look at that case of Doris because she was mentioned. And when I said money deposited here, deposited there, I was referring to the member. And the member was told, do this and you will. I give you another example. My daughter came, applied for a loan. She's the leader of the group with our elder, Charles Kangara. And she was told, hakuna loan. So she came and asked me, tell me why I should be in this Sacco. So I told her, you are in the Sacco because you have a life to sort out. What were you told? I was told to wait for 1 month. So I asked her, how long have you been in the Sacco? For over 3 years. So 1 month is a very big deal to you. Ukae hiyo ndio uonyeshane mfano mzuri wa kugojea. Aligojea, hata hakupiga simu tena, aligojea. Wakati alirudi, hakuja akapewa pesa zake. So what we are saying is this. Tunajua hawa watu young hawatakaki kugojea. So tutaendelea as we move on to help each one of us to understand that huyu officer wakati amekuja, si tungefanya EGM kama hayuko, but remember this EGM cannot go on without her. The reason is only one: compliance. If compliance is not going to be in a Sacco, then we are going to have problems. Follow the right procedures. What you don't know, let you be taught. Learn. Because hata kanisa, I know it experience, David. I know it experience the same thing. Tunajua kuna watu anaweza kuja anataka kubatizwa kesho. Anaambiwa 3 months. Umesema hata tithe zitatoa. Anaenda anajichunguza, anarudi anaanza kutoa tithe na anaenda 3 months, ndio? Anaendelea. That is human. So, but just to answer your question, from the books I have, and I have now the first quarter account, mimi sijaona pesa imekuja kwa withdraw. Unajua kuna pesa ukiwithdraw tunachukuanga. Sasa hiyo sijaiona. Na ule withdraw ni kwa sababu ako outside the country very quietly. So anybody who has come not because of any other issue, but because of their own way, the normal withdrawal. So as far as I'm concerned, I have not seen any withdrawal from them. Maybe ali withdraw kupeananga pesa. Lakini ile withdraw normal akaleta barua yake. Education committee should tell us whether there is a withdrawal for that 1 year. Because they are the ones in charge of that department. But so far, so good. So far, so good. Thank you.
Okay, any other? 2 more, okay.
Nĩ ngũria kĩũria na Gĩkũyũ niĩ tondũ Gĩthũngũ nĩ kĩingĩhire mũno. Na rĩu gĩakĩingĩha mũno ithuĩ kĩmwe nĩ gĩtũtangaga. Na ndirĩ ndacemania na athũngũ makĩria Gĩkũyũ. Rĩu na ithuĩ twaragia lugha yao na tũgatua nĩyo itũ. No kĩũria kĩmwe tu, na mwanake ũyũ nĩ akũria milioni 50 ũracihokera mũndũ ũmwe kana andũ erĩ. Ndũnamũcokeria. Nĩ ngũiguĩte nĩ arenda gũkĩũria kĩũria kĩega. No niĩ gĩakwa tu no gĩkĩ kĩa haha hena administrative expenses ya 2020 1.574, ya 2024 ni 957. Hau hatikĩrĩ horu nĩ kuongerereka no kwa wĩra nĩ ũrakĩingĩhire. No harĩa rĩu hamakia nĩ haha governance expenses. Governance rĩ 2024 yarĩ 1.013, 2025 ni 894. Niki gĩatũma governance kĩnyihe mbeca cinye na economy nĩ gũgĩkorera handũ ha cingaingĩhe. Governance na ya 2024 na 20 na iwe ĩngĩ ĩretwo establishment expenses. Ĩyo ndĩkĩrĩ na ũru tondũ nĩ kũhaicĩte, no niĩ ndĩkĩrĩ haha governance. Governance rĩ ndiramenya wega nĩkĩ kĩrwo nĩ kĩgaĩ gũtũma ningĩ kĩgwe. Kĩu no kĩo kĩũria.
I think there was another one. We can take zenye ziko up to 3 or so. Tujibu pamoja.
I'm just telling him amekataa kunipatia mic for quite a number of times. My name is Fresha, Cell Group 13. So I had a number of questions, but our first speaker addressed a few of them. So now I only have 3 simple questions. Might seem a bit irrelevant, but to me I think they are important. So number 1, when I look at the interest due to members, last year was 3.1, and this year we've gotten to 4.6. So I can see a great improvement by about 1.5. Now, last year, you paid at 7% interest, and this year, you are paying at 8%. Maybe you'd enlighten us. How do you get to the percent? Because with my literal mathematics, if I was to do a ratio of the 3.1 to 7%, I would assume each million would take about 2-point-something%. I don't know. I said my literal mathematics. Then my second question, I would like to know what formula do you use to calculate for us the dividends? What formula do you use? I would like to know. And based on what? On my savings? Do you give me 8% on the 5,000 that I was able to save in January? And then towards the year, I've been able to save 3,000. So are you going to give me my 8% on the 3,000 or on the 5,000 that I was able to give in January? And then the last question, when it comes to dividends payment, could we have an exact day when they are paid? Because we come for the meetings and maybe it takes a week or 2 weeks before they are paid. Could we be told after the AGM, within a period of 1 week, you should be ready to get your dividends, knowing that we are all working on a budget? Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Mwai?
Mine is just a comment. I would wish to a clarification. Is it within the contract for the auditor to attend the AGM? It's good to hear from the horse's mouth. I'm not saying that our officer didn't do the right thing or right job, but it will build members' confidence when we hear all that information being relayed from the auditor. Otherwise, I thought he should appear during AGM. I would wish to know, is it within the contract as you are signing with him? Should he appear at the AGM? Thank you.
One, Mwai, it's in our contract, not even in the contract, because it's a good practice. But as I said again when I called him, because just like what we did, we kept on reminding you that there is an AGM. What the auditor has told me when I have asked him where he is, and he told me he is in a meeting with KRA in Nyeri. One thing he told me is that I wish you reminded me yesterday. So that means, one, it was not that he deliberately refused to come, because even if he doesn't come, he should have said a representative. If it happens like that, then it's a clear indication. I don't want to conclude for him that what the function he has is more important than ours, but probably out of human errors, he forgot about this AGM. And maybe later our officer will talk about it, because I don't think he is a new person to have, so that he can tell us whether this is what he does elsewhere, because the years we have been together, he has been coming here. So I come now to the governance issue about which is troubling Jama so much here. And it is good because it is important. It is calculated this way. That governance of 894, Appendix 1, board members allowance. Nataka saa hii nataka mtu ako na karamu. Hapa tutafanya hesabu kidogo. A board member earns 3,000 shillings allowance when they attend meetings. Hiyo mnajua? Hiyo tulizungumza last year hapa. Na tukafanya hesabu ingine hapa. And earn 3,000. So any single sitting of a board of 9 people, they earn 27,000 Kenya shillings. That is, if we go for the maximum number of meetings, which is 12, you can multiply by 12. You can multiply it by 12. In between, we have the supervisory committee, which earns 2,000 Kenyan shillings every time they meet, and they have 4 meetings in a year. Theirs, they have 4 meetings in a year. We have given them 4 meetings in a year. And then, in between, we have one joint meeting of 12 members of the board, and they earn 3,000 Kenyan shillings. I want somebody who can do that mathematics very quickly and give us some few. Then, in 2025, we did something that is, we thought it would be able to help us improve our operations, and that is the cell groups. What we did is that whenever cell groups are going somewhere, the cell group leaders now, we facilitate them with 1,000 Kenyan shillings. And they have 3 meetings in a year. And they are allowed 11 people. During the year, we have the credit committee that meets 24 times in a year. 24 times. And they are 3. And every time they meet, they are just given a meager 500 shillings. We have the education committee, we have the finance committee, we have HR committee, we have ICT committee, and that's why they were telling me the other day, up your game. Wewe unatunyanyasa sana. So if you look at all that money, it will tell you that the board did not meet 12 times. And actually we wanted the board not to be meeting 12 times because most of the issues that the board would do will have been sieved very well by the cell group leaders. Sasa yetu itakuja tu kumalizia kwa mikutano yetu ile tuko nayo. Board meeting expenses 166,000. But when the board meets, it must choose something. But what we have agreed with the board, sisi huwa tunachiu na hii meno hapa bere. Ile huko nyuma tunaendaka kukula zetu. The reason for this amount of money is because when we incorporated the cell group meetings that we normally hold on Sunday, we looked at it and we asked ourselves, these people wametoka kwa kanisa, hawa watu walikuwa elekee kwa manyumbani kwa waende wakakule, hawaja kula. So what do? We facilitate them with the tea and andazi. Do we do that? Sisi gwine yaka mnakulaga mpaka kama ile ya jama wanakulaga mpaka jugu karanga. Hiyo ni yao, hiyo jugu karanga inakuanga yao na madizi. So those expenses that are there, the bulk of it has gone into, we have the board, we have the committees, and we have the cell group leaders meetings. That is the bigger chunk of this money is heading to, because when I looked and I asked the accountant in the office, give me the correct figures, the board had only consumed 21,000 Kenya shillings. Huko tunakuaga na ja. Paka juzi chairman akatuambia hatoki huko kabla haja kula lunch. Juzi tukiprepare hii meeting. Tuna prepare meeting na hatukuli kitu, tunaenda kukula saa 10 kwetu. Board members expenses. Board members expenses. Hatukuwa nazo, hatuku travel that year. Board members honorarium. Training and expenses. Training and expenses has taken a bigger chunk because we have had, and actually it should have been bigger because we did not have the actual education day last year. We did other meetings other trainings, not the actual one. So if you add all that money, this money is little. Hii ni board ambayo that is caring for members' money so that we are not seen. And that's why we have put all those layers so that hata kama utaishiu kwa board, utaishiu hapo kwa cell group. So that is the reason why, Mr. Jama, that issue has come. And that's why the governance, you find it a bit high. Freshia, you have talked about there's a difference of 1.5 million between what we gave last year and what we are going to give this year. And you asked why it's only 1% and 2% respectively. Remember, kama niko na watoto wawili na ninunue mkate, unakuwaga na slice ngapi? Au ni kukula tu? Nyinyi mkipata mkate tu ni kukula tu, hamuruhu hata hamchukuru hizi slices vile zimekuwa. So if you have 2 children, they will go half. Yeah? When they become 3, they go third way. When they come 4, they go quarter way. At one point you can find a fight kwa hiyo mkate, because I told you. When you are sharing money, you share money against the deposits that have been given. If the deposits that have been given have out, ukiangalia, we were able to add our deposit by approximately 13 million. 13 million. Remember, this money, it was if it takes care of the 1.5 million, you are almost back at where we were, because we increased. So the division ile iko hapo, sijui nitaieleza namna gani, kama kuna mwalimu hapa atueleze wa hesabu. Hiyo figa ikiwekelewa figa kubwa inaendelea ikiwa percentage dogo, vile inakuwa kidogo ndivyo inaendelea kuwa kubwa. We might even share 10 million and you find our interest has gone back to 5%, because it is exposed to a bigger deposit against the smaller deposit that was there before. Then the formula that is used in calculating the dividends. One, we use the pro rata. I said first of all, we use the pro rata. But when we have used the pro rata, the 8% now will come in between when we are now calculating the final figure. Because you have saved this and this and this and this and this, and we have now gotten the figure. Once that figure is found, the 8% now applies so that it distributes the money. So 8% for somebody who did not save in January is not 8%. But the person who saved the entire year, that is 8%. It will be done 8%. It's throughout the year. The money is distributed throughout the year, the same way we distribute 12% interest on loans throughout the year. No. You see, 8%, when you save 5% in January, when you save 8% in January, when you save 8% and we have given with the interest rate at 8%, you are 5,000. You are 5,000 should earn the 8%. Yeah? The second one should earn 8% less 1 month. The other one the same way mpaka tufike wapi? By the time we are hitting the 12th, you have your 8% full. So it's almost like if you calculate it, is it 8 divided by 12 times the amount of money that was here in January, February, March, hivyo. Ndio pesa ya January kuwe mingi kuchida ya February na hivyo. It is a mathematical formula. Once it is exposed to the figures, It is divide the money by itself. Anybody who would wish to have and to know that formula, you can come to the office and we can be able to facilitate you so that you can see the real formula, the way it is done. But if you go to dividends, it's straight line. Pesa yote inagawanywa yote because hiyo ni pesa imekuwa huko. Hiyo ni pesa imekuwa huko. So it's a formula that has troubled very many people, but in one way or another, the formula that is done there is almost the one that is used in insurance companies. The one that is used in insurance companies, that is almost the same formula that is used to divide this money. So personally, if you want, you can come to the office. We can be able to help you see how it is done. And actually, let me say here, if the auditor had come today, that is one of the questions and the formula I wanted him now to let the members know from himself. Because what we did, we have refused to be doing the pro rata in our office. We have given it out so that whatever is going to be done, it will be done by an independent person, not us as an office. The dividend payment. When we have come here, this is what we have agreed with the board. A week after today, we have already, there are three different kinds of monies, how the money will be dispersed. One of the monies will go directly to the account. For those people who have, who pays their money using the standing orders. We know their account, so we just set the money directly to their account. Those are people who can get their money very early. There are those other people who will take checks. After here, I try to believe our checks are ready. The checks are ready to be written, because if I say they are ready, you will ask me who gave you permission. Once you have given the permission, the check starts being written. The third cohort is the one that you use the M-Pesa. But going forward, what we want to do is, by the time we have finished the AGM, we only need now to activate, because we already have given either the bank, or we'll have now done our arithmetics very well with the Safaricom numbers, so that at the end of the day, we can disburse your money immediately after the AGM. But we can give you and we can tell you 1 week after today, hiyo simu yako isizimwe. Hiyo simu yako isizimwe. But there is another section of people whom I want to encourage today. I want to encourage those people today. The kind of money we are seeing here, you will be surprised that half of the money is going with very few people. Half of this 4 million. The rest of the people are getting even cents. Cents. And you are an investor. You tell me you are not the third guy in the Bible. So what we are saying in short is this. Once we have given out even the dividends, go back and check your account. Do not make a noise why I was paid this amount of money. First of all, check yourself, then you come, so that we help you to understand why people are earning so much money, whereas others are not earning money. I also want to, that because it would have come later, but it's not good for it to come later. For those people who have those loans, and here we are talking about, unaona kuna hizi loans nimeongea juu yake hapa. Now, anybody who has arrears in their loans, you know what first of all be taken care of is your loan. But at least you receive a message telling you that something has happened to your account. So there is no money which will be released to you. The money will go back to paying your loan. And I try to believe you, it's a good fact, because there's no need of being given money if you are in arrears. So there are people who may not receive the money, so do not go telling other people why were other people given, not me. Just check with the office why your number is not there. And if it is not there, the office will explain, even through SMS. You receive this amount of money, it has gone into clearing your your loan, and therefore, goodbye. Thank you.
Okay, just one. A very layman's explanation ya dividend, yeah? Kuna mtu aliweka, both of you, you have 100,000 as your deposit. Through the year. Mmoja zake aliweka 50 in January, akakuja akireduce mpaka December. It means pesa yake ya January has been working for him. True or false? Ya January. Lakini kufikia ya Oktoba na ya November ni kama stoko tu ya duka ama ya anywhere. It has not multiplied. Are we together? Basically, that is how dividends are calculated. If you decide to bring all your money in November and December, it means that iyo pesa itio jolidetio. Are we together? To go to the Jama language. Yeah? That money has not been in business. So that's why we say the irregular deposits in any given year can have an effect on your dividend in the formula that Gatia is explaining. Okay? Now, I know we are through with that, and it's something that we'll keep on explaining even after now. Lakini vile imeshikana, I just want us to do this. The next item in the agenda was consider and approve the disposal of the surplus. If you came here and you said, ile surplus yenye iko irudishwe kwa Sacco, ama ile surplus iko tugawane, ama ile surplus iko is you people to give the authority. Na ndio treasurer akasema we've not written any check because tunaweza andika check tukikuja hapa museme hamutaki hizo pesa. So we want to agree if we approve the surplus tugawane. The power is yours. We can't act, and that's why there is not any single check written or any money released, because you are the people to say. In the proposed, because we have already touched it in the audited account, in the discussion, nikaona we can do it here now. Contrary opinion? Contrary. Contrary. I thought it would be an automatic answer. Yeah? Lakini Lucas has something to say. Wacha tumalize hiyo. What we'll do, and why I'm picking on that one, we thought we'll take our lunch at the end of the program. But it looks like we have to do it now. Because food is getting cold, na hatujui vile how far we'll stay. So we are proposing, after this, tukimaliza hii, we take our lunch and we come and finish. Because they are telling us our food is getting cold. Is that okay? Tumalize hiyo, halafu tuendelee. Just approval of the surplus, or whatever you want with it, then tuende nje. Now that imeshikana na hiyo discussion we've had.
Sorry, Bwana Chairman, I know it looks like I am against progress. Maybe the enemy of progress, but I want to understand a bit. Just what do you mean by surplus? Do you mean by the dividends and the interest? You have to understand, because those are two different things. There is dividend and interest. So I need to understand first.
What we are passing today is both.
Both interest and dividend.
And dividend, yes.
So dividend on the share capital and interest on the share deposits.
Yes. And the figures that you are being requested is dividend 283.
That is dividend, yes.
And interest 4,247,844.
Okay, so for me, I'm pro interest on the deposit, because that's the right of all members. That's good. That's the higher amount. That is 4 million. I don't have no problem. But on the issue of the dividend on share capital, I would propose that it be capitalized by the Sacco. Because when you look at even from the report of the supervisory committee, the comments by the SASRA representative, the issue is on our capitalization. We do not have, we are not adequately capitalized. Our cash is minimal. So on that 283,000, I propose that amount be capitalized by the Sacco. Let it be put as statutory reserve. Iende kwa reserves za Sacco, hiyo pesa ibaki kwa Sacco, because that is just interest on our dividends. For us to improve our Sacco's position, let it go to the Sacco. That is the small amount. Lakini hiyo ingine, I'm not an enemy of progress. Hiyo ingine, members, let them get 4 million. That's my proposal, Bwana Chair. Thank you.
Okay. On share capital, I think that's what Lucas is talking about. Yeah? We were told there is a person, maybe, who has how much share capital? 100,000. Yeah? Then there is someone, the lowest is 500. 500. We say 500. Someone who has, in quote, refused to go up. Okay? For lack of a better word, yeah? So our feeling is the person who invested 100,000 is because he or she realized there is return on investment. I want to put as much money as possible because share capital earns more. So I would rather, as I build my deposit, I also build my, because that person wants to earn more. So our feeling was, it's good to reward this person and punish, not punish, or reward differently. The problem, if our share capital was uniform, our thinking, if our share capital was uniform, we can decide to plow it back. But now, unfortunately, our share capital is irregular. Still, Lucas has something to say, has a feeling.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am sorry for your feelings, but we have to look at mathematics. This is the smaller amount. The person who has invested that 100,000, this is an investment. And now when you are putting share capital, you're putting it as an investor in a bank, for example. Any investment has a risk. That is the point. So whether that person put in 100,000 or 2 million, that's their risk. But for us to put this Sacco in a good position, this money is better used as a reserve for this Sacco. Because this Sacco has thin margin. Just to say the truth, this is very thin margin. Yes? And because I didn't put in a rebuttal on the issue of provisions, because these are mathematical issues. Yes? If we had put in a provision in this statement of comprehensive income, this Sacco will be going at a loss. This is on mathematics. This is not an issue of feelings. So for me, I propose, yeah? That's my proposal, because this is the lowest hanging fruit. Yani, ndio ile kitu rahisi unaweza fanya. The other ones are difficult. Tuwezi sema we forfeit 4 million turudishe kwa Sacco. Unaona? That is the bigger issue. Hiyo ndio maana I'm not an enemy of progress on that one. But on this one, hii ndio ile the small thing that we can do to help the Sacco to continue growing. Because if you eat this money, you might eat today and feel good. But next year, you will see the liquidity position getting worse and worse. So that's my proposition, but it's my proposal. Thank you.
Livingstone, Upadeule.
Chair, I tend to be contrary to his opinion. I say because I want to get my returns at the end of the year. And that's our tradition. We have been doing it all through. And I don't know the ratio between your shares and your share capital. I don't know whether you have that ratio. What we can do maybe, as it says, we can raise our share capital. But you cannot deny somebody who is earning 100,000, as you said, and somebody is getting 500 shillings per year. It can't be equal. So I oppose that opinion. Myself, that's my opinion now.
Okay, just advice. Actually, we've been encouraging everyone to hit 5,000 share capital. And those who can, to do it even more. But for a reason, even people, sitaki kusema, they have refused. They have failed even to hit the 5,000. Do we punish the ones who have complied at the expense of those who have not? Because actually, I think, was it supervisory or someone said, we should encourage people. I wish we could come with a resolution that by next AGM, everyone must have hit. If you have not, then we make sure, whether it's deducted from your loan, the moment you take your loan, we recover the share capital or somebody to make sure we are all working at 5,000. If we did, then we will be able to increase our core capital. Lakini what has happened is that people have failed to raise voluntarily their share capital to 5,000 and beyond.
Members, there will be a proposal, and that's why the chair has said we go eat and then we come, because we can see you are seeing what we are seeing. But again, is what Lucas is saying. We made a profit. That's why we are paying the government some money. If you are heard by the government saying we do not make money, you will be hanged, because the government knows, and she is part of that government. So we made some money. Even when you see issue of liquidity being like that, one of the things is, I am 100% sure, by the time we are coming back, if we are able to do a good job on this list and the others, we'll go back to where we wanted to be. In the Sacco, it's democratic. Wewe unataka kukula pesa yako, kula. Wale sasa wanataka pesa yao irudi. Because hiyo ni pesa. Uboka kana kiria meretie. Na ona mundu gukihiari. Ithe ndagiotaga nyumba yake. Ndagagitigwo guo atakiri kindu ekite atia. So I think the whole thing is this. There are some decisions we cannot take corporately. There are decisions we leave it to the members. If you want to come for your money, sisi tukikutumia pesa yako, because hata serikali inataka hivyo tukutumie pesa yako. Ndio uende ununue vitu ulipe tax padile ingine. Usifikirie ati hii ni chain moja, si chain ambayo inaweza kuwa broken, hapana. So kila mtu abebe pesa yake. Ule wa kurudisha arudishe. Tumeona watu hata last year walichukua hata interest wakarudisha equivalent of that money kwa Sacco. You see, na kwanza hiyo inatusaidia mahesabu. Ujida tukitoa hapa tukiweka hapa. So mimi ningeomba tuchukue pesa zetu, wewe uende ukisifikiria unataka kuchoa, na hawa watu naongea wako na shilingi 500, wako kama zile disappearing messages kwa WhatsApp. Wako kama hao. Wako kwa WhatsApp, wamekutumia message, within few minutes imedisappear. So lazima akutumia ingine. So what we are saying is this, wako na 500 ni mahali tumeshindwa ya kuachika. Wakati ametumbukiza duru yake hapo inaitaka share capital direct. So hao ni watu ambao tunapaswa ku-encourage ndio wa reactivate the accounts well in a way that they understand why they are in the Sacco. But in this one, wacha kila mtu apate, hata mimi nipatieni pesa yangu. Ndio nimekuwa nikigojea nikule kwanza nianze kukula dividends kabla sijaingilia hiyo ingine. So I think from my head, I think and maybe at this time we can also ask the officer to help us also in this one, whether other people are doing that, because it could be that If we wanted, let me come here. The first formula, the first money that we did the formula was leaving 800,000 shillings. And the auditor recommended hiyo pesa tuzipeleke kwa institutional capital. Nikamwambia si ujafanya audit. Na hao wanaona hii hapa. Alafu tutawaambia pesa tumepeleka wapi? Hatupeleki, wakule pesa yao. Hii ni pesa yao. So if the issue is about the problem, the liquidity problem in the Sacco, we would have deducted this money long time, and we come here and we made that request. But what we are saying is this: when we have come here and we have made profit, there is some money which has already been deducted from that money to go to the institutional capital. Let us grow our Sacco slowly, but carefully. That would be my take.
Okay, we are still on dividend. Number one, it is good to acknowledge whatever is that gentleman is saying. He's saying a very valid point, because we have the issue of liquidity. That is number one. Number two, whatever is going to salvage our position is if we agree, all of us, to grow our share capital. And I would wish a scenario whereby by the time we leave here we agree tupeane timeline. Wale hawajafikisha 5,000 wafikishe by when? Kwa sababu that will be the whatever we'll get from that is even now more from comparing to the 200,000 we are discussing here. Number three, I also want to consider that individual who deposited 100,000 and maybe several others expecting return. Ndio? Kwa hivyo, we are caught up in the middle here. We have to consider everybody. Therefore, if we would go and declare the dividend, then we agree, we have a resolution and agree. When do everybody grow their share capital to 5,000? Kila mtu. Pole pole, by closure of this year, kila mtu akuwe na pesa ngapi? 5,000. And that will be a win-win for all of us. If that would work for us, that would be the best option for all of us. Asante.
Members, I think it would be good to pitisha hiyo sheria au hiyo mswada saa hii. Our mission, we are at 53 million, and actually right now we are at around 56 million in deposits. So what we intended to raise is the difference between the share capital that we have and what we want to hit. So we are almost like 5.5 million that we want to raise to reach the threshold, 10% our share capital, our share deposit. So we had made some request or recommendation that we want to move our share capital from 5,000 to 10,000 Kenyan shillings. That one should be achieved within a 1-year period. Those who can be able to do it, because as I said, kuna 100, kuna 80, kuna 60, kuna 40, kuna watu wameenda. Na dio, if we open up the server, you realize the share capital has been taken by 5 people. Sisi wengine ni kuchukua tu mabaki pale na pale. Kwa sababu tulibaki tu 5,000, and you can see the money is around 283. So if we can make that resolution now, that we want to move our share capital from 5,000 to 10,000, if we have a cumulative member of 350, we'll have raised our 3.5 million, our 1.5 million very well. Adding now to the other areas, we can be able to hit our liquidity. Even if we don't hit the 30, we can be able to do it in another way. So that we encourage even those who want to go to 20, 30, Ivo, we reach there, because for us who feel that we are here to stay, hapa tutatolewa tu na mambo zingine, lakini si vitu hizi. So if we can agree right now that that is where we want to go, we can pass it. We give people their deposit, their nini, if you want to share it, but now we make that resolution. Our minimum share capital is 10,000 Kenya shillings. But for the members who are here and those who even will join, you do it gradually. You do it gradually. And since in our portal, you are able to see the share capital, the share deposit, whatever, now you can be able to do it voluntarily from that portal, that I want to add 1,000, that way until you finish your journey.
Is it okay we finish on that? Do we agree on by when a resolution so that we don't come back to it? 5 or 10? Our target for now is 5. We go to 10 by December. Of course, it's slowly by slowly. Lucas. Lucas. On the resolution, Lucas has a hand up. This is what is starting between us and lunch. So the sooner we handle it, the better. Yes. Aya, wacha aseme swali moja, we vote.
Na sympathize na the member. Na nataka pia kupeleka vitu pole pole. Unajua wanasemanga ukienda kufika kwa nyumba ndio unaangushanga nyungu, eh? When now you are thinking about food, ndio unapewa resolution ya 10,000 ya share capital, and you will vote yes because you want to go in. It is true. This is what I'm saying. I've had the board resolution, but you see, we have to take it slowly. What the treasurer is saying is we eat this money, but we raise the share capital to 10. On the same vein, he has told us that they have not been able to enforce the 5,000. You get? This is the problem. They have not been able to get all members to 5,000, and now they are hopeful they will get them to 10,000. You see, this is dreaming mchana. Yeah? Unaota mchana, sindio? So what we have to say, this is my proposal. And this is my proposal. Kindly members to let me also talk like my elder Jama alisema. Demo ila kahoro ya niye dirauka. Tuweke atiriri. Besa isi 230,000. Yeah? Todone siyo nini. Like siso okyo de ini wa kiama. Na board make sure all members makinye 5,000. Todo daisi ni mareme toko kinya all members 5,000 re. How are they sure they are hopeful they will get all members to 10,000? Yeah? You see, maudamasi matira make sense how. Tuige atirere. Besa isi iye. Todo nesio nini. Ite togo di na 4 million. Modosi wekire 100,000 as share capital. Inamaanisha akona 1 million as deposit. Akona 1 million as shares. Sindio? Because he can afford 100,000 as share capital. No, Anita. So we will just beg those members to sacrifice. And personally, nimeenda even bigger circles than this one, 10 times bigger. Wanakuwa na share capital dividend of 15%. Na wanai-capitalize. Yes, there is lazima to discuss. That's why mimi I've seen it in somewhere else. So mimi nakuja kuambia because this is what the mathematics is saying. This is the small money, 200,000. 25 as the treasurer. So I'm moving this motion. We capitalize and let it be voted on, Chair. Let it not. Sio mambo ya commit. This is a motion I am moving right now. We capitalize this and the board ensures all members have gotten to 5,000. Not to raise the 10,000 until all members have gotten to 5,000. That is my motion. Let it be voted on. And let we not go to lunch. Let my my motion be voted on first.
Okay, let us vote. Let us vote.
I did not say members have not reached 5,000. All active members are at 5,000 and up. All active members, because you cannot be active and you remain without the 5,000. Even those who are coming out and even those who are joining now, it's 5,000 Kenya shillings. So the reason why we are talking, why I would wish that the members make the decision themselves and this vote now will count. And I would have wished that Lucas ask as many as of his opinion, say yes, as of blah, 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 the way they say no.
We want to vote for Lucas. The 283. Turudishe ama tugawe. For those who are turudishe, mikono juu. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, hiyo ndio ya pili. Those wenye wanataka turudishe the 283 mikono juu. Turudishe. Wenye wanasema tugawe mikono juu. Mikono juu have it. That is one. Number two, we have the share capital at 5. We have the share capital at 10. 5 or 10. We have said everybody, Gatia has said, Treasurer has said, any active member is at 5 for now. So, and we want to raise our core capital. So, at where we are, it's only those who are inactive, if they come up, that will make us go there. But for us to get there, we need maybe a higher amount. So we are saying, and we are doing it gradually. Those who want it to remain at 5, and bring on board those who are inactive to 5, mikono juu. 5. Those who want us to go to 10 gradually by the end of the year, mikono juu. They have it. I think we have voted on the 2 and we are 3. Lastly, we declare the dividend as it is. We need a proposer and a seconder and we move on. Proposer, Winnie, seconder. Hata ni mingi. Sawa sawa. Si tumemaliza. Seconder ni wengi. Who do we take? Freshia or whoever. There are many. Freshia. Okay. Thank you. Members, tuko na vitu dogo dogo za kumalizia and we are being pushed to take our lunch so that we can release them, yeah? We propose we take lunch for like, tutaweza another 30 minutes? Yes. Yeah? We try as quickly as we can because masani yetu so that we can come back and finish. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yes. Ama tuliobea. Nani difa pea Dr. Kakonge hapo awebe chakula. Hapo wako ndio namuona.
Habari zenu? Bwana asifiwe. Tuombe chakula. Heavenly Father, we come before you with thanksgiving. We praise your name because you are faithful God. When we see how far we have come in this circle, oh God, and how it has empowered our members, we have a reason to say thank you, to say you are faithful, you are caring, you are loving. We want to thank you even for this day. We thank you for the food that we are going to share, anything we are going to drink. We pray that you bless it. May you remember the ones who do not have. Provide for them, Lord, so that we can enjoy together, share together, and praise your name together. Our prayer of faith in Jesus' name.
Hello, members. When you walk out, Anne, are you prepared with the tags? When you walk out, you pick that tag from Anne. That is what you will present kwa chakula. You do present kwa chakula.
please tuigie. Please, wenye wako nje, we need to start. We need to start, please. Okay, we want to proceed. We want to call the meeting to order. We want to call the meeting to order. We want to go to the next item in the agenda. The next item in the agenda, which is appointment of auditors to audit the year 2026 book of accounts. The next agenda is the appointment of auditor, and I want to give the treasurer to say something.
Okay, members, thank you. I think now we are almost at the same level. Tumekula, tuko na nguvu sasa ya kukibiza mambo haraka haraka ndio tuondoke. On the issue of appointment of the auditor, we have had Mr. Kariuki, Auditor Kariuki, being with us. This was our third year. And we requested the board, or I requested the board, because he had also shown some interest again to extend his tenure for another 1 year, so that we finish some of the business that we had started with him that were not able to be finished in the year 2025. And one of them was now the issue to do with the mobile loans. There is something that he was helping us with, and I would request members to give Kariuki, as much as he didn't come today, there is nothing else we have seen in him that can make us feel like that he is a letdown when it comes to his correction of data. Anybody who is in the office would tell you that his audit is very thorough, because his audit doesn't just cover the accounts.
the accounts only. Even when you would ask questions here, these questions are asked by the auditor very early, because when it comes to spending money from the Sacco, he's so much interested, because at the end of the day, if our attendance as the board, even the audit of board attendance is also done during the same period. So that hatuendi tukakutana mikutano imaginary, alafu we earn allowances. So secretary is also audited to see to it that the minutes of all the board meetings are kept well. And where necessary, like some 2 areas he found out, and he gave us the advice. We had seen it, but that time, since it came from him, we realized it becoming a bit serious. So I would request this you members, even without going further, that we give karaoke another extra 1 year, so that we can finish those business together. Then in the meantime, or during this year, we will do another shortlisting, so that by the time we are coming to the close of this year, we'll be having a name. Because maybe, as she would agree with me, getting these auditors sometimes become big problem. I think there's too much to cover by auditors, such that getting one becomes a big problem. But that's not the reason why we are not changing him. But for those reasons that I've given, I request members to approve our request to give karaoke an extra 1 year, so that we can move on together.
That is coming from the treasurer, but the mandate is yours to decide. What is our take? On the auditor. Jama anasema aendelee. Is there an opposing voice? None. No opposing voice. But definitely, if we agree that he continues, we'll have to give him a feedback that members were not pleased. Otherwise, I don't think he works alone in his office. Angetafuta mtu na atume. So, in as much as we are allowing him to continue, just as it was said, his presentation of the accounts was very important, so that some questions can go directly to him. And we assure you that we'll do a complaint later. Otherwise, I think we are okay with that. We get a proposal. Jama proposes Sekoda. Tabitha. Okay. Sawa. Next is the revision of the 2026 budget and the approval of the 2027 budget. The budgets, now I hand over to the treasurer.
Thank you very much. We're going to present the revised, the paper that you have is revised 2026 budget, the proposed. I'll request the Jiriri. Jiriri yako wapi juu ya hiyo nini? Humphrey, project the As he prepares the the screen, we can be continuing with the proposed budget for 2026. I wanted him to project it because it is not in your sheet. So as he continues, I want you, because you have a paper and a pen on your paper, I want us to go through it. The proposed budget for year 2026 was as follows. What you have on your paper is a revised budget for 2026. Up there, remove the proposed, put the revised. The proposed budget for year 2026, we had from the previous performance, when we looked at our position in the operations of our Sacco, we realized that in the year 2026, we had proposed that we are going to raise 8 million. That's what we had proposed, that we are going to raise 8 million from interest on loans. And actually, when we were doing this, we thought that by now, we should have had the mobile loans with us. So we had proposed to have 8 million derived from interest income, interest on loan, and this is the one which is here. It's 8 million, which we had proposed to raise from interest on loans. We had proposed to enlist 200 members in the Sacco, and each member contributes 1,000 Kenyan shillings registration fee. So we intended to raise 2 million. The insurance, 200,000. Insurance, we had proposed to raise 1,450,000 Kenyan shillings. There is a reason why we normally put insurance here as an income. Whenever, because the insurance people are here, whenever we issue a loan, we normally charge interest. We normally charge a premium on that loan. But the CIC group, what they do, they charge us every October. And therefore, you realize between that time, if it comes in between, there is money which comes into our account, and that money, we don't just keep it in a box. It is somewhere earning something, and that's why at the end of the day, we would put it here as an income. Though at the end of the day, we'll also charge a small fee to make the office continue running. So we had proposed to have 1,450,000 Kenya shillings. We had proposed to issue 50 million Kenya shillings in form of loans, amounting to 500,000 Kenya shillings income. We had also proposed to do a restructuring of loans, and we could see it very well, it's coming, and we had proposed to raise 150,000 Kenya shillings. Out of these 200 members that we were to enroll, $40,000 Kenya shillings. We factored in 10,000 Kenya shillings withdrawal fee in the year 2026. Other income, we had proposed to raise 150,000 Kenya shillings. And interest income from fixed deposit and other areas, we had proposed to raise 1,500,000. So these are the figures. We had proposed to raise 12 million Kenya shillings in the year 2026 from the activities that we carry out. On the side of expense, we had proposed to pay, because we had proposed to spend 200,000 shillings on rent. We had also proposed to spend 50,000 shillings on auditor's fee, the supervision fee as well, 50,000. Recoverable expenses or legal compliances, 100,000. Recoverable expenses, 100,000. Consultancy fee and reimbursements, 100,000. Telephone and postage, 100,000. And one of the reasons is we expected to spend more on mobile loans when we were doing this, so that's why we were looking at this big figure. Depreciation, we had given it 200,000. Office refreshment and supplies, we had given it 100,000. Marketing fee, we had given it 200,000. Printing and stationeries, we had given it 200,000. And that was because we anticipated those activities to take place. Particularly on the introduction of mobile loans, we expected to spend quite a number with brochures and the rest. 200,000. Printing and stationeries, we had proposed to spend 700,000. Online hosting, 220,000. Sacco system, 20,000. We are here on expenses. We are here on expenses. Am I reading some things that you are not seeing? How far am I from where you are? Printing and stationeries. Printing and stationeries. Hello? From? We are here on the expenses. That's the line where we are. Yeah? Not on your paper. Because we talked about that this is the revised. What we are going to do is the revised. This is the proposed. This is what we had proposed. This is what we are doing, the revision. After that, now we are going to come to this one here. Sacco system, 20,000. Repair and maintenance, 150,000. Loan insurance, 600,000. Equipment and insurance, 25,000. Employees' salaries and wages, 900,000. Bulk SMSs, 30,000. Transport, 20,000. Membership recruitment commission at 60,000 Kenya shillings. Go down. Then we have members, the board allowances at 800,000. Board meetings at 60,000. Board travel expenses at 30,000. Board training at 100,000. Members training and development 400,000. AGM expenses at 300,000. Bank charges at 100,000. Totaling 800,000 and 4,565,000 total respectively. We had intended to raise a net surplus of 7,435,000 Kenya shillings. I think, Jiriri, as you continue, project it as now we move into the other one, so that wherever they will have an issue, they will be able to raise it directly from the other one. After looking at some of, because right now we are in 2026, we looked at the budget again and we thought it would be good to revise and to make changes that would be in compliance with what and where we want to be. So we had revised the 2026 budget as follows. Interest on loan, we retained it at 800,000, at 8 million. Registration fee at 200,000. Insurance at 1,450,000. Loan appraisal at 650,000 Kenya shillings. Restructuring fee at 150,000. Bylaws 40,000. Withdrawal fee at 10,000. Other income at 50,000 Kenya shillings from what we had given it there earlier. Interest income, we also did it downwards at 700,000 shillings from the practicals that we saw in the year 2025. So we had intended, or we intend to raise 11,250,000 from our various activities during the year 2026. Again, is the 12,000 that we had proposed. 12 million for the previous year, for the proposed budget that we had done. Office rent, we moved from 200,000 to 1.2 million Kenya shillings. Audit fee, we retained it at 50,000. Legal compliances at 100,000. Recoverable expenses at 50,000 Kenya shillings. Consultancy fee and reimbursements at 100,000. Telephone bulk SMS and postage at 30,000. Internet expenses at 27,600. Depreciation at 150,000. Amortization at 40,000 Kenya shillings. Office refreshments and supplies at 100,000. Office refreshments and supplies, that is outside catering, like where we are, if at all we are going to have any meeting outside, 100,000. Marketing fee at 242,000 Kenya shillings. Printing and stationery at 50,000 Kenya shillings. Online web hosting 40,000. Sacco system maintenance at 66,000. Repair and maintenance at 50,000. Loan insurance at 600,000. Equipment insurance at 25,000 Kenya shillings. Salaries and wages at 1.2 million. Transport from office 20,000. Board members allowance at 625,000 Kenya shillings. Board meeting expenses at 60,000. Board travel and expenses at 30,000. Honorarium at 120,000 Kenya shillings. Marketing, training and development at 689,000. AGM expenses at 400,000. Bank charges at 60,000. Totaling 1.1 million and 6,224 total and 600 Kenya shillings. Net surplus at 5.025,400. We have some capital expenditure that we might incur, that we intend to incur during this period, because if there will be any expansion, we intend to upgrade or to secure the machine that we have, because we have one desktop in the office which we want to secure using a UPS. We need a laptop that we have factored in 100,000. We have tablets that we have factored in 50,000 because of the outreach, including Imani congregation. We have projector of 60,000. Sacco mobile development at 100,000. Signage, advertisement, and LoRa banners at 50,000. Reinforced cabinet at 50,000 Kenya shillings. The grand total comes to 6,664,600 Kenya shillings, leaving a net surplus of 4,585,400 Kenya shillings. One of the observations that we looked at when we were arriving at this, there has been this postponement of the Sacco expansion. And we are finding that time has come that we cannot be able to postpone it again, because we are, as far as particularly the space is concerned, we are completely out. Completely out. It's the high time that we think of these things seriously, because even when members come for the cell group meetings, there are some groups that cannot fit in the current office that we have. And actually many of them, because 30 people, the boardroom that we have can't hold 30 people comfortably. So the mission is to have some two more boardrooms outside there completely. This is one to cater for the incoming members who are not members of our church, because we do not want to be seen to be, that's our mission, but we don't want to be seen to be muzzling people in the space that we have. And then again, our programs are being inhibited by not having enough space to do our trainings. Anytime we want a training, we have to bring it here, we have to bring it to take it elsewhere, and it is a high time that we take care of ourselves, if at all we want to be seen to be very serious. We also looked at when we are doing that expansion, because you can see it's the one that is taking in 1.2 million. We intend also to add additional staff, but it may not necessarily be on the contracts that we give, because we need as well, as our activities continue increasing, the people to pay also increases. And that's why we factored in the 1.2 million in terms of the salaries and wages, so that we do not as well keep people, because the people, our class, let me put it, the class that we are employing currently is totally different from the way we were looking at it before. And probably that is the reason why you would look at our office today and you find it's a bit different even when it comes to the people who are manning the office, even when it comes to the knowledge that they have. We are still equipping them. And we have decided, unless otherwise, we are not going for any person less than professionals. We are not going to go below there. So that the depth of our work, our accounts, our everything goes hand in hand with what the other circles are doing, because we are not working in isolation. We have also intended to spend more money on members training, because we are realizing one of the biggest problems that we are having, even when it comes to the members' loans and deposits, it's coming in because members are somehow undercapacitated, and they have not been given the correct or the right or the adequate information that can help them to grow financially. So we intend to have more trainings targeted on members, because with a well-informed members like the way currently we are, if we go higher than this, I would believe that it will go on well in making this circle a better circle than other circles. So trainings, we have put in a lot of funds, so that we can be able to adequately cater for what the changes that are happening. By presenting this budget does not mean that we are going to spend each and every coin. What it means, we are preparing ourselves for any eventuality, because we have been told by the supervisory committee, when we have voted for money, even if those activities increase, we have to stick to those activities. We have to stick to the budgets allocated to those activities. And therefore, since as a board, we don't want to come here, alafu ikuwe ni vita kati ya nyinyi na sisi na supervisory, tukiwaambia supervisory walikataa tutumie hizi pesa. we had to take care of it. Because if you look at the kind of money that we have here and the kind of money that we have shared today, is almost like that time tutakula pesa yote. The measures that the board is putting up are enough to make sure that next year we retain the same projection or trajectory of earnings that we have continuously done, so that members can be fully catered for in terms of loans. It can be catered for again in terms of interest and dividend payments. And therefore, it is my humble request, members, that with all the questions and with all issues that will be raised from this budget, you consider this budget a budget, because it looks a bit expensive, but not really expensive looking into the future, because some of these things we are not going to keep doing them now and then, now and then, now and then. So I would request Chair now to retire, to remain seated as these members interrogate this budget, and then we move on together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Najua ni after lunch. Energy mingi imeteremka na huku chini. We are fed, but I know we are very attentive. And it's now time to react to the presentation of the budgets. You ask questions, then ndio tusikie what it is. We go. Haya, kuna moja pale. Nasoro pale.
What's sonarium? I saw on the budget here, the proposed one. Honorium, what's that? 120,000.
For that, keep taking. We take like a few, then we answer them together. Another. Dr. Kakonge pale. Another.
Thank you, Chair and members. I'm not very good in this area of Mabayaku account, but using sijui kama ni ya mama boga ama common sense, I'm seeing that the budget for the income is what is on top there, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Gatia. And do we have a figure of 12 million or something? And then other expenditure, or the bottom part is like 6 million. And you said there is more spending of money because we are trying to expand or to improve whatever we have. My question is, if you are trying to expand or develop the Sacco, are we expecting that our income should increase as well? I'm looking at a day like this next year when we have, and I'm wondering, I'm seeing there of like 6 million, will that be how you expect us to have our, what do you call it? Hii faida ama hii company yetu. Is that what we are going to, that the balance, what we are going to share? Because I'm thinking as we spend more, we need to also to improve our revenue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Noted. One more. Then kwanza tujibu hizo tatu. One more. Mwai there.
Thank you, Chairman. My concern is on office rent. With 1.2 million office rent, I guess that interpolates to 100,000 per month. Doesn't that sound quite, or we are going for what kind of an office? I guess it must be around Kinoo. I don't think we are going to Westlands or so. Thank you.
Okay, kwanza tujibu hizo tatu, then we proceed.
We are not, we are somehow bowed because Westlands would be Nairobi, and the officer of Nairobi will react badly on us. First of all, I want to go to Nazu. Honorarium is a token given to the board members at the end of financial year if they have performed accordingly. So we are 12 members of the board. Therefore, we had, it's not that we have not been earning it before. We have been earning an 80,000 Kenya shillings for the 12 members. The token has been 80,000 even when our income was less than 2 million. And therefore, we were requesting this congregation today to consider the token to the board members in return for their performance or their administration of what you placed in their hands. So honorarium is just that, a token given to the board members as an appreciation for the work that they have done. If we go to Dr. Kakonge, she is asking this ambitious, expensive budget, whether it will amount to what we are seeing here as the bottom line. What we are saying is this. It's an ambitious because, one, for the last, the year 2025, we have looked for an office. We have looked for that office within the area that we thought it would adequately cater for us. And we are realizing it's as if Kinoo is not meant to be a sort of I don't know, because we are not getting the boardrooms that we need. Because here our interest is not really that office. It's the boardroom. We are interested in boardrooms because we want to have a boardroom that can be able to adequately cater for a good sizable of people for capacity building. And my thinking was that we needed to get two boardrooms adequately catering for 120 people. Both. That means at any one time we can hold as many as 60 members for training. And even our mission was slightly bigger because today, if you look at the pamphlet that you have, you can see there is a co-partnering between Pcea, Kinoo, Sacco, and CIC Group. We have so many people who are interested in coming to our support in what we are doing, but what we are lacking a facility that can accommodate that kind of work. And that is the reason why we are putting this money. We don't know the kind of boardroom, but what we estimated one time when we went to look for a space is that we were told that space, it was almost as big as this, and we were told the rent is around 75,000 Kenya shillings because of what we intended to do inside there. That's why we had to put 1.2 million to cater for the two offices, where we are now and where we would go. But this one, Daktari, does not mean that we intend to spend all this money. All we are doing is we do not want at any one given time the activities of the Sacco to be inhibited by lack of space like what is happening today. We know we had tried, and if it works well and good, we know our church does not have enough rooms to give to this Sacco anymore. It's also constrained, and we cannot be able to shelve the church activities to do our business. We are still exploring other ways in which maybe we can get it slightly cheaper, but we are going commercial way. That's why when we are doing our budget, instead of coming back, we want to retain this budget as it is so that we can do it. Now, as we spend more money, Daktari, our mission is to make sure that we also give accordingly. Because those boardrooms, we wish them to have also an income coming from there. It will not be a boardroom for Pcea Kinoo Sacco alone. We want to incorporate other areas that we can be able to use that, utilize the boardrooms. That means they are busy morning to evening, from 1st to 30. That's what we are looking at. Because if you look at the kind of the catchment area that we have currently to expand this Sacco, it's thinning. It's thinning every day. Unless we come up with another method of attracting people, it will be very difficult to bring in people more. Because it's as if the two congregations have. We also want to, this year, to move into Odero Pcea. We want to move to Kihumo Pcea. And we want to move to Kikuyu. Those are the catchment areas that we want to attract to our Sacco. And we don't want people to come and find us unprepared. We don't want people to come and find us with a small office. Because as Igine, what I was told, and I also learned it somewhere, that if you are conned by a smart con man, sometimes you don't feel the pain. But if you are conned by a laugh, unasikia vibaya because you umeona huyo si kazi yako. If we want to attract good people, we will also have to do our work well. I want to give you this example. When our Reverend was retiring, if you noticed, the interviews were done in the Sacco office. And when I asked them, they told us, this is the only place where we found difference inside this compound. So that's why they came there. So if we want to attract, let us go to those directions. But we make sure whenever members' chilling goes, it has to come out with something extra so that the member can continue earning. So we also intend to expand the revenue area, because remember where we are heading to. We are heading in an era where currently we are at 62 million Kenya shilling asset base. So chances are that this year we are going to hit the 75 million. Only 2 more years, we hit the 100 million and we enter into another category. That category will require standards working hand in hand with, just like where somebody has asked here. 50 million is being taken care of by one employee. That's exactly what we are saying. When we reach those stages, there are things that will start working hand in hand with the Pcea, Kinoo, Sacco. Not a way of removing money, but as a way of growing the image of our Sacco. That one answers the question about why. And if here, in this congregation, because we have been voting, you know where we can be able to get it even slightly cheaper. Particularly if we can be able to get a house whose owner had anticipated his children will settle there, but they refused and they went to stay elsewhere. And he has a 4-bedroom house. We would be interested in that kind of a place because we will be having a compound where we can be able to do so many activities at the same time. And most of you in Kinoo, you could be knowing. But we are not looking at the far end. We are looking within the area of Kinoo because we want the accessibility of our services to be very easy in as far as serving our customers are concerned. Thank you.
Okay, where are we? Satisfied? Okay. Any other clarification? Any more? Nasura?
Wajua mnataka kujua siri nyingi na tutawatobelea leo. There are some, for those I was talking to, I made it that in this budget or any item that you would find here, like let's say for instance you find the board members' allowances, there is an explanation like the way we had in the audit of how that money is being spent. All through, the honorarium was under the board members' allowances. It was an expense inside there. But this time we decided to remove it out so that it remains an independent vote by itself. So bit by bit, when we start giving out our booklet, what we want to make these members aware is what happens inside the Sacco. Like what when we tell you, when we meet, like even today, you know, it's good to be honest. Even today, when you people leave, we also still earn the 3,000 shillings. So that's why we are asking you, why don't you come here? Kwa nini msipigania hizi viti? Unajua kuna mahali itafika 10,000 tuzikatalie, sasa tuseme hapa hatutoki. Tufanye campaign yetu. Lakini all what we are saying is this. We are open, as transparent, so that our members can continuously be aware of what happens in the board. And at times, let me also make it very clear. There are times we invite people to our board meetings. When we find that you are afraid of the Sacco to a certain extent, we invite you to come and hear our deliberations. And the reason is, we are looking for you. We are looking, when you find yourself being invited in the board, there is something we have seen in you that we would wish that you come and give us and enlighten us about. So when we invite you, we are telling you the doors for the Pcea Kinoo Parish Sacco is completely open for the members, because you own us. You have given us the mandate. There is no need to hide anything that you need to know, however small and minor it is.
Okay, are we okay? If we are, we need to approve the budget, the proposed budget, so that now we can give the board the mandate to spend as we continue. So we need a proposer and a seconder. Yes.
Yeah, it is true.
Woguo ni inge propose andu arĩa mekũingĩra credit committee ona oya allowance yao ĩthondekwo itige gũkorwo ĩ 500 ona ndũngĩ nĩ tũnini mũno ndikĩũĩ nĩ makoragwo credit committee no rĩu nĩ ingĩũka credit committee ingĩra tũheo 5,000 ĩyo nĩyo proposal yakwa cihe icio cikinye 15 okorwo nĩ mĩcemanio ĩrĩ mweri marahĩtũkagia marũni maita merĩ makĩringwo mĩtĩ ĩtatũ kamarahĩtũkia marũni ma mbeca ti marũni ma mbeca nyingĩ rĩu gũkũ gũtirĩ na rũni rwa 100,000 nĩ 500,000 gũthiĩ na igũrũ hau harorwo na hahĩtũkio atĩ nĩ 1,500 credit committee ĩiganane na kamĩtĩ icio ingĩ itige kũhinyĩrĩrio nĩyo ĩrahĩtũkia ĩngĩrega kũhĩtũkia marũni no kuoneke kĩndũ mangĩrega na moige gũtirĩ rũni tũkũhĩtũkia mweri ũyũ rĩ kũngĩthiĩ atĩa matikĩrorwo naho hau ũguo noguo ĩyo nĩ proposal yakwa.
Okay, the proposal is accepted. Aya.
That one is in order, but what we would wish to do is we have policies that are coming out. It will be anchored in the credit committee policy so that it is owned. But we can if you pass it today, it is well and good. We have no, because I can also be part of it. And actually we would fight now to go to the credit committee. But what we are saying, these are things, the proposals, even outside here, that we would want to continue encouraging members to come up, not only financials, but in other areas that can be able to improve the policies that we have in place. But also those who will come to become in the credit. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, I know now that one is contained in the allowances, so we want to now pass the budget. So we need a proposer and a seconder. Winnie, are you proposing? Oh. Winnie? Nahana? Kamiri? Sawa. Okay, I think we are through with the budget. Then we move on to the fixing of the borrowing powers. Then we hear from the finance person on the proposal that he's making.
Chair, thank you very much. There is I want to tie this question, this proposal with the area that we were talking about. If we overshoot our revenue. And I also want to make it here that today, one of the requirements now of the government, and actually it has been there, it's only that we have not been, there is some money which you had being called the core capital, which right now stands at around 4.7 million. That's money belonging to the Sacco, doesn't belong to anybody. That money will from now henceforth leave the Sacco. So it will not be part of the money that can be borrowed anymore. It can only earn, because that's where we draw our dividends from. And to make the members earn a good dividends, it's only good that that money leaves the Sacco and go where it belongs, to go and do what it does. So it's only the earnings that can come back to the Sacco, but the money continues being away from where we are. So it's not money that can be borrowed, because that is the money that can purge in any deficit, any problem that would occur in the Sacco. So we cannot continue using the emergency money for normal operations. We, the board, as we said again, we have another mandate to make sure that all the activities that are aligned with the growth of the Sacco are achieved within the timelines that have been set by the members at a day, on a day like today. And therefore, we would anticipate, or we had anticipated, that at one given time, even if it has not happened, we can come and overshoot our budget, our revenue, sorry. In that light, all through we have had, you had given the board the borrowing powers of up to Kenya shilling 5 million. That's the money we would go out and borrow to come in and finance the project or the activities in the Sacco, and more so the uptake of loans. And therefore this time, because of how and what we have seen, we are requesting this congregation to give us borrowing powers of up to 10 million. 10 million to go hand in hand with the growth that we are anticipating. But what we are saying is this: all through, even when you have given us that power, we have never borrowed any money. We have all through been borrowing within our means, and therefore we are only trying to look at a situation where you would come. In August last year, there is a time I requested the chair to call an emergency meeting. And I told him one of the reasons I needed this meeting is because we are being overrun. Our savings were being overrun by loans. We talked, and that's the time we decided, or the board decided, that we are going to request this item. Luckily enough, you came out and you paid your loans, you paid your everything, and 2 months we were back to normal. But one of the other things I would really wish that you members do to us, I want you members to be consistent. The way you give your monthly money, I want you to be consistent. Try as much as possible to be consistent. If you have 5,000, give your 5,000 consistently. Even when you would go down 1 month because of one reason or the other, just go back to where you are. Because that one is going to shelve us from this kind of vagaries, if I would call them the vagaries. So, try to do as much as you can to avoid this. But in case it happens, because I don't think there is anybody who would, it would be better you get an expensive loan than to not to get that loan at all. Because maybe the business you are going to do, ni kama ile ya mafuta, iko sahihi. So we request as a board, and me on behalf of the board, I request that you increase our borrowing power to 10 million. But what we have done before, we don't intend to go out unless it will be very necessary. And at that particular time, we will be able to make you people aware of why and how we want to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's the proposal that we have. Of course, for us to borrow, Nancy has to know and has to approve before we go out borrowing any money. So it's not like tukipewa power to borrow, tomorrow we'll go out and borrow. It's a process. Lakini it's just a cushion for eventuality. Okay, where are we? Any reaction? If not, if we are okay with that, then we approve it and move on. Sioni kama kuna kitu. So, if none, if you accept it, then we can have a proposer and a seconder, then we say yes. Paul Jama proposes. Nani yule? Kamen. Catherine. Catherine. Ndawa. Sekot. Thank you. So far, so good. We are going to the other part now. The next item that we have in our order paper, in our agenda. I now want to invite our cooperative officer to make her remark. And also, after she is through, you heard we have some open vacant positions. Then she'll take over the elections. Karibu, Nancy.
Ni sawa tu. Good afternoon, members. Yeah, so thank you, Chairman. And I'll just make 2 comments, then we go to the main agenda of elections. I think number 1, it is important to comment that based on our records, on our books, all parameters indicate that we are going to the right direction. And I believe we can all agree to that. Number 2, I would want also to comment on the cooperative bill that is circulating, and so much has been said about it. I think it is important for me to maybe comment a few things on it. Number 1, the bill is still in Senate, so it is not a law yet. It is still in Senate. Number 2, there are several things that are being mentioned about the Sacco, Central Sacco, the big Sacco, all that. It is important for us as members to note that those parameters, the Central Sacco that is being mentioned, it is mainly affecting the deposit-taking Sacco. And we are yet to be a deposit-taking Sacco, number 1. Number 2, most of the actually all the deposit-taking Sacco have been engaged, and they have been part and parcel of all those suggestions we are seeing. This would mean there are mentions, there are things that are circulating, particularly in our social media, that are making it look like there's a problem, but there are people who are in Sacco sector who are now in deposit-taking, who are part and parcel of all those proposals. But because we are not there, that is why we have not been engaged. The other thing, it is important to note that it being a bill, it is still having the teething problem. Kwa hivyo, it is important we be patient and see what will really come out as a law, because so much amendments will be done before it becomes a real law. And therefore, I calls for all members, kwa sababu imekuwa ikiwekwa kwa groups, there is no call for alarm, mambo iko sawa. And when there will be need for us to maybe to participate, like previously I shared in our group, there was public participation ilikuwa imeitishwa na nilitumia, I believe the board members waliona watume maoni yao, so that as they enhance that law, that bill to become a law, our opinions will be captured. Okay, that's said and done. We have 4 positions that are vacant today, and this is in consideration that we use the regulation that the rotation, the rule of rotation, whereby a third of the board retires every year. Having 9 board members would mean that therefore a third of 9 is 3, and a third of 3 for the supervisory is 1. Therefore, the vacant positions today are 3 for the management and 1 for supervisory. It is important for us to know in our Sacco who maybe qualifies to be a board member, or rather a supervisory committee member. Number 1, you must be a member who is actively saving, and you must have at least the minimum share capital. The minimum share capital for members is 5,000, and once you are onboarded, the share capital for board members is 15,000. Kwa hivyo ukiingia ukiwa na 5,000 the minimum, lazima you top up to 15,000. The other thing is that you must have the share deposit ama the monthly savings zenye you submit on monthly basis of at least 150,000. You must not be in default in your loan. You must be servicing your loan as required. And you must have been a member of the Sacco for at least 2 years. And then there are the other the normal requirements. You must be 18 years of age. You must be a person of integrity. Lazima wewe ukue ni mtu utaweza kulida mali ya wenyewe. And the government should not have declared you to be bankrupt. Si tunajua if you are declared bankrupt, government inasema huna kitu chako. Si ni kweli? And because unakuja kulida mali ya wenyewe, ni lazima ukue na vitu zako. When we talk about integrity, integrity ni mtu ako na integrity ni nini na Kikuyu? Uigiriki. Si ndio? Si mnajua kuna wale watu kwa huko manyumbani hawawezi yeko hata kwa komiti ya mazishi. Si mnajua namna hiyo? Kwa sababu kabla mkufi azikwe, pesa imefanya nini? Pesa imepotea, na hatutaki hiyo maneno, because you are coming to safeguard the money that has been invested by all these investors. Therefore, kwanza, that one is very critical. You can have everything else, but if you have integrity, you have issues with integrity, hiyo hainanga mwalimu. Sawa sawa. Kuna vitu zingine zinaweza, we can try to see how to go about them, but that one, it is a no. It is important for us to say that, because that is something as a board, the position I sit, I may not know who has integrity issues. And you as the members, you are the one who elect leaders. Kwa hivyo nikiwa presentia applications ama applicants, it is you now to say, this one we pull down on this ground. Good. Maybe it's good to read out the persons who are retiring today. Number 1, from management. There is Esther Wanjiro Mwangi. There is Catherine Njeri Ikumba. And there is Bwana George Kenyajui. Ako kwa barot siku ya leo. Are we together up to there? Munawajua hao? Good. It's also important to say that out of the 3 retiring, I would want us first to focus on management, then we go to the supervisory. 2 members expressed interest. One of them expressed ama alijiomba that he has served us for quite some time and he would want to be served. Esther Wanjiro dropped her application. Catherine Njeri, Bwana George alijiomba, George Kenyanjui. That said and done, it is good to say that we received 6 applications kwa sababu those positions were declared vacant to you. Simuliona hiyo information, and you were requested to apply, and we received 6 applications, and we did vetting. Vetting is to verify if these people, these applicants meet the requirements. And therefore, we will present the persons that qualified. The ones that did not qualify, there is a document showing the reasons why they did not qualify, and I think it is just fair enough. We don't present those reasons here. They will follow up with the office for the reasons which are well documented. Okay, so we received an application for Esther Mwangi, as I had said, Catherine Gikumba, Tabitha Mwangi, and Hannah Karigo. Sijui kama wako hapa? Mko hapa? The 4 members. Nimesoma? Simusimame, ama munismailie, nione kama mko. There's another lady. This one poor person. Esther yuko? Esther ako hapo. Then Catherine, yes. Then there is Tabitha, Hannah and Karigo. Haya, Hannah ndiye hayuko. And it is important to say that those 4 members are the one that qualified at vetting level. Lakini position, we have how many positions? 3. Sawa sawa. Positions ni 3 na wale candidates tuko nao ni 4. Na ikifika hapo ni kumaanisha tutafanya nini? Tutavote, tutachaguana. Are we together? Nitawapa nafasi, but we are said that Hana hakuingia kwa AGM. Alikuwa na apology. Any apology? Alileta apology, I don't know. Niwape dakika moja. Si unajua sasa hii ni ile wakati ingine. 30 seconds. Msalimie members. Ndio tuende kupiga kula. We will decide how we are going to vote as members. Karibu in 30 seconds, Kaidre.
Praise God. Good afternoon, members. Okay, for me, I've been in the board for the last 3 years, credit committee, and I would want to encourage you. Save every month. Make sure you're saving. Make sure you're attending Sacco meetings. Make sure you are informed. Make sure you do everything that we've been taught here, yeah? If you feel you have a question, you always ask your cell group leader, yes? And I want to appreciate the time you've given me to lead you in credit committee. God bless you.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My name is Esther. I've been serving in board member as in education committee. What I would like maybe to urge you is please always attend the cell group meetings. It is very important. That is where you learn more about the Sacco. If you have a query, our cell group leaders are there to guide you. If they cannot, we are always here to guide you. If you give me another chance, I'll be able to move you to the next step. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Bwana asifiwe. My name is Tabitha Mwangi. Previously served as a supervisory committee member, and I'm a cell group leader in cell group number 1. I am requesting you to give me the opportunity to serve you in the capacity of a board member, because it is not good to look at things as you desire to have them actioned on, yet you have the capacity to action on them. It's only fair that you step into the next level and do. And that is what I am asking you to give me the mandate to do. God bless you.
Asante. Sijui kama mmeona kitu. Have you observed something? Which one? Yeah? Gender. Kina kaka. Kwani sijui ilikuwa namna gani? Kwa sababu, by the way, did we get any? Even application, at least we dismiss at vetting, hatukupata. Anyway, I would want us to agree on one matter. We said one member is absent. We agree, it is us to agree as members. To vote, do we vote somebody in absentia? If yes, we go ahead as members. That's what I want to hear from you. Yes or no? Yes, with apology. Good. So then we have four positions. But sometimes tunajiulizanga, I hope atapatikana hiyo wakati. Si ni kweli? You have something? Oh, no. Is it written? Ama ni asimu? You have something? Sasa si mimi nataka muongee. Mimi nataka muongee bana. Alafu his question is if it is a written apology ni ile ya simu. Sema hiyo ya simu. Yes. 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 Okay. That is his proposal. Nasema kama si written haiwezi, na kila mtu ako na maoni yake, sawa? And they are all varied. Kwa hivyo we accept them. So we just agree, show of hands, ndio. The apology is not written, ni ile ya simu. Sawa sawa. So we agree. Do we agree to go with non-written apology ama no? Just by show of hands. If we agree, if yes, if no, if yes, this is for yes. Wale wanasema tuendelee na hiyo apology. Wale wanasema kama si written apology no, show of hand. Thank you. Pia nilikuwa naomba kimoyomoyo. Do you know what that means? Oh, you know. You want to tell us? Anyway, thank you. Kwa hivyo, it's good for democracy. Kwa sababu number one, we cannot disqualify a member on basis of absence. Ni kweli? Kwa sababu alipita at vetting level. But then, if as members, because we are the one who is making this decision, feels that for the non-written apology is not satisfactory to us, then it means that we have three applicants and we have 3 positions, and therefore if we get proposal and seconder for those ladies, then we confirm them. Tuko pamoja? Aya, we have Esther Mwangi. Tunaweza pata proposal? You're proposing? Yes. Okay. Okay. Sisi hatukujua. Haya.
According to her.
Yes.
Hello. She has an important family affair in her house. That's why she should not come. She will not come.
Who is the leader of the group? The cell group?
Catherine.
Ako huku. Hata yeye hayuko.
I'm a member of that group.
Okay.
And that's why I'm able to read the apology she had sent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa, she has written apology, but bado it is back to you. Do you own it? Yes.
I'm a member of the supervisory committee. My name is Yvonne Maina. And to be honest, also the auditor wasn't here. We weren't given a written confirmation. So for you guys supporting for her not to go through with the vetting onwards, it seems very biased.
Okay.
Yes, let's start at that.
Not election, actually. Vetting is done. Vetting,
Yes,
she is cleared.
For vetting is done and she has been cleared. So
Okay.
I'm requesting the members to also give her a chance. It does not mean that she has automatically qualified. That's
Okay.
my view, yeah.
Thank you. That's a valid opinion also. Sawa sawa members. Sasa mko pande gani ama you are left confused? Okay, then it would mean okay. With that, which mode of voting ama do you want us to use? Mnataka tutumie gani? What is available? Maybe can use secret ballot, we can use show of hand, na tunaweza tumia mlorongo. Show of hand, okay, sawa sawa. You will allow us to Munawakumbuka, we said you out kwa sababu nyinyi ni wa kanisa moja. Sikuwe ni elda wenu na alafu nilete maneno huku. Okay. We are voting now. To what? Tabitha. Si ameongea hapa? Anaitwa Hana. Sasa I don't know. How do we explain her? Who is I don't know her either. What we do, let's continue. Let's continue. You know, and that is why we are giving you an opportunity to vote. Si ni kweli? Yes, you vote for, we are voting for 3 people. Sawa sawa. Tunavoti watu wangapi? Watatu. So make sure umeinua mkono mara ngapi? Usiinue mara ngapi? Kwa sababu utaspoil kura zetu. Are we together? Yes, it's fair enough. Na kama umjui sasa, there's nothing, I don't know, now that is up to you. Kama umjui, utamchagua kama umjui. Sasa hiyo ni wewe ujijibu. We have Esther Dabirio Mwangi. Mumemjua Esther? Haya. Let's vote for Esther by show of hand. Nani wanavotia Esther? Esther, tuinue mkono vizuri. Na mimi naona bwana Jididi kama tutasaidiana kuhesabu kura na wewe. Nitahesabu yako. Tusaidiane na wewe to confirm the votes. Inua vizuri. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 votes. 55, oh here, 55, okay. Esther, 55 votes. We go to Catherine Yekumba. Catherine N. Yekumba. Mkono juu. Inua vizuri, isikuwe spoiled vote. Inua vizuri, tunaanza hii pande. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44 votes. 45 votes, huh? Yes? Kama imepita, umespoil votes. Si ndio? Wamewazuia. Umesimama mbele ya votes. Ilikuwa nani? Mtu anainua mara 3. Tunachagua watu watatu. Kwa hivyo utainua mara 3. Are we together? So we said that. We said you cannot do 4, but you do 3. Ndio? You plus 2. Aya. Yes? 3. 47. Aya. Then we have Tabitha Mwangi. Tabitha Mwangi. Okay. Aya. Okay. We know vizuri isikuwe spoiled. Aya, sawa. Then we go to Tabitha Karigo. Oh, sorry, Hannah. Yes, you got it. Hannah and Karigo. Mkono juu. Kuna ingine? Oh, ume change mind. 20. Okay, sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo wanaweza ingia. We got Esther alipata 55 votes, Catherine 47, Tabitha 84 na Hannah 20. Yes? 86. Oh, okay. Tabitha 86, sorry, plus hizi mbili za mbele. Okay. Wanaweza ingia na kwa hivyo by way of voting, then Esther, Catherine and Tabitha ndio wataingia kwa board. And it is good to say that we have elected them as board members. They will go sit with the other board members, then they reconstitute the office. Sini sawa sawa? Particularly, it is very good to take note that come next year, chairman will allow me say this, tutakuwa na chairman mwingine. Sini kweli? Na chairman sawa sawa. Wata reconstitute, kwa hivyo tutapewa office. And because time is far much gone, they may not do it today. But once they do, they will communicate to you. Yo iko sawa? Thank you so much. We go to the last position, na ni position ya supervisory, whereby we had one, tulisema ni moja, and we got only one application. Yeah, Mr. Benson and Thiongo, who is the person who was retiring, hatukupata application ingine. After vetting, Benson alipita at vetting level. Kwa hivyo, if he is confirmed by the members, then ataendelea na kazi ya supervisory. Benson yuko huku? Benson is the chairman. Yeye ndiye alipresent report yao. Nani anasema hivyo? Tupate proposal na sekoda wa Benson. Mtu haja propose kitu leo. Haya. Yes? Member 414 sekoda, na tuangalie gender. Achukue neighbor hapo. Member ni? Yes? 026 second, na kwa hivyo Benson. Okay, sawa sawa. Wamekuja, wameitwa na mtu hapo? As they come, maybe we charge the board, particularly the board members. When you see members expressing confidence in you again, si ni kweli? Ulikuwa na wanakurudisha ni kwa sababu they have confidence in you, and the only thing you can do is to serve the members right, so that wasione kama walianguka mtihani. Si ni kweli? Therefore, we welcome you, ladies. Na you have been confirmed again by the members. Na Tabitha pia amekuwa confirmed by the members. Okay, thank you. Kwa hivyo, welcome on board, particularly now the new members, ndio? And also you, because it is a new term. Na a term of a board members ni miaka mingapi? Miaka 3. Lakini watu nasema, in case anything happens before the 3 years, hapa tutafanya nini? Tutavurusha mtu, si ndio? Kwa hivyo muendelee kufanya kazi mzuri. Serve the members. Let us serve the members vile mumekuwa mkifanya. Wakati unaangalia hii hesabu unaona kuna growth. It is very important for us to acknowledge work has been done. Ni kweli? Work has been done. We are proposing nyinyi wote mkuje hapa, the board, maybe even the supervisory hapa. Sasa we see the new team working in the year 2026. Kila wote, nyinyi wote, all of you. This is now the new team. Okay, sawa sawa. I think ni hayo chairman, gojea kidogo. Chairman, cha tupige picha hii. Ndi kweli? Sawa, haya. Asante, na kwa hayo, once you reconstitute the board, you will communicate to the members. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki zaidi. Na murore miago kumia. Thank you.
Thank you. Tupigie Nancy makofi.
Members, kwa sababu hatutaongea sana, I just wanted to make you aware, because it's not something ambayo nitarudi kwake. All of you can be able to see this. Yeah? Ebu nipatie hii Humphrey. This one could be you. This one could be me. This particular member was the highest in interest payment for the year 2025. And the member was able to get an interest of 390,176. Isn't it good? Mtu anakula mali yake pole pole. And we wish all of us could be here. And this is good because last year the highest member was 171,000. Now we are here at 390. What I want you to purpose is to dethrone huyu mtu, tumurudishe akuwe na pesa kidogo, hiyo ingine yake tugawane pole pole as we move on, asiendelee ku. So this is how far we have come. Chairman, also allow me to introduce two members of staff. The two members could be forgotten in the process of hii kazi yote. Excuse me, Maureen and Anne. Let us have you here so that people can see you and can also confirm you. You know, we had previously, when we were reporting about one member of staff, and we felt the work is becoming more and more. And again, officer, I want to make it
a concern to you, the same way you have seen this election that only ladies volunteered to come. When we did the interview, only two men came, and what they gave us, we got worried whether that is a representation of what men are. And if you ladies, you are the one making men to do that, then I think we want you to slow down, because we tried to rig one in, but it was impossible to rig him because it was too much. It was actually, it was very regretting. I felt like a man, I felt it. So here we needed two people, because two departments in our office is becoming very prominent. Maureen Mudure is in charge of account. This is the one who helps the treasurer to keep the account in order, and also helps in updating your work in the office. So if you go to the office, even if you would want to know more about yourself, about the loan, just leave the message with her if she is not there, because she will pass the message. This is Ann Wajiko. Ann Wajiko is in charge of credit. So this is a person in charge of loans. Na huyu ndio mtakuru na yeye sana. Sana, huyu ndio mtakuru na yeye sana. We are trying to help them to fit in completely. And Ann has concluded her term of, what do we call it? She has finished her probation, and the board found it necessary to confirm her as a substantive credit officer for Pcea, of Pcea Kinoo, Parish Sacco. Assist her. She is young, she is energetic, and even when she would look like she also quarrels me. The other day she called me telling me I have not paid my loan. So I was asking which loan. So help her to grow. She is our daughter. We want to grow them to become better people in our office so that they can serve as well. Maureen, again, she's also young. Also help her. Do not quarrel them, just help them to grow and to reach their heights of careers, because that's what we need in our society. So far, so good. We have not seen anything that would tell us we have a worry. The little that we have, we are going to do it in a good way. Maureen and Ann serve these people right. They pay you, they keep you, and these people can make your life very comfortable now and in future. So even when they will not do their work well, try to help them to reach where you would want them to reach, because this is where our future is. Thank you very much. You can have a seat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. We are just headed to the end of our meeting, and we want to have a brief from about the medical cover and also about the investment. So I request the officers we have with us, karibuni.
Good afternoon, members. Bwana asifiwe. We are humbled to be here once again to present to you not only a medical cover, but various other things that you may want. I may be out there, and you can ask me. My name is Pauline Wanjiko Njuguna. I am your insurance agent. And with me today, I have officials from CIC who are going to present to us CopCare. It is a budget medical cover. I believe each and every table you're sharing this. Anyone who doesn't have, please raise your hand. I'll come around once I finish so that we can be able to take it up. The other person I have is Matthew. Matthew, because of time, Victor and Matthew, we're going to take a very, very short period. Matthew will talk about money market and briefly touch on pension. Now, why do we take insurance? Before I sit down, Why do we take insurance? To take care of a known risk. And one of them is medical. And I know some of you have seen the extent that medical can take us. So give Victor a short while to take you through the COP Care medical cover. And 2, I request that we write our questions down. Kindly, let's note our questions down. Let him finish the presentation, then we can ask the questions wholeheartedly. Leadership, we are humbled to be here. Thank you so much for always considering us, and I look forward for us having an interactive session. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Victor.
So the chair, the cooperative officer, committee, members of Pcea Kinoo Sacco, hamjamboni. First of all, I want to give my apologies. We were supposed to do this presentation in the morning, but I was unwell for a few days. But we are still here. We got a presentation before we got here, and we had, I think, one cell group at your church. That's how we were invited. There's an arrow, a relationship officer. She's called Jennifer. I believe you know her. She sent her apologies. She was going for another EGM with another Sacco. But for me, I was meant to be here with you the whole day because medical is usually a bit sensitive. So first of all, let me give you a little bit background how COP Care came about to be. Immediately after 2020, COVID happened, and you know how the whole country went down. So the SACCOs came to CIC and they requested for this product to be incorporated, or basically to be designed. So the whole SACCOs in the country, they're the ones who requested CIC to come up with this product. And the main idea was the members of the SACCOs to be covered. So that was the main idea. The risks, of course, they are very many in terms of medical. So and that's how the whole product was incorporated. Then through IRA, finally we were able to get here. So when we met with your members, I did a presentation. It was around 20-30 minutes. And that's how we were able to come up with this, of course, with the help of Pauline, your agent. So that's why you can see this colorful green flyer. So now this is now you members owning the product as a product of the Sacco. So let me take you through a little bit of COP Care. Then from there, you'll be able to ask questions. First of all, it's a medical tailor-made product for Sacco members, cooperatives, and MFIs. But one thing about this cover, it's a group cover. I need us to understand, for an individual, it's hard for you to join this cover unless you're within, say, a welfare group, a registered group, an MFI, and specifically SACCOs. SACCOs are really taking up this cover. And the idea is medical becomes very expensive because without an individual, you'll go for 45,000. If you're a family, up to 120,000 per annum. That is per individual. So that we were able to see the cost is very high, and that's how we were able to come and forge it to become a group cover, so that way we are able to spread the risk, and number one, it's also affordable for you. So affordability is at the center of this product. What do we cover? Number one, we have something we call inpatient. Inpatient is when you go to the hospital and you're admitted. You're not really feeling well. The doctor prescribes you that lazima ulazwe. That's what we call an inpatient. And then we have outpatient. Outpatient. So So as I was saying, outpatient is when you visit the hospital, you'll see a doctor, you'll be prescribed drugs or an injection. That's what we call an outpatient service. Most of the time, you might not be feeling well, but you're not admitted. That's an outpatient service. We also have maternity. Some of us may be young. We are planning to bring a newborn to this world. That's what we call a maternity. Dental is anything to deal with your teeth. It may be gum disease. It it may be decay, any issues to deal with dental is also covered under this cover. We also have optical. Optical will be anything relating to the eyes. Sometimes it may be the optical nerve, your spectacles, any issues relating to eye treatment. That is what optical is all about. Then last expense. This was a very, very important rider that was kept in this cover. Remember, this is a medical cover, but in case of death of a family member per annum, that is to mean in case, say last year, 2025, you lost one member in the family, us as the company, we are going to pay you a claim of 50,000. So that's what we call a last expense. And one thing to note for the last expense is one death per family per year. So in case there are 2 or 3 more deaths, unless we move you to the last expense B, we usually have a last expense covers purely for against death, but this is just a medical cover, and the last expense bit is a rider. So it's important for us to note that. So as I had said again, affordability is at the center. So that is to mean we really look at your pocket, because at the end of the day, everything might be eating up on your earnings or basically on your on what you're getting every month. The maximum joining age is 70, 71 to 80. We usually give you inpatient only. And in case you have more members, say for example, a family has five kids, there is me and my wife, that would be M+7. So the extra dependent is the one that will go with an extra charge. You're going to see that. So let me go direct to the benefits. We have option 1. I'll be using this. So if you each have this, you'll check. So option 1, the whole family will enjoy 100,000. 100,000 for the whole year. Outpatient of 30,000, and then maternity 15,000, and then dental 5,000 and optical 5,000. Each is a standalone. Then the last expense is 50,000. So for that option, it's as little as 77.89. 77.89, if you were to bundle it like a loan or a medical loan, it's around 650 shillings every month. That is if it's a product of the Sacco. So it's very, very affordable. Then we go to option 2. We have 200,000 inpatient, outpatient of 40,000. That's a standalone for the whole family. Then 20,000 maternity, 5,000 dental, and optical also 5,000. Then the last expense bit is 50,000. That option, we are having 87.89 for member. Let me also clarify, if it's M+1, that would be you or me and one person, one dependent. That would be me and my wife. You can also have a single mother who has one kid. That can also be M+1. A nuclear setup would be M+. I want to hear from you, M+. Me, a wife and one kid, M+. 3 we are together. Then the last option, this one is usually the most common, especially for those people who really visit the hospital. 300,000 inpatient. That is mean the whole year you'll be able to enjoy an inpatient cover of 300K. So then we have outpatient, which is also good. 50,000 is a good deal. Then maternity is 25,000. And then dental and optical goes for 7,500 each. And then 75 standalone dental, 7,500 optical. Then last expense, 50,000. So for that, we go as little as 97.89. And if it's M+1, M+2, you can see the rates there. Then there's something else I want to touch on, which really I want you to listen, called an inpatient only. Inpatient only is if you really don't need to use the cover, but there is or time comes that you have to really use it, is where you, when maybe umelazwa, kabisa umelemewa, and you go and become admitted, that is where the inpatient only comes in. So that one comes in as little as 25.97, which is very cheap the whole year. So that one comes in with inpatient, maternity, and last expense. But if you are done bringing newborns to this world, you can just do inpatient and also last expense. The other things I wanted to touch, very important. Inpatient is a standalone cover limit. That is to mean the whole year you are able to enjoy. Then outpatient is also standalone for the whole family, very important. Dental and optical is also as per the table, sublimit of the outpatient, means it's within that category. Maternity, let me touch this to our mothers. Been having issues, especially cases I've been solving. Sometimes you may not be able to do the normal delivery, and that comes in with another cost in case you're doing a cesarean section. That one, with the first cesarean section, it comes to 30,000. per family, but in case the bill goes up, it will be within the inpatient. Second and third cesarean section, those ones will be within the inpatient. It's very important to note that. But it's also good to note antenatal and postnatal. We have also covered that. Sometimes our mothers, when you're pregnant, sometimes mtoto anaweza kuwa amekaa vibaya. Maybe the umbilical cord or issues, you just need to go get checked if this baby is in the right track to come to this world. That's why we have offered the antenatal and postnatal, that is an outpatient cover. Inpatient pre-existing conditions, this one is very, very important. That's why we have to be here and be able to let you know. This will be high blood pressure, diabetes, hypertension. Most of these ones we have to manage them. Like there's one guy I met, he uses around 10,000 every month because of high blood pressure. He had a very, very high pressure of up to 170. So if it's a newly diagnosed case and the doctor's report shows that it's new, that would be 50% cover. That will be able to cover it 50% of the inpatient to the newly diagnosed. But if it's been there and we get to the doctor's report that it's been there over and over the time, that is to mean we'll have to have a 1-year waiting period. I need to repeat that again. It's a 1-year waiting period for an pre-existing chronic condition or pre-existing condition. Congenital and prematurity conditions, sometimes our kids as they are born, they usually have issues. Sometimes hearing problems, sometimes you have cataracts, sometimes wengine hata hawana nguvu sana. That's what we call congenital and prematurity conditions. That one we cover 50,000 per family, sub-limit of the inpatient. That is to mean if you took 100 or 200 or 300, it will be within that inpatient. Accommodation bed capacity, if you have sharp, it will be, and you got an inpatient case, you will not pay anything. But if you did not have sharp, you'll be required to pay 500 every day for admission. Last expense, I had said again, is a standalone. We also have inpatient psychiatry. We deal with sometimes people who have mental illnesses or mental health. In case you want to go see a psychiatry, it's within the cover, 20% of the overall inpatient cover, depending, of course, with which option you took. Inpatient and accidental dental surgery, that is to mean you're having a surgery, but it was not caused by an accident. It may be a minor surgery. It's 30,000 of the overall inpatient. Again, sub-limit of the inpatient. We also have something else we call inpatient non-accidental ophthalmological. Ophthalmology deals with the eyes, any issues relating with the eyes. It may not be an accident, but maybe macho inauma, it will be the optical nerve or any issues relating with the eye, that's in ophthalmological. It's 30,000 of the overall inpatient cover. That is to mean it is within the limit of the inpatient, sub-limit of the inpatient. So it's good to note that. We also have something else we call post-hospitalization. That is to mean you may have been admitted, but then 4 weeks to post-discharge, mwili anza kukusumbua. You know, health becomes a big risk when sometimes you don't know how you wake up. So if that happens, we'll do that on reimbursement, but it has to be 4 weeks to post-discharge. Again, it has to be within the limit of inpatient. That's a sub-limit of inpatient. Terrorism, political war, and violence. We had Mandamano last year. You also what happened with the Gen Zs. So we were able to curtail this, but as long as the claimant is not an active participant, of course, we will deal with the paramedics or whoever will bring you direct to the hospital for us to be able to know were you an active or not an active participant. This is both inpatient and outpatient. Vaccines, we do have vaccines. Some people use vaccines, KP vaccines, that's the sub-limit of outpatient, is also covered under care. Then let me touch again outpatient chronic condition. If the 1 year is done, the 1 year waiting period, where ulemaliza the whole 1 year, and you're like, I'll be needing this cover because of my drugs or my condition, you can be able to use it fully as an outpatient for the limit. Outpatient congenital conditions, I had touched on that. It is covered within the outpatient up to the full limit. HIV/AIDS, it's a pandemic we've been dealing with globally. We have covered that within the outpatient up to the full limit. ARVs, you said is the one who was giving us these drugs, but you remember when to power, he stopped giving us funding. Alisema mjipange. So now people with this condition are really suffering. You can just take up the cover. Lodger fees. As a mother, you may be having a kid, whether it's biological yours or not, but in case you go to the hospital, na mulazwe na mtoto, you and the kid are admitted, we will cover for the lodging fees up to 12 years. So you can see the benefits way outweigh even the premium that you're paying for. That is up to 12 years. Road evacuation leading to admission is also covered, meaning in case you umegongwa na gari immediately umekimbizwa, that is covered within the inpatient. ICU and HDU, in case umelemewa and now mwili inakataa and we have to take you to ICU, be able to treat you, it is covered within the benefit limit, and of course that's an inpatient. External aids, walking cassettes, walking frames and chairs, those ones are also covered up to 30,000, sub-limit of the inpatient. The only thing we won't cover is the evacuation, outpatient ambulance services, health checkup, joining age, or an overseas referral. Overseas referral is very expensive. There are these people you see, they are referred to India. That one usually is covered under our corporate cover. So for this is a micro health, so that one was out. COVID-19 is covered 150, 200, and 300,000, and each test is capped at 6,000 by a prescribed doctor. So as I end, let me touch on the exclusions and also the special terms and the exclusion. First, the first one is there is no waiting period for any accident-related admission. In case an accident happened, you might be at the farm or you might be doing your business. Any accident-related admission, there is no waiting period. There's also no waiting period for acute illness. Acute illness is when you woke up, you are going to work, you slept well during the weekend, Monday morning, mwili inaanza tu kusumbua. You don't know what's up. It might be your backache, it might be the stomach, the head. It's an illness that comes, but you had not planned for it. That's what we call an acute illness. So with that, there is no waiting period for acute illnesses and inpatient service. But there is 1 year waiting period for pre-existing and chronic conditions treatment. Important to know that 1 year waiting period for pre-existing and chronic condition treatment, and also 10 months waiting period for maternity-related treatment. Let me touch on maternity-related treatment. I'm having a case whereby one of my friends, who is my neighbor, she lost her kid. She was 6 months pregnant, but the kid did not make it. So you can see why we need the 10 months waiting period, because between that time, we are really not sure whether this kid will be born or not. But by faith, we hope that the kid will be born. But once the kid is born at 37 weeks, because most kids go between 37 up to 40 weeks, we can be able to cover as long as we have a birth notification. Then up to 18 years, we have also covered the kid, and the kid will come in as your dependent, you being the parent. But from 21 to 25 years, most of these kids are our Gen Zs, they are in school or college. Yes, we will need we'll need proof of learning. It might be the ID or maybe also the admission letter with the institution, because they are also under as your dependent. But 26 and above, that's an adult. Of course, they'll come in as their own principal member. Then number 3, we have a principal member and spouse. We had said is up to 70 years. 71 to 80 will give inpatient only. The reason is, as we grow older, the risks of diseases become a bit higher. And as insurers, we also know our risks of always treating these guys is a bit higher. So that's why we're giving inpatient only. Geographical limit is Kenya only. I had touched on lodging facilities, but the kid has to be accompanied by a guardian. That is to mean, even if you really not the parent for this kid, you'll only need a paper showing from the adoption agency that you're the legal guardian. Then we also have copay. We removed copay. It was 100 shillings, but the members really came to us and they told us it's becoming very expensive. So for every outpatient visit, right now it's free of charge. Then members without SHA, I had touched on that. For inpatient only, they'll be required to pay 500 every day for admission. Access will be strictly within the designated panel. And another thing I'll touch on this panel, we keep improving this product, especially within the area you are. I'm based around the Westlands, so the whole of Yakiwe, Kikuyu area. I'm the one trying to mobilize more people to be able to take up this cover. So what we do, in case you get better health facility, the one we have, we keep improving together with our team. Then in case you lose a card, everyone will get a card. Some people may be very far. Maybe you're working in Nairobi and others are quite far. So everyone, you and your dependents, everyone gets a card to be able to access the cover. Dental, what do we touch on dental? Cost of filings, root canal, x-rays, pigwa picha, polishing and scaling, as long as it's necessitated by a doctor, and tooth extractions, decay, accidental dental injury, those ones are all within this cover. Optical, we have expenses relating to any eye treatment. accidental eye injury. Consultations, as we grow old, sometimes macho inaanza kusumbua, you can't see properly. So that is consultation. Eye testing, I know Kikuyu Hospital does a lot of eye testing. Treatment arising from injury to the eyes caused solely and direct by accidental. It can be external, and also it can be a disease affecting the optical nerve. Na huko ndani inaanza kukukula and you don't know. That is also covered. Supply of lenses. If you use lenses, they are prescribed one pair for every 2 years. So those are the special terms. Let me finalize with the exclusions, then now I'll give you time to be able to ask questions. Non-medical and cosmetic treatments. Our ladies nowadays want to become more beautiful. So sometimes if you use those ointments, they may have side effects. Like one lady I met in Ngong Road, alitumia mafuta akataka kuwa beautiful kuliko venye Mungu alimuumba, the whole side was black. So when that happened, that is a very serious skin disease. Now it's reversible. So if you use those ointments and there's a side effect, that is an exclusion. That would include cosmetic surgery, beauty treatment, weight loss, nature spa therapies. Those people who use spa therapies, kuna mafuta mnonanga wanapikwa wakikandakandwa mgongo. In case there is also a side effect, that is an exclusion. Non-standard and unapproved care, that would be experimental treatments. There are people who go to herbal clinics. I'm not really against them, but some of these people are not registered and also not regulated. Unregistered practitioners, that's the word I'll use, and self-prescribed care. Sometimes you will Google, right? Maybe it's my head, but maybe it's not the head. It might be a migraine, or maybe kuna damu, there's a vein inside there. So that's why we really tell you, go to a prescribed doctor. Lifestyle and personal risk activities. There are people who get involved in hazardous sports, like bungee jumping. And then there are also guys who do racing. If those are very risky activities, they are also exclusion. Riots, war and military, nuclear or radioactive exposure. That's also an exclusion. Another exclusion would be maternity and family planning. In case you use it, comes a side effect for both dependents and members. That is also another exclusion. Then the last exclusion, there are some devices, dental and optical, that are very expensive. Let me touch on them. Glucometers, BP machine, hearing aids. Hearing aids are those small things you see, watu wako na shida. They're usually, those ones are called hearing aids. Optical would be plano prescriptions. Photochromatic lenses, they are those lenses that are very, very thick. They are very, very expensive. Those one is also an exclusion. Anti-glare coatings, lesser collection of eyes, and for dental will be scaling, crowns, bridges, orthodontic, and dentures. They are very, very expensive. Then the last exclusion would be other insurance and non-panel providers, SHA, GPO, or WIBA, from the designated hospitals or doctors. As I finish my presentation, let me give you 2 case scenarios I've dealt with. One was my friend. The kid has been having issues. She spent around 80,000 last month alone. The other one is the mother. I think she has spent around 1.5 on her pressure. Ilibidi auze shamba mbili. Why am I giving you these cases? These cases is to tell you, if these people had a medical cover, it would have been much cheaper to be able to take care of their loved ones if they were on a cover. So that is why we partnered with Pcea, Kinoo, Parish, Sacco. First of all, I really love the way you guys attended. I've also loved your finances. You're growing at a rapid rate, and that is awesome. So we sat down with Pauline and your management, and we realized instead of this cover just being CIC, let it be owned by the Sacco. That way it adds value, not just to you members, but also to members out there. So any member who comes in and is really interested to buy this product will first be a member of the Sacco. So it will retain your members, it will also be able to have additions. So with that, I think I'll end my presentation there, and now give you guys for time to ask questions. Thank you so much. Questions, or you write them?
Okay, is there a burning question that we can handle, because we have less than 5 minutes, and I want him to also touch on, just briefly, on money market and pension. A burning question, otherwise we will be out there. This is in the office. There is already a group that has joined CopCare, and we are anticipating the next group shortly. So people are already enjoying the products. All information you need is already in the office. Any urgent? Anything burning? Yes?
I didn't say lazima muingie cha. You heard during the what he was talking about. He talked about when you are admitted. Didn't he mention cha? So that is what I was saying. This product would be very effective accompanied by cha, because it is like you have a full insurance. So that is a position, and I would urge, I asked that question during that cell group meeting, and I asked them, if you do not have, where you work, you don't have a health scheme, if where you do your business you don't have a health scheme, why do you want to keep on talking ill about cha? And I answered them, because we want you to move out of our WhatsApp group being fundraising in our WhatsApp group, so that you go and take care of yourself and your family. That's exactly what I meant.
Thank you so much. And I think we've touched on SHA, and because of time, maybe we can discuss it more. Allow me to welcome, sorry, there's a question? There's someone with a question? Yes, yes. Yes, there is a specific hospital. I'll mention just a few, but the full list is in the office. The office has all the information you need. Along Wayaki Way, you have Kikuyu Hospital. There's also Kijabe Hospital upwards. There's Penda. There's Equity Afia. Which other one? Do we have? There's Bliss. If there's Bliss on Wayaki Way, we also have it. So all that information is in the office. The list is very long, but it is in the office. But Kikuyu is there. Kikuyu Hospital. Yes. Karibu sana, Matthew.
Good afternoon. Okay, so I'll take like 3 minutes of your time. As CIC Group, we have 4 subsidiaries. That's CIC Life, CIC General Business, CIC Asset Management, and CIC Micro, where Victor falls. So I'll talk about CIC Asset Management product, which we call money market. As CIC Asset Management, we have more than 200 billion under our management at this time. So today I'll talk about one product which we call money market. And under money market, we have more than 100 billion under our management. Why should you invest in SICAM, which is a money market? First of all, it's security. This money is not in our hands. It's in the hands of the custodian bank, which is cooperative bank. We just give them the orders, invest this in treasury bills, invest this in stocks, and they do that. So something like Cusco will never happen. Your money is safe. Second, if there is a competitive return, you get around 8.2% annual interest, but this interest is compounded monthly. What you earn this month is compounded for that month, and it forms the principal for next month. So with compounding factor, if you invest 500,000 today and the rate remains the same for the whole year, which cannot be true, you will get interest of more than 48,707. Under CIC Asset Management, we also have another product which we call CIC Fixed Income. This one is for initial investment. For this one, you need a minimum of 1 million for you to start this cover. But the return is higher. For this one, you get more than 10% per annum. And this money can be withdrawn anytime and can be deposited anytime. Any question on the investment part before I go to pension? So briefly I'll go to pension. So this pension falls under CIC Life Assurance Company. So CIC Life has a pension product called CIC Jipange. CIC Jipange was developed by CIC Life to enable members to save towards retirement, life that is peaceful and comfortable. Contributions into the scheme ensure that members will have an income during retirement, enabling them to sustain lifestyle and achieve financial stability. For pension, the rate is guaranteed at 5% minimum. So if we perform poorly, we can never go below 5% net return. But for last year, 2025, we did a return of 12.62%, and that's the net return. So if by the close of 2025, you had 1 million with us, you get a return of 126,000 for that year. So it will be added to your money. It comes to 1.1 million, 260,000. It will form the principal for next year. So this compounding factor, it's compounded every year. So we add this year, it forms principal for next year, as we continue that way. So during at your retirement, you'll build a very big fund that can manage you during retirement. And on top of this pension, now we have what you call NSSF. Now NSSF for 2026, if you're employed, you contribute 6,480 to NSSF. And you know their rates are very low for many years. I think 3%, 2%. So why don't you transfer your Tier 2 to us to get a better rate of 12.62%, and that's net. So for this 6,480, Tier 2 is 5,940. That one you can choose to transfer to a private pension provider. Thank you for your time, and for any other clarification, you can always talk to Pauline. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the time. For those who would want to leave immediately, my number is 0733. 0733. It has also WhatsApp, 0733 708 103. 0733 708 103. Otherwise, we are stationed out there for any questions. Barikiweni sana.
Okay, as we are headed to the close of our meeting. I'm reminded that there were some risks where we were meant to register. Moja ni ya hotel, ingine ni ya our use as a Sacco. So tafadhali, if you have not, make sure you do it as we progress. Tunafika mwisho, so we are getting to the AOB. Any other business before we get 1-2 announcements, and that will be the end of it. So tuko kwa AOB ndio tumalizie tuweze kwenda mbele. And maybe as we get another business or any other business, personally, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to be your chair. All these years, I registered the first person in the Sacco, so I have been the chair all through, and I felt I needed a small break so that at least I can allow others to serve, and I'm very confident even we will work together with them. If they need support from me, I'm there, I'm available, but I'm thankful to wauliza maswali. So maybe I'll have more questions than anybody else. So thank you for your support and working with me and all of us up to this level. Thank you very much. Then from there, I take any other business, any other person. Any other person? Seems no A or B. No A or B. Okay. Benson, you have an A or B? Okay. Any other business? Uh-huh. Yes.
Yes, I'm Gideon Mwangi. I have a question, and it is about the stock exchange. Is the Sacco planning to venture into stock exchange? Because in the month of February, we were receiving messages about the Kenya Pipeline IPO. So I would like to get clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, that is it. And I want to just respond this way. You have entrusted us with your money, and we are very careful on how we use that money. And we look at the areas where we would want to invest, and we would want not to risk in areas where we may lose or not get what we desire to have. And for us, the priority are the member loans. If you can be able to uptake the funds that we have, that would be our priority before we go out. And because we normally have the finance committee that advises on the area of investment, I think any recommendation from you is welcome, and we'll be able to discuss it and see the way forward. Maybe for now, that's what I can say, but we look out to see the best areas where we can invest. So remember, the past years, even when we were reporting on Cusco and others, is because we were able to see ahead, and we withdrew our money with Cusco, just because we don't want to lose any money at any given time. So thank you, Agidi, for that. Any other? If not, maybe we want to invite someone to do a vote of thanks. A vote of thanks. Then we close with a word of prayer. Then we'll have tea. We have tea ready for us. And that will become the end of our meeting today. Maybe we have someone who can volunteer to do the vote of thanks. If not, we do volunteer one.
Niä ti vote of thanks ndireka. Ndinamenya fomu yakwa yoreire kũ haha ya kũria wĩra haha. Andũ arĩa marathi na mbathi me gũkũ rĩ, tondũ nĩ mbathi tũretia rĩ, tũtigetie mbathi ithatũ ciũke cihũre igĩrĩ ĩmwe yũke bure. Nĩyo tũretio rĩu. Twenda kũmenya andũ arĩa marathi na mbathi. Tũtigakorwo andũ arĩa megũkĩte na mbathi twĩtie mbathi ithatũ yũke bure ĩmwe. Ciũke igĩrĩ, acio angĩ mathi magũrũ. Rĩu tiguo mũrakĩheo mbia. Mũkĩheo mbeca haha o rĩu. Tũrakĩinũka na mbeca. Twetie mbathi igĩrĩ. Ithatũ. Okay. Echiki okay thato. Nyogo.
David Wadhiga, vote of thanks. Na ukimaliza uombe safari ili sasa tunaweza enda nyumbani.
Bwana asifiwe. Praise the Lord. Chairman and your team, we want to take this opportunity to thank Almighty God who have given us this opportunity to be here. A whole year he have been with us, ametuweka mpaka tumefika hapa, na haijakuwa rahisi. Ama imekuwa rahisi kwenu? Inawezekana tunaona hizo tunasubuana, lakini ukienda sako zingine wanalia. Wanauliza, kuna pahali tulikuwa members wakakutana wakasema tutoe pesa zetu huko kwa sababu ni kuangamia zinaangamia. So we want to thank the Lord ya kwamba pamoja na hivyo tunasema ya kwamba Mungu amekuwa amewapa pesa nyingi mpaka ya kwamba mmeweza kuchukua loan zaidi na mmeweza kulipa. Bwana asifiwe. Na kwa hivyo tunamshukuru Mungu kwa hilo. Chairman and your team, ni kazi kubwa mmefanya. Being a resident allowed your office, I know how many times you come in and how late you are in the office to make sure that our Sacco is well. Na tunajua ya kwamba hiyo yote ambayo tumeyasikia leo ni kazi kubwa sana imefanyika. Hiyo kazi haijafanyika kwa sababu tu ya kukutana mnapiga story. Ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba kila mtu anasimama katika nafasi yake, kama ni credit, kama ni supervisory, wote wanafanya kazi, na tunataka kushukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya kuwapa nguvu na kwa sababu ya kujitolea na kuhakikisha ya kwamba mweza kufanya na kurida hii pesa. Nashukuru sana wakati nasikia ya kwamba nyinyi ni waangalifu hata kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna pesa ya hawa members ambayo inapotea. Kwa sababu wakati mwingi mnaweza mkaona ya kwamba hata sio pesa nyingi, hata hiyo ikipotea sio nyingi sana, lakini even saving that small amount is very very important. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana. We acknowledge and we see your work. Even whatever we may have passed for you to be appreciated, it is not equal to the time that you sacrifice. Na tunaomba ya kwamba Mungu atatupeleka from one glory to another, and we will come and we will not be discussing about 200,000 kama tutazirudisha ama tutaenda nazo nyumbani. We will come and maybe our dividend, our interest itakuwa imeenda kwa sababu Mungu anaendelea kutubariki. Bwana asifiwe. To you members, thank you very much. Hii Sacco imefika pahali kwa sababu yako. Kwa sababu ya wewe kuwa uko kwa cell, na ukiitwa mkutano kwa cell unaenda, kwa sababu umekuwa ukisave kila mwezi, na kwa sababu umekuwa umekopa, kwa sababu hiyo interest, kama sisi wote tungekuwa tunaweka deposit na tukuchukua loan, interest ingetoka wapi? Hata hiyo 4 million tunasema hakungekuwa. Thank you kwa sababu ya wale wamechukua loan. Mimi pengine hapo baadaye tutasema wale watu hawachukui loan wasiwe wanapewa dividend, kwa sababu pengine, lakini tutaangalia hiyo baadaye. Lakini wale ambao wamekuwa wakichukua loan na mnalipa, asanteni sana kwa sababu ya kuendelea mkiongezea our Sacco mapato, na tunashukuru Mungu. Even the planning for this meeting, tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu mmekuwa hapa. Kungepangwa hivi vyote, na unajua hoteli haigesema ya kwamba wanachama wamekataa kuja, bado Sacco ingelipa. Our office officers, Anne and Maureen, tunashukuru sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mmeendelea kuifanya. Mungu awabariki na endelee kuwa pamoja nanyi. The team today, our media team and everyone, tunashukuru sana kwa sababu ya kazi nzuri ambayo imeendelea kufanya. Tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ya mahali tumefika na kwa sababu ya kupangwa vizuri hivi. Hata hizi picha zikienda kwa mtandao, unaona hao ni watu serious, wako na pesa, si ndio? What do you say to our team? Walitupanga vizuri. Si chakula ilikuwa nzuri, na chai mlikula na mandazi mlikula vizuri, na mambo yote imeendelea vizuri. tunashukuru sana. One of the things I want to also to appreciate this Sacco, all of us, is how we have been able to bring young people as we continue. One of the questions I was asking myself, maybe we'll answer some years to come. What is the age of our Sacco? What is the age of our Sacco? Is our Sacco 80 years? Meaning, watu wengi wako kwenye umri gani? Ukikuta Sacco ambayo ni young, itemini ya kwamba iko na nguvu. Kwa sababu watu young ni kumaanisha ya kwamba watasave zaidi, watachukua loan kwa sababu kuna vitu vingi wanaendelea kuzifanya. Kwa hivyo tuendelee. I have seen even young people here, very young. Tunaomba ya kwamba tutaendelea na mambo yote itakuwa sawa. Bwana asifiwe. Ningeomba tusimame ili tuweze kuomba. Baba yetu na Mungu wetu uishie milele, tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya wema wako na fadhili zako. Ni asante kwa sababu umekuwa mwema katika maisha yetu mpaka tumefika mahali tumefika. Kusema ni asante kwa sababu ulituleta mahali hapa na umekuwa pamoja nasi mpaka muda huu. Tunasema ni asante kwa sababu ya yale yote ambayo umetusaidia kuyafanya. Tumenena mengi na tumeangalia mwaka uliopita na tukaona kwa kweli umetembea pamoja nasi. Baba wa mbinguni, hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye anaweza akajigamba na kulinga ya kwamba ni kwa sababu ya uwezo wake, lakini imekugharimu mkono wako na neema zako nyingi katika maisha yetu. Wale ambao wamekuwa wakichukua pesa katika Sacco wakaenda, Baba wa mbinguni, na wakapeleka katika biashara na mambo mengine, umekuwa ukiwabariki na kuweza kulipa, Baba wa mbinguni, pamoja na riba. Tunakushukuru, tunakuinua kwa sababu sisi ni watu kazi yako Bwana. Tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya mengi umetufanyia. Nasema ni asante kwa sababu hata wakati ambao umetupa siku ya leo. Endelea kuwa pamoja nasi tukijikabidhi mikononi mwako. Kama wakati tulikuwa mahali hapa kuna chochote ambacho tumekifanya kinyume na mapenzi yako, tusamehe na utuoshe na damu ya mwanako Yesu Kristo. Tuomba uendelee kutubariki na uendelee kubariki Sacco yetu. Endelea Baba wa mbinguni kuinua kutoka kwa Baba wa mbinguni utukufu moja kwa utukufu mwingine. Endelea Baba wa mbinguni kuwa na kila mmoja biashara ambazo wanafanya kule wameajiriwa ajira, endelea kuwainua na kuwabariki. Baba, tuomba Baba wa mbinguni utakapokuwa umewafanikisha, na Sacco yetu itakuwa Baba wa mbinguni inainuka. Wale ambao watakuwa wanachukua mikopo ikaende Baba wa mbinguni kuimarisha biashara zao na zile mambo mengine ambayo wanayafanya, endelea kuwaonekania na kuwapa hekima. Tunakushukuru, tunakuinua kwa sababu sisi tuko mikononi mwako. Hatujigambi kwa sababu ya Sacco, lakini tunajigamba kwa sababu tuko mikononi mwako. Na neema yako itakuwa pamoja nasi. Ni asante kwa sababu hata wakati huu utaendelea kutuinua, na mwaka mwingine tutakapokuwa tumekuja mahali hapa, tutakapokuwa tumekongamana, tutaendelea kukushukuru kwa sababu utatembea pamoja nasi. Ni asante kwa sababu ya wale ambao wako ofisini ukiendelea kuwasaidia ili kuweza Baba wa mbinguni kufanya mambo yote kulingana na mapenzi yako. Wape hekima, wape maarifa Bwana. Nakushukuru kwa sababu umekuwa pamoja nasi siku nzima, na sasa Baba wa mbinguni tupo safarini kuelekea kwingine, tukirudi Kinoo na kwingine. Baba wa mbinguni, tuomba neema ya safari tukitoka mahali hapa, Baba wa mbinguni uwe pamoja nasi na utakalimie wema wako na neema zako. Tuomba Baba wa mbinguni mkono wako wa kuume uwe juu yetu na uendelee kuonekana katika maisha yetu. Tunapoondoka na tunaporudi, Baba wa mbinguni tukatubariki na uendelee Baba wa mbinguni kutuhifadhi na kutulinda kutoka kwa yule muovu. Nasema ni asante kwa sababu utakuwa na kila mmoja wetu. Baba wa mbinguni utatuinua kazini kwetu na biasharani mwetu. Tunakushukuru kwa sababu hakuna aliye kama wewe. Na katika jina la Yesu Kristo tumeomba na hata tumeamini. And now may the grace and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now. Amen.